above.
Hold
Don't.
on. Ooh,
It sounds like his parents said you weren't worth a damn, so you're projecting that on your kids.
Now,
Hold on.
sometimes our kids aren't worth a damn because we place that seed into our kids.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? So I don't like that.
Well, I mean, it's a lot of shit you ain't gonna like what I say, but I'm gonna keep on going.
I mean, it sounded like you should have just used condoms.
Listen, I'm
or a
with you. That's another
vasectomy.
thing. Listen, I don't disagree with you at all. Like I said, that was my first time at bat. I had a motherfucking baby. I'm a dumbass dude. You know what I'm saying? She cried about having a fucking baby. I went along with it. I was trying to get an abortion. She wasn't going for it. She was like, well, I want you to be my baby daddy. All right, I fell for that shit. I never fell for it again. Every other woman after that went to the chop shop.
Maybe the chop shop should have been you, the vasectomy.
Hey, listen, it was what it was. I can't cry.
Sure. Okay.
I don't know if he's trolling. That's the sad part.
Nah. Y'all ain't kick Ray out this huh? Oh, there you go.
No.
I've heard Ray talk in other spaces that were so like when they know it's not trolling.
Nah,
Right.
Nah, I really am serious though. This is my truth. But anyway, a lot of people need to get vasectomies. I wish somebody would have had a conversation with me earlier on about how hard it was to have kids. Some of us gotta have kids to realize the kids ain't for us. Now, I had to have a kid, unfortunately, to be like, this shit ain't for me. I ain't had a kid since. Like I told you, I've been to the abortion clinic since. You know what I'm saying? So, and then I end up getting a vasectomy. You know what I'm saying? Because I had to get a vasectomy because this shit is crazy. I'm tired to keep walking these women to the chop shops. It's a fucked up experience. Regardless of what, at the end of the day, if your kid's not listening, mind you, y'all already know I'm a police officer, y'all. It's a lot of badass kids out here, man. I see these kids running the motherfucking house. Listen, hey, it is what it is, man. I chose what I chose. I don't give a damn what you think about it. Listen, I see the worst of the worst.
So do you think, let's break this down. You're talking fast and my brain is hurting. Okay? My brain is hurting. So do you think that you getting put out at 14, which could be a generational curse, which could be traumatic, you know what I'm saying, is now feeding into your relationship with your child?
Absolutely not. I'm gonna be honest. I told you, Ebony, I've got to take full accountability. I was a scumbag. My mother already had 3 days. Mind you, my mother was a hoe. You know what I'm saying? She ain't had the best motherfucking gene. No, she chose 3 different men with 3 different baby fathers. That pussy was all over the place. She didn't know what the fuck to do. None of them was there. You know what I'm saying? So she did the she had. We had shit going on. When it got to me,
you're in the Matrix, and I need to hear this.
Let him stay there.
Yeah.
This is crazy.
In my bad, I'm driving through the county right now. Listen, if the
your honesty is somewhat frightening, sir.
Listen, it is what it is. Listen, if the pussy was no good, it was no good. I ain't gonna lie. Every nigga she had sex with and had a baby with walked out her life. But regardless of what, that's neither here nor there. I don't think it's trauma for me because I don't even blame my moms because, like I say, she did the best she could with the 3 kids she had. When it got to me, she was like, "I'm tired of this motherfucker. He got to go." Cool. I took it on the arm. Got to my son right now. All right, so at the end of the day, we out here having babies out here in this motherfucking world with no homes to be in. I'm broken home. I helped create a broken home. 18, 19 years old, my first piece of pussy, and I end up hitting a home motherfucking run. His swimming ass had to get the fuck in there. He had to partially take some blame in this. My son got to take some blame. Nobody told his ass to swim and make it to the end. Nobody told him to make it to the end, but he made it to the end. Since he wanted to be motherfucking, had perseverance and make it to the end, cool. Now you here with the rest of us miserable as a motherfucker. Cool. But anyway, we got to get to it. Listen, everybody not equipped for this shit. I'm be honest and say, listen, this fatherhood shit is trash. Everybody not gonna fucking love this shit the way motherfuckers try to perpetuate the shit. Oh, man, you love your kids. Nah, I don't really like the motherfucker like that, but I'm gonna do what the fuck I gotta do. A lot of y'all not being honest.
I don't know. Ray is too.
Y'all gotta stop, man. But somebody telling the truth, y'all be getting too sensitive, man. At the end of the day, y'all fucking around, y'all laying down with these types of, but honestly, y'all will love me as a baby father because I do what I need to do, regardless of how I feel. But y'all laying down with some bum ass dudes who telling them that they love y'all, but they never there for y'all kids. That shit don't make no sense. It ain't the thing
wake
that my
that
son
up.
ever fucking need. Yeah, it ain't the thing that my son ever needed. I always got it. Even my baby mother, anything she needed, I take care of for anybody who already know me. But so y'all ain't gonna judge me, and y'all niggas keep talking about oh, I love you, but you keep laying down with these deadbeats. Your baby father ain't around. He ain't doing shit for you. Nigga, I'm here. You know what I'm saying? I just don't like him, but I'm here. I'm doing what the fuck I need to do.
No,
Regardless
it's just
of what,
the way
y'all.
you're talking about your children. But go
Yeah,
ahead.
what that got to do with anything? Just because he came out of me, I ain't got to like him. I'm like Denzel Washington on Fences. I ain't got to like you.
My Lord.
I ain't got to like you. Who said that? But anyway, regardless of what, y'all gotta get out your feelings, man. When people tell y'all the truth, y'all be sitting around there. This shit ain't all this Disney movie shit, y'all. People feel some type of way. People got real trauma. People really don't fuck with some of y'all, but they be lying to y'all. You know what I'm saying? But I'm gonna tell you the truth. But regardless of what, if your kids hard-headed as a motherfucker, put their asses out. They want to be grown. They want to cuss you out like they pay bills. Put their raggedy asses out. You know what I'm saying? You already know what it is. If they ain't following your instructions, you out here busting your ass every day for that minimum wage ass job. You know what I'm saying?
So
Like y'all poor as a motherfucker talking about generational wealth. Y'all never motherfucking get
Thank you. Okay.
Jesus, do you hear this, God?
I love my children, for the record. I love them more than anything life can.
Send the rapture, okay? Whatever the rapture is.
Yeah, I was on the rapture. Yeah. I ain't even hear.
What is the rapture?
I wonder because
I need to look that up.
I mean, I know Ray be talking, right? But like, I wonder if he's saying, like, you know how some people be like, I don't like you, but I love you, right? Like, there's nothing in this world I wouldn't do for you. So I don't know. I listen to people carefully when they're trolling, especially him. So liking and loving is two different things. Sometimes you may not like your children. You may not like your spouse or your friend. But one thing's never going to change is you're always going to love them, right? Your children, you're not going to like them sometimes. It's just going to happen.
I don't know. I just think, I believe.
You would just have to ask Ray that question, Ray. Do you love your child?
And you know, Ray is the homie. You know, I pray for him.
I see why the black community
now,
be on the spot that we are.
I believe that you gotta, hold on, y'all. I believe you gotta speak life in your children. And a lot of people tell their kids, I'm not saying, I hope Ray's not serious, but a lot of people tell their kids that their kids aren't shit and they not gonna be nothing and they not gonna do this, they not gonna do that, they not gonna amount to shit. And I really hate that because a lot of times, like, even if the parent is joking, kids internalize that shit and they don't forget it, you know, and deep down it's instilled in them, you know. So I just have to say that y'all got to be mindful when you're speaking to your children and speak life into them, even if it's challenging, you know, even if they're going through things that you don't agree with. Like, speak life into your children, because we even see it on Clubhouse, on, you know, the raft of what happens with these different parenting styles and stuff like that. Like, y'all ain't speaking life into y'all's kids. It's sad. You know what I'm saying? Y'all constantly telling your kids to shut the fuck up, or constantly telling your kids they ain't gonna be shit, they ain't gonna amount to shit, they ain't gonna do shit. They're going to internalize that and feel that way about themselves. I know somebody whose mama constantly called her a black bitch, and she does not feel beautiful. You know what I'm saying? Because she was constantly called that in anger of her mother. Like, y'all got to start speaking life into y'all's kids. This shit is fucking insane to me. Like, I don't know, y'all. Family's so important to me. Parenting is important to me, even though I don't have an older child. But family is the most important thing. Like, fuck y'all. I care about my family. You know what I'm saying? Like, respectfully. So it's hard to hear. I don't know, y'all. It's hard.
No,
it's hard for me to really digest it, Dr. Barbie.
No, I feel
I don't think he was saying that.
Thanks for bringing me up to the stage. I just want to say something really, really quick, and I move on.
Wait, hold on, brother.
Hey, yeah, there's a lot of people ahead of you, bro. Yeah, there's a lot of people ahead of you, bro.
No, it's fine. I've already spoke. So whatever.
That's Broadway. Was that you, Broadway speaking?
Yeah. Peace,
okay.
Too.
Okay, yo, yeah. Go ahead. Can we just can we just onboard him? This is my peoples. He's a guy.
Oh, that's Broad. What's up, Broad? Wait, it's been a minute.
Thank you. No, I'm saying let the brother speak. Let the brother speak. Y'all know what I'm saying. Thank you, guys.
Hey, Broadway.
I appreciate it. Thank you, guys.
Broadway, I ain't seen you in a long time. What's up?
Hey, Eb, how you feeling, Quinn? So I just want to say something real quick, and I'll move out the way. I know it's people that want to speak. I agree with what you said, right? the thing is I don't know how much of a troll Ray is. You guys probably obviously know him better than I, but I take things at face value. The interesting thing about what he said is a lot of times we don't accept people in their reality, right? And not everybody is meant to feel the same. Sure, should you say it? Probably not, right? But I like to listen to when somebody says who they are and just at face value when I don't know somebody, just simply believe them, right? Now, his experience is probably unique and different from everyone else's. Does it hold any less value? Of course it doesn't. You know, he's entitled to feel how he feels, but I always like to use this reference point. We need a reference point. We need to be able to identify things as. So I like and appreciate you, Ray, for being so candid and honest. If you are being true and genuine, I appreciate it because we need to know what it really sounds like. Too far often people move and exchange these niceties and say things in these pleasantries that's just because they're trying to be nice, right? He doesn't seem like he was trying to be nice to anybody. He sounds like he was trying to be real to himself. And I can appreciate that about somebody. Do I have to agree with it? Probably not. But I can appreciate it because I understand and hear what it sounds like. You know, hear the raw, honest truth and what it sounds like. Sometimes you have kids and maybe you may not necessarily like them, right? Or maybe there's something that's passed down, but...
And I'm sorry, Broadway, I love you. You know what I'm saying? I really wish you would start doing rooms again, but this is my problem. And this was the room yesterday before it got boomed. Y'all remember that room before it got boomed yesterday? The room title was, let me go scroll down so I can see. Women always give grace to men. Why don't men do the same? Right? If a woman came on stage and said some shit like what Ray just said,
come on,
y'all would have demonized that woman. But if a man says it, y'all say, he might have didn't say it like that. He didn't mean it like that. Oh, what are y'all talking about? Y'all got to give him some grace. I understand what he's saying. But if it came out of the mouth of a mother, y'all
I don't know, Ebony.
Nah, they go in on these mamas every day, Ebony.
Yeah, I don't know about that, Ebony.
That's what's disingenuous to me. But go ahead, Broadway.
So it goes back to what I've been saying like all week, right? We got to stop worrying about like because a man does it, because a woman it does. If it's wrong, it's wrong, it's wrong, right? I'm not condoning and standing by what he's saying. I'm saying I appreciate.
Let's start it off by saying he wrong.
Huh?
We should start it off by saying he wrong. Not that we fucking understand.
It's not as harsh. It's not as harshness. We
and
know
this ain't
it's
for
harsh.
you. This ain't for you,
Ray's
Broadway.
harsh. Yeah.
No, all right. So what I'm saying is we look at, and I've been saying this all week, so just excuse me if you heard it already. We black ants and red ants in the same place, they can cohabitate very well. But then when the jar gets shook up and black ants and red ants is together, the red ants automatically start killing the black ants. What I'm saying is we put men and women can live together tremendously well. We've done it for centuries. But when we start becoming divisive and start looking at women like women in this, and when women do this, and when men do this, we start shaking up the jar gets shook up, and we got to ask ourselves who shook the jar. That's the problem. Who shook the jar? Women, just because if a woman came in here and said XYZ, it doesn't make it any better. Just because a man says it doesn't. I'm not shooting him bail. I'm just saying the reality of it is if a woman came here, I don't know about them. I'm speaking about for myself and as a man for myself as an individual. I think it would still be the same thing. But I think we get so conditioned we become so traditioned with pointing a finger when a man does something, when a woman does something. Now we don't actually deal with the issue, which is the shit is being done. And I think that's the problem. We start looking at the sex specifics of a person and not just the fact that, you did some bullshit. So that's just on that part. But Ray, I think you need. I'm not going to tell Ray what he needs to do. I think we only able to identify good by identifying bad. So if what Ray is saying is bad, this is how we're able to identify good. I appreciate it.
I don't think nobody could tell me how I live my life and how I parent is bad. I don't give a fuck about what y'all think. I'm not here to audition for no pussy, for no likes, for no Apollos. I told my truth. My truth is my truth, and I don't give a fuck who gotta like it or not. A lot of y'all be on here lying like a motherfucker. And no, I wasn't trolling about what the fuck I said for anybody who know me for real. I tell the same story every motherfucking time I'm in this fucking room. No, I don't like my kid, but I take care of the nigga. What you want me to say? You know what I'm saying? I go out here, live my life with the best of my ability. I'm happy. I don't give a fuck if my story don't look like your story or what you think it wanted to look like. I'm not here for that. We here to share experiences in the world, and whether you can learn something from it, you can take something from it. If you don't want to pick nobody like me, please don't pick nobody like me. But sometimes some of y'all wish y'all had her because y'all got some whole deadbeats in your motherfucking life who won't do shit for you. That's not my story. My son had me since the day he was born, and he gonna have me to the day he 18. Now after that, it's up to him whether he choose the decisions that he choose to make, whether I still choose to help this motherfucker or not. But regardless of what, none of y'all can't shame me for who I am and the decisions that I made. I live my life. I deal with it. I'm good. I'm successful in spite of what the fuck I've been through. I know I'm doing better than most of y'all living in this motherfucking life. Y'all living in shacks. Y'all crying about child support. Y'all sitting there talking about you ain't got no help. Y'all borrowing $40. Y'all, this ain't my story. I'm just sitting here keeping it a bean with y'all, but y'all always getting sensitive about what the bean tell. I feel like I'm going to continuously to tell y'all, some of y'all shouldn't have kids. Fuck the kids, get a vasectomy, and some of y'all women need to get hysterectomies out this motherfucker. So y'all don't need to be producing out this bitch. Stop procreating. I made the motherfucking mistake. I wasn't supposed to be a parent, but here I am. In my truth. Yeah,
well, Ray, just know with your interactions in the street deal with kids, it probably ain't getting that.
So how y'all Negroes feel about that now that he's expressed to y'all that this is his truth and this is the fuck he believe, and y'all niggas over here, oh, I understand. Oh, he might have not meant it like that. No, there's people out there who mean that shit and who say that shit. You know what I'm saying? So I just don't feel like, and I don't want this to be a gender war, but if a woman came up here and said the same shit, y'all would have pushed her down off the fucking stage, bro.
Well, I didn't hear.
And I allow him to come and speak his truth because I know there's a lot of fucking people out there that possibly feel the same fucking way. But yeah, for y'all to just be like, oh, let's rally around this man, like, to me, that's bullshit.
Yo, I didn't hear what Ray said. Hold on. All right, of course, man. Yo, look, take a breath. I know, take a fucking breath, man. My shorty just had a fucking embolism just now. Yeah.
What is going on? Okay, Robert, do you need to go on mute? Okay, so
no, Ray has to be real about the fact that the people he's interacting with in the streets are getting that energy too, bro. So it's like you kind of want to be deliberate about giving love because you can't sit up here and arrest a lot of young brothers that you know are hearing that shit.
Daniel, don't tell me how I get my energy as a police officer, fam. Don't do that. You don't know how I'm
I'm telling what you're interacting with.
No. Don't get Clubhouse how to do my job because the way this shit's set up right now, let me tell you something right now. Everything is being video recorded, audio and video recorded. I would have been got out of this joint if I was out here treating people a particular type of way. So stop playing with me. Don't sit up there and try to create this narrative. No, I talk to you like this on Clubhouse. I'm not telling you how to be a parent or how to do your job.
Right.
I'm not even making that argument, bro.
Daniel. Right. Let's just move off of Ray. Ray is content with who he is. He doesn't need any advice. He's okay with how he's living his life. I don't think we need to speak. I don't think we need to speak to him, for him, or provide anything that he's not wanting from us. So once you see that somebody is not receiving from you, don't want to receive from you, didn't ask to receive from you, you should move on accordingly.
I didn't make that argument, though. I didn't even make the argument he was debating.
I understand that, but just don't even speak to him. Yeah. Don't speak about him. You know, just move on. Just speak in general.
Yeah, Hold on, bro, because you've been speaking a lot, Daniel. Hold on a second. I just want to say this. With regard to Ray, I didn't hear what he said. Only a few of us can really respond to Ray in a certain way because we know him, we've been around him, we have established relationships. So just keep that in mind. We all can't talk to each other without no established relationships because people going to react a certain way. Only certain people can tell me certain shit on this app because We're established. We have an established respect. So keep that in mind when we responding to people. Don't come at people if you don't know them like that. If they ain't got no respect, please don't do that, because you're gonna undermine the topic that we're talking about, which is putting your child at 18. Is it a generational curse? This man gave his truth. He's a harsh individual. He talks like how he talks, but that's his truth, and that's it. Now, if we don't like it, then that's another discussion. I land.
Peace.
Hey, but can we be
What's
truthful
going
about
on?
the situation?
Yo,
Yeah,
I
yeah.
wanted to say something about when Ebony had said something about like us kind of like addressing, like when he said something and guys would be like, oh, I understand him and everything. That part is like this to say that, the understanding part, and or like, I can understand how that's kind of sensitive in a way, but I honestly I understand what you're saying, but I don't think it's a bad thing that it's like that. I think that men sometimes what women take as men wanting to be controlling and overpowering, I don't think it's that. I think that men naturally just have a stronger, softer spot for women. So whenever like somebody like Ray comes out and says what he says, we as men, we already calculated. He's a whole man. Whatever the fuck that man is going to do, 9 times out of 10, he going to do. Like how Robert said, if I'm not connected with that man, it ain't really much that I can say to him. And y'all kind of say we supposed to feel the same way about women. You right. Some niggas will sit there and listen to a woman talk pure nonsense and be like, oh, that's crazy, cool. And you got some guys who be like, yo, I don't even think you should be doing that. Now, sometimes, depending on the man, that may come off as aggression. Like, what are you talking about? So and so. But really on the inside of niggas like, yo, love, like, it's actually like, you should probably consider that. You probably coming from an emotional standpoint, which is not being disrespectful, because 9 times out of 10, some of the decisions that some women make in life are emotional based, and emotional based decisions are usually temporary things. They're how you feel at the moment. So sometimes a guy finds himself trying to reach a woman more in a day than he finds himself trying to reach another guy. You feel what I'm saying? And it's kind of like that, and that's grace sometimes. And I think the room had ended, and I want to say, if you look at the definition of grace, it's to give somebody appreciation even when they don't deserve it. You feel what I'm saying? So that's what giving grace is. And I think that guys give women a lot of grace. In fact, I think that guys get less grace. And for examples, it's things like how that Tory Lanez situation happened with Meg Thee Stallion. Whether he did it or not, he was automatically crucified without even being told, to the point where it's like, well, just listen to the story. Like, don't understand how y'all, but just listen to the story. Men were getting condemned for just asking somebody to listen to the story. Try not to pass judgment or crucify this man and make him represent danger to black women. All of these major things with an accusation. No one said it was true or not. It was just, examples like that have happened over time for years. And you can't even say black men. Johnny Depp, with his wife, it was an assumption. That wasn't grace given to that man. He got grace once they figured it out. That's why niggas are so strategic, because our real appreciation doesn't happen until we prove what the fuck we doing. Until the things that we do show you that we make sense. That's because we providers. We're not respected until we provide an explanation properly. We're not respected until we provide a home within relationships. In a society, we have to provide perspective. You have to make it look like you know what the fuck you doing for us to even get any kind of grace. We don't get grace for existence. Women get grace just for existence. Just for you simply existing. You could do dumb shit, no disrespect. My sister, my homegirls, certain things they do. I'd be like, but I understand you by yourself, you're a girl, not a girl, but you're a woman, you're growing, you really don't have that back. And the guy 9 times out of 10, our life may be on the line with the risks that we take, but in all reality, we kind of try our best to get shit done. We focus on the solution. That's why we won't talk to Ray, because talking to Ray won't be the solution, but possibly reaching a woman might seem a little bit more easier to the man. You feel me? But I know I'm long-winded, but that's kind of what I wanted to sum up.
Peace. What's going on, y'all? On this divine. I'm just gonna stick towards the topic, and I want to say, I do feel like it's a generational curse nowadays. Back in the day, I feel like a lot of things was a lot different as far as environment, society, norms, finances, work, minimum wage, all that. These factors contribute, to whether somebody should be outside of the house or not at 18. And then you got some people that, might spin the narrative, oh, it's 18, they're still a teen. Well, there's a lot of people who come from very structured background, homes, families that's very rich, wealthy, had a lot of estates, very smart.
very intelligent. And at 18, these people already have property. They already have businesses lined up for them. So a lot of them are already, working into their, their true, calling, because it was already laid out for them. But when we look at it statistic wise, that's not the majority. And the majority is mostly, I would say, anywhere from middle class and lower. And middle class and lower would mainly be, people wanting their children to be out by 18 so they could experience, life on their own. And a lot of people are getting sent out to colleges where they can, be around, people who are adults. You're 18, you're a young adult, right? But I do believe a lot of 18-year-olds nowadays, whew, they should stay home and be properly vetted. I'm not saying all of them, but as far as the lower class, a lot of 18-year-olds, they mental wise, from what I see, and I work with children, the teens specifically, young black boys, I feel like, they should be around more structured environments, groups, and that's not presented, nowadays. So we got brotherhood groups that's working on, Big Brother programs, been around for many, many years, since I was a child. But how many people are signing up to be a part of these programs? It's not a lot. A lot of people getting arrested, before they 18. Having dropping bodies before they 18, gang violence, all this stuff. So at the end of the day, I can see that it is a generational curse, whether we like it or not, I don't feel like we gotta have more structure in the family household and try to keep these young men from being so put out there in the street. I'm saying young men, but young women too, y'all. I done came across so many young queens, and I refer them to the sister programs and stuff like that. But man, it's like I can't even say 16. I would say like 13, 14 is the new 16 and 18. Like, there's no way you catching bodies and fucking something at 13 and 14, but it's out here, y'all. We done seen it on social media, Worldstar and all kinds of shit. Grown ass men messing with 13, 14-year-olds. This shit is weird. So I do feel like it's a curse, man. And we gotta wake that shit up and break that shit. But shout out to y'all. Thank you for letting me speak. Thank you for letting me I appreciate you guys.
Can I tap in
for coming, honey?
I just wanted to say really quickly to what Ebony was saying about pouring into your child. I think it's very, very important to teach your child how to not only you affirm them, but they teaching them how to affirm themselves. So when they go out into society, they're not looking for someone else to tell them that they're beautiful, to tell them that they're smart, to tell them that they can do it. It's already within them because you have instilled within them how to show up for thyself. And with that said, I always think there's a balance. Not all your children will be able to be disciplined the same way. It's just not going to happen. If you have one kid, that's fine, right? You know how to deal with that one kid. But if you have more than one child, they're all going to receive love and discipline differently. So you have to know how to work within that relationship with that child to make sure they're receiving the love as well as the discipline that they need. So when they get out into the real world, they're able to function, right? Even when something bad happens as compared to something good. I also think it's important for you to teach your children or kids when they grow up conflict resolution skills. To know when somebody's ready to receive, to know when somebody is shutting down, to know when to pour into somebody, to know when to walk away, to know when, you know what, is this a flight or flight situation? Teaching your kids that will actually help them in the long run to actually, in relationships, in friendships, to know like, you know what, this ain't beneficial for me. So not just discipline, not just keeping them in the home, but actually giving them the tools they need to actually proceed without you, to be okay without you mentally, emotionally, as well as what we've been talking about financially. So that's what I just wanted to say really quickly.
Thank you so much. And shout out to y'all. Make sure y'all share the room. Shout out to Snoop Dogg, y'all. Snoop Doggy Dogg, okay? Snoop Dogg has came out with this new kids album, y'all. And it's gonna be my new album for me and my baby, all right? So one of the songs is the affirmation song. Did y'all know Snoop Dogg came out with a kids album?
No, I didn't know my baby daddy dropped a new album.
Yeah, I heard about it. It's Jenny.
Here we go. I'm gonna let y'all listen to just a little snippet. Make sure y'all hit the square with the arrow pointed up. Share the room, y'all.
Affirmations are positive statements that help us to challenge and overcome when you're not feeling good and have negative thoughts. So repeat after me. Come on, everyone. There is no one better to be than myself. There's no one better to be than myself. Today is gonna be an amazing day. Today's gonna be an amazing day. My feelings matter. My feelings matter. I get better every single day. I get better every single day. I choose to feel happy. I choose to feel happy. My family loves me so much. My family loves me so much. I care about others. I care about others. I learn from my mistakes. I learn from my mistakes. Affirmations are fun and cool. They help us heal and they help us grow. If you love to learn and want to keep feeling good, let's say some more. Follow me, let's go.
I just thought it was such a cute album, such a cute song.
Adorable. Oh my God.
Make sure y'all share that with your kids, your grandkids, because I don't know about y'all, but kids songs, kids YouTubes, they get the most views and all that stuff out of everywhere. So I think it's super dope that he decided to go out there and make a kids album. It was a super smart play. I know how he feels about children. And it's actually a very cool little album. So y'all make sure y'all tune in to Snoop Dogg.
Hey, Ebony, I don't know if you know. Excuse me real quick about that. Hello? I'm sorry, this is Angel. Ebony,
yeah, go ahead.
Janae, I'm going to butcher her name. I can't say her last name. Thank you, darling. Thank you. She's dropping a lullaby album. I don't know if it's dropped, but I'm here for that. And I want to say real quick to the subject, I come from years of generational wealth in my family. We need to stop. There's not only non-melanated folks are not the only ones with this knowledge. We have this knowledge as a community. I don't know if you guys know about the Jack and Jill Foundation, that organization. That's where I got a lot of my information. So it's out there. Let's not act like non-melanated folks are the only ones with the resources and education to get us further with financial literacy and legacy. And as for me, my kids can stay with me until they are comfortable to go out in the world. Conversely, they're also being trained at home. They learn about a lot of things. And I land right there. It's not just, there's organizations out there of our complexion, our melanated. Please look for them. They're out there.
Thank you for that, Angel. Let me just
Ebony,
real quick and say this one thing.
There is no one better to be myself. Okay, no, Snoop Dogg.
I won't argue on Clubhouse. I won't argue on Clubhouse.
It's like a little jingle in my head. I just hear it. I play it for my baby. It actually just brings a little smile to my face.
So here's the thing. Shout out to Snoop. Here's the thing to the topic, right? I think I think Drake came out a long time ago. He had said something in an interview that would be stuck with me, right? He had said that even though he's a Grammy nominated, Grammy award winner, that he still takes singing lessons, right? I say that and reference it back to the topic of the title of the room. I think a lot of times kids get older, and a lot of times we look at age and we quantify that with, this age means you should be doing this, should mean you doing that. But some kids develop at different stages in different ways. I think that when we're talking about kids, a lot of parents forget that. They say it and I hear it, but they don't actually implement the fact that being a parent doesn't come with the manual. So what that means, even though your kid is outside the age of, let's say 2, 3, 4, the newborn, we can still go to classes and try to improve our parents and read books and do different things to try to improve ourselves as parents, because ultimately we're having a conversation, even though it says at 18, we're having conversations about the parents. This conversation is about the parents that aren't breaking those curses. Parents are putting their kids out at a certain age. That ain't cool. You get what I'm saying? I feel like just because you are an adult, it doesn't mean that you can't still do the work and learn how to be parents and surround yourself with healthy, good parenting. Because if you don't surround yourself with it, I don't care if Craig is your man from day one. If he's one of your day ones, if he's a bad parent, he's a bad parent. How do you identify a bad parent? Do you want to do either are you able to teach somebody that's being a bad, or are you able to teach somebody that's a new parent, or do you want to be like somebody that's already a parent? We got to surround ourselves with either or. You get what I'm saying? I'll park there.
Hey, Ebony. I started drinking my tea. I'm sorry. I'm a little disappointed in y'all. I ain't bring up one thing I thought y'all would.
I'm here, Darius.
A lot of these parents ain't kicking their kids out. A lot of y'all got an uncle that's 35 right now in your mama refrigerator. A lot of y'all women got a dude that ain't working, playing 2K while your ass typing up some report. Like, a lot of people don't even know what it feel like to really get kicked out in the black community. Like, now, I agree with what Robert said earlier, what some of the other gentlemen said earlier about, like, the financial literacy and all that, teaching our kids how to be financially independent, but man, these black people ain't kicking their kids out. For real, for real. They just like, you know, we might not be equipped.
We just can't go in the fridge or some shit like that.
Yeah, like,
you know what
I'm saying? Keep it real now.
Yeah, that's exactly how it is.
Hold on. Darius, you never heard them plant the seed though? Like, God, I can't wait till you turn 18 so you can get out.
Oh yeah, I heard him say it, yeah.
But when you 8 months old, Eb.
You crazy.
That's crazy. It shouldn't even be about getting kicked out though. It should be like that should be the last of our conversation. I feel like if you want to really advance, you're supposed to position your kid for a crib at 18. Like, if you really want to be talking, because at the end of the day, it's like, what does kick out mean? You got to talk about cut off. Because I know parents who technically got kids that don't live with them, and they definitely still help them out. The kid even stops by my homegirl, go to her mom crib all the time. My homegirl Yana, go to her mother crib, take little things, vases, drop stuff off, buy groceries for her mom and her. She was living on her own. She was like 17 years old. We used to be smoking on her crib and chilling. But I mean, I was a little bit older and shit, but at the same time, she was always a person that kept things clean, mad responsible, had a job, went to work, went to school, came home, had her fun. We used to party with her mom, like regular type of time. Like it was, she was one of those moms. Like,
listen what you just said, dog.
And her bag is right. Like she does, and it's off the independence. Like her mom, I remember when she used to really be stuck inside the house. Her mother was one of those moms where she wasn't able to kick it with us like that, but she was lining shit up. The apartment that she moved in, her mom had that shit for like, I think like fucking like 10, 15 years or some shit like that. Her first crib, her mom put her in and kind of help her through the rent process, got a credit right now. Shorty got a whole crib, but she's like, well, what is she? She's like 25. She got a whole crib, whole house, like whole house.
So mama put on game then.
Yeah, put on. That's what I'm saying.
I would say something about that.
Fuck the kicking out. She never cut her daughter off. Like it's about the intentions of kicking out and cutting off. You got to do the combination. Like it's the whole thing. Cause some people still living in the crib, but they cut off in that crib and they still going through shit. They just got their mother crib.
I feel like if my kid gotta leave at 18 and I gotta financially help them, your ass don't need to be going nowhere. Okay? Why are we creating
That's a good point.
two different bills?
That's a great point.
Like,
That's a great point.
I'm not gonna be paying your bills at your house just because you decided to move your ass out at 18 years old, which was definitely your choice. So you're definitely gonna pay. I'm not gonna cut you off, but I'm not gonna be responsible for paying your fucking bills when you decided to walk off of my house.
There you go. That's it. Shit.
I think
by the way,
kids, I'm sorry. Who was speaking? I'm sorry.
This is Robert Dupree. So go ahead, Queen. I go after you. Go ahead.
Okay, I'm sorry. I had to squeeze in there.
Go ahead, Candace.
All right,
ahead,
so I didn't get a chance to speak at all, y'all. I'm so sorry. So I wanted to say something, like a few pointers that I've heard growing up. So different parents will kick their children out for different reasons, right? It could be because they want to be grown. It could be because they obviously feel confidently ready and they know a friend that knows a friend and they can sleep on their couch. And like they're gonna go through the journeys of like discovering like what real life is. It's like when it hits them, right? And so I heard this saying that the devil goes after your kids first. They know that you've been through the trenches, but the devil goes after your kids first. And I believe in covering your children spiritually, so that if they do hit rock bottom, let's talk about it. If they do hit rock bottom, they know who to go to. They know that they can find a church home. Let's talk about it. They know that they can go ahead and say, you know what, the Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want. Let me find a church home, because I know that that's what my mom or my father or whoever would want me to do, knowing that I'm in this situation. They don't want me taking the route of what Satan wants from me. So at the end of the day, sometimes you got to instill some spiritual prayers, because y'all know them grandmamas and great grandmamas that was covering y'all when your parents weren't, and you knew that you had a hedge of protection over you. So regardless of what your children go through, whether they go through their first eviction notice or whether they go through their first time of like independency, that God's got them. And that right there will help secure them as an individual without them feeling like they got to be all up under the armpits of uncle and auntie and cousin, brother, sister, and mother. So at the end of the day, I think that for my case, I know I didn't leave the nest until like 27. And a part of me felt like, dang, I'm so behind. Like, I'm so behind. But my mom really didn't prepare me for the world. You ever heard that saying where you got to prepare? You can't prepare the world for your kids, but you got to prepare your kids for the world. My mom didn't do that with me. So I had to find out for myself, like, how do I transition? There's a lot of old, young adults out here who are trying to find out their transition. I'm 29 now. Now my mama living with me, y'all. I don't know how that happened, but this is the things that you never know what could happen. Somebody could die before their time, and then they're wondering like, okay, how do I go about life moving forward? Okay, I'm done.
I like
to
Yeah, I want to jump back in.
I don't think you left the nest too soon. Like, I feel like whenever your time is right, your time will be right. And I would rather my child wait to leave out versus having to come back because they weren't well equipped or not prepared. So I think your timing was perfect, Candace.
Yeah, thank you for sharing your truth. So what I was going to say earlier is part of me earlier when my mic was off, like I was talking to my cousin, and believe you me, y'all have no idea like just how important it is. Sometimes you got to hold your family accountable, and so that conversation that y'all heard was me just doing just that in real time. So I appreciate y'all for respectfully muting my mic and looking out for me so that, I wasn't publicly in the public sphere for that. Thank you. But back to this whole thing, man. Look, I'll say this, man. The funny thing, and Pluto mentioned something earlier, right? Oh, he's on the phone right now. But do y'all know at my big ass age, right? Grown daughter, grandkids, right? Young granddad, young dad, right? Yo, when I go to my mother's house in Brooklyn, bruh, when I leave there, yo, I got groceries, man. My mama, like when I leave my mother's house, man, when I get there, she cook breakfast for me, and she makes sure I got food. Like that's just what she does. And even if I don't need it, I take it. Last week I went to see her, and I fell asleep on the couch in my little corner over there, and I woke up real fast. And when I woke up, because she got a dope view of the Atlantic Ocean and shit laid out in Brooklyn. Shit is beautiful. Good zen. Anyway, so when I wake up, I caught my mom just looking at me, and she was just like smiling. You know what I'm saying? And so what was happening was she was just watching her son there sleep, get his rest or whatever, because she know I'm hustling, busting my ass, doing everything I gotta do. And the pride in her smile and like that shit like touched me because she was having a moment of just like as a parent, I guess, seeing her son getting some rest and being proud of her son. We never as parents, we never ever stop being parents, man. I don't care how old our children is, how much money they make, whatever success that they have. We never stop being parents. They always are going to need to come to us because they trust our guidance and our leadership. So never forget that, man. Like we got a big ass responsibility when we got children, and start that shit from when they're young. So as they go through their life, they got that love in them, and it's going to be there for them in times of need and adversity. Very important we be responsible as parents. I land.
Let me say this real fast.
This is right now. Oh God, literally, I can tell my mama, hey, I'm coming over. My mama will start cooking right now, or fix me a sandwich or anything. Like my mama was just like, my mama ain't put me. Well, I left. My mama ain't put me out. I left. But I feel you on that. Like my mama house is my grocery store. I don't go to the grocery store. I go to my mama house. Like for real.
That's
So let me say this real fast. Let me say this real fast. Good morning, y'all. What's up? What's up, Ebony? Great room, great conversation. I'm listening, right? And it's interesting that how this conversation is flowing in terms of we're talking about the children part, but it's interesting that we see that we're not really addressing the curse part. And typically when you look at the word curse, and if you look at movies and shows, a curse has to be attached to something, right? A curse doesn't just freely move on its own. So what am I saying? We can be the very curse that we're trying to get rid of. And how that happens is our mindset, how we view the world, how we view ourselves. And then when we become parents, is how we move as parents. So it's interesting that we're trying to address the generational curse. However, we have to understand how a curse moves. And this is just my opinion. It's just that we want to dismantle things, but a lot of times we don't take personal inventory to how are we adding to the curse. See what I'm saying? So it's like if we don't check ourselves as individuals and then we're parents, we're the very thing that's the problem with our children. Because how we move, how we perceive parenting, how we perceive how to solve problems, all of this is connected. Because a curse has to attach itself to something. We could be the very vessels to the curse. You get what I'm saying? A curse don't move freely like that. So me as a father to a son, to a young man, I have to take personal inventory with myself daily because I want to be the best father I can be for my son because I know my presence or lack thereof is going to impact him. And that's the point. That's how curses are built, by decisions. It's not always this mythical kind of, spiritual thing. Yeah, there's a spiritual component to it, but everybody has their opinion on that. But sometimes curses are built on bad decisions or lack thereof. Either we're making bad decisions or we're making good decisions, right? Either way, curses to me are built based on mindset and choices. And I'm gonna land here, our intent on why we do things. And then what happens is that intent, even if it's ill will, guess who it impacts the most a lot of times? Children. It may not impact us directly now, but it impacts those around us and those we love. And a lot of times it impacts the children. How I know this? Because I'm an educator. Practical example, and I'm gonna close here, parent-teacher night, right? And not to knock parents, but when some parents are not involved as they need to be in the schools, that impacts the kids' development. And I get it. Parents have a lot of responsibilities and it's a subjective situation, right? But again, our decisions as parents, as grown adults, we're either going to be a blessing, we're going to add on to the blessing, or we're going to add on to the curse. Because curses, again, have to attach itself to something. I know that's pretty deep for some of you, but that's the real. I'm going to close there.
No, that's why we have to be deliberate, as Ebony alluded to in the previous conversation, with if you can do anything, you can always be deliberate and grossly deliberate about giving love and being overly positive and only focusing on what's right and not wrong. But if you actively, because of position in life, choose to not do that, couple that with what you just gave, Curtis, well, then we're our own worst enemy. Like, what the fuck, man? You can always choose to be nice, kind, and giving and loving at all times, no matter what your circumstances are. But we actually advocate for the contrary, and that's what the fuck is that about?
That's fair. That's the decisions. That's what it comes down to. It's our mindset and our decisions. What we think is who we become. Our thought process, what we think and process daily impacts our decisions. And when we become as parents, the same equation applies. Even when we're married in relationships, same thing applies. What we think will, in turn, interpret our decisions. And when we become parents, we got to be more mindful of that because we're either adding on to the blessing or we're building this curse. That's how it goes.
Hey, can I ask y'all a question? I see a lot of level-headed people on stage. I've been wanting to ask this question for like 30 minutes. So, when the rhetoric was going earlier about like when people had something to say about how people chose a parent or how they chose to speak of their parent, and everybody was going off, right? But on the flip side, like when people say all of the cute words and the nice phrases and they say all the right things, but they don't show up physically in that way, like, are they as detrimental or aren't they as detrimental as the people that say crazy stuff, but they actually show up? Like, it's almost like if people can just say the right things, they kind of get a pass in parenting. Am I making sense? It's almost like the people that might not necessarily be the I'm going to speak life into you all the time. They might not be that parent, but they actually showing up. They paying for the kid to go to private school. The kid eats well. They show up in that way, right? But they might not be as I'm gonna speak life into you. Like them people get beat up all the time. But then like these people that say, "Oh, I'm speaking life into my kids," blah 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 blah. But then when it like comes time for them to actually show up in these kids' lives, a lot of them ain't doing that. And you know how I know they ain't doing it, Curtis? Because these kids complaining about their parents not showing up to this recital, and their daddy not paying them no attention. And you know what I'm saying? So it's like, something ain't adding up here. I'm be 100 with y'all, man.
Nah, you got to be all in, bro.
Everybody,
that's why this shit got to be all in,
up,
man. You got to be all in, man, because you don't know. Yo, man, you gave the best point. That's what I was saying. Like, I know kids that got every fucking thing you can imagine resource-wise, but they gonna give that exact example you gave. And then not only that, fuck crying about it, they out here doing shit that can put them in a position where they got to run across a ray. Then somebody's gonna be lobbying in front of lawmakers to pass laws to deal with behavioral patterns of people that are either spoiled because they got everything but don't got the love, or they're resource deprived and they getting talked shit to. You got to be all in because you do not know what direction your child may go. So you have to give every single opportunity for no crack to be able for your child to fall through. And there is no one side of this, one side of that. You got to be all in, 100% committed. And what better person to do it for than something that comes from you? I hope we do it for each other just out of citizens of humanity wanting to share this world and only wanting to see those results. But you got to be all in, man. And there's no kind of you get a reward because you 75%, 85%, 99.9%. No, you either 100% in, because life is going to continue to do what life does. And last time I checked, life is undefeated, and it's always going to have something for us to contend with. So why would you not want to give yourself every single possibility to only achieve positivity, only achieve optimization? And if you can do it simply through your mouth or your presence or a combination of both, then why wouldn't you want to do that? Why not?
Hey, Daniel, what kind of coffee you drink? I need that, man. I'm doing something wrong.
My bad. No, this time I'm passionate, bro. Because like, man, I'm very blessed out here. I get people to buy my products all across markets because of they fuck with me, man. And when you get that opportunity and you see how I was raised and you just see the beauty of life, I got children. I saw my wife go do some real shit in that emergency room. You seen it, and you just like, yo, bro, what the fuck I look like not trying to create a better world for around me? Hell, if I want to be selfish about it, the more people that are out here that doing good, the better I am in my business, in my world. So I'll even throw that little caveat in there. But more importantly, why would you not want to ensure that the world around you is at its best if you get to live at your best? What other reason is there to go out here and do shit? To find animosity, to find a reason to fight, to find a reason to not get along with somebody? What the fuck is that, man? I grew up in Memphis in the South. I've been around civil rights. I've seen shit from people being treated like shit because of the color of their skin. I've seen black people adopt white supremacy talking points out of classism and act like they better than other black people. I went to an HBCU where fluency became the norm. Like, are you middle class? And I'm like, what the fuck we talking about? I thought this is HBCU. Folks acting like Morris Brown is the bottom of the barrel because you Morehouse. And man, come on, man. All this shit, man, and this energy and what, man? Then people have the audacity to allow that to exist and then want to have a solutions-based conversation as if I'm finna come with some fluff-ass motherfucking reasoning to get to a bottom line. Like, nah, bro, I don't play those games in business. I don't play those games with individuals. It's either optimization and your best opportunity to make it happen, or you bullshit. And that's okay to bullshit, but just don't act like you not.
So you know what? Darius and Daniel make some value. But Darius, I think the answer to me is basically this. We have to attach purpose to everything we do, including parenting. We can't just be like, oh, well, I feed you, I clothe you, I provide shelter, right? To me, that's basic stuff, right? That's like
the Maslow hierarchy of needs type stuff, right? But when you attach purpose to parenting, this is going to challenge you to really look at your kid and be like, okay, what are the best things that I need to do for my child? Ultimately, holistically, everything, which speaks to what y'all are talking about, right? Is not just the words of affirmation. It's also doing the actionable items as well. It's everything, right? When you attach purpose to parenting, that's going to make you deeply like, you know,
Is that my
in the
phone?
Matrix?
Damn, I hate this app now, man. I promise.
That's what it. That's what it is right there.
Curtis,
you know what I'm saying?
You gotta go,
It's
hey, Curtis, go back like 30 seconds, bro. You went to the Matrix, man.
Dang. So basically what I'm saying is we have to attach purpose to parenting, like all things, right? And when you do that, now as a parent, it's challenging you to think things differently, think things on a much more deeper level. It's not just clothing and feeding your kid and providing room and shelter. It's all the intricacies. It's everything. It's the words of affirmation. It's the action items. It's being at the soccer game. It's all these different things, man. You know what I'm saying? It's like, what are we instilling in our kids? It's like, it's wisdom. You know what I'm saying? Because the world is harsh. The world is dark. So it's like, are we equipping our children with the right tools to really be a successful person in society? It's not just about making money and getting a good career. It's like, do you have, good communication skills? Are you going to exercise intrinsic values? Right? And how are they going to learn that if you're not even being that person? How can our children learn anything of intrinsic value, but you out here like a maniac? You're out of control. You lack the very standards that you're trying to put in your kid. It doesn't work that way. We have to be these things for our children. Why? Because they see it every day when we're around them. Kids are very impressionable. We know this. So it's much more deeper and it's much more intention. Ultimately, bro, it's purpose to parenting. It's not just the surface stuff. We got to get deeper with it. It's the mindset, it's the spirit, it's their heart, it's everything. Every day I'm like watching my son and I'm learning. I'm like, okay, he's into this, he's into that, he likes this, he doesn't like that. I have to be intentional and attentive. I have to be attentive to my kid. I have to listen to my kid. When he says some daddy this or daddy that, I'm listening. I'm like, okay. Why? Because he's a different person than me. I can't put myself in him. He's a completely different person.
Kids tell you what they need. They do. Man, Curtis, boy.
Curtis, Grand Rising, everybody. When I looked at the topic, it made my heart cringe because as if when our kid went to bed 17 and when he woke up, he or she was 18 and now they know what to do as an adult. Is mind-boggling to me, especially when you haven't taught them anything. But now you want to say that they are grown. And even when kids say, quote unquote, they're grown, they may be that by age, but have you mentally prepared them for the world? And if you haven't taught your kid anything, how can you even begin to kick them out of the house and tell them, you grown, figure it out? Are you purposely doing this? Have you prepared them? And chances are a lot of us do what was done to us, and that doesn't make it right. Now, I was a divorcee, and even though my son's dad was in his life, in my mind, because he was my only child, I always taught him, I prepared him that if I died today, I am giving him the necessary tools that he can survive without me. So that means at 10 years old, I was teaching him how to sort his clothes, and he began to wash his own clothes. I taught him how to cook. I put things into him in case I wasn't around for him. Now, I thank God he's 28, that I was there for them. But I put things in him that I know that he would be okay in just learning basic things because he won't be with me always. I had him to begin to understand what his credit report is. I had him to understand why it's so important not to mess up your credit. It's these things that we got to prepare our children for. But if we haven't prepared our children for that, how can they actually succeed? Because we all can say this, being grown is overrated. We don't want it. Being grown It's overrated. It's nothing nice being grown. If anybody in the audience young, if you and your don't listen, being grown is overrated because once you're
They can
grown,
have
there
this
is no
grown
turning
shit
back.
back.
There ain't no turning back. You ain't no, bills is there for life. And that's what I'm trying to tell younger people. Why y'all at 18 want to work? Hell, retirement gonna be 70. Go to school, do something besides what you're doing and thinking you want to work for the rest of your life for someone else. But if we have not prepared our children for adult life, and if they fall, then we have the nerve to not want to be accountable. No parents, I'm sorry, you are accountable because you were available. But this is the thing, Curtis, that we don't talk about, and you mentioned it. For a lot of us, and this is the part no one taught us how to be a parent. Being a parent is hard. So a lot of us are really out here doing the best we can with what we know because no one has really taught us anything. And a lot of us, we are learning, we are on the job training with this parenting thing. And a lot of us don't even want to admit that, bro, I don't even know all what I need to know because we have that pride in us and we don't want to even ask for help. And that's a disservice to you as a parent and to your children. It is nothing wrong with even going to parenting classes. I'm beginning to teach one, but especially for people of color, because of everything that I've realized that I learned in my childhood, I'm teaching it to my kid. And if it wasn't healthy, I'm continuing to teach bad things. It is not easy being a parent. And your oldest child and your younger child are probably getting two different parents. Because your first child is you really trying to learn what you're trying to learn. And your next child, you're learning a little bit better. But don't kick your kid out if you have not given them the principles and teaching them things, what it means to be an adult. Do they even have a checking account? Do they know how to write bills? Do they know how to budget? These are things we have to teach our children, even if you don't know it. Right now, we live in a technology called the internet. It's absolutely nothing you cannot find if you choose to put your fingers to your keyboard and say how to create a budget plan. You can find YouTubes. It's too many reasons why we can't now. We don't have the excuses. When I grew up, internet wasn't around, and we had what was called an encyclopedia. Y'all got everything now, so we can't have these excuses. Listen, I had an encyclopedia. I'll be 57 on tomorrow. So no, don't kick your kids out like that, and you have not taught them anything, but you want them to just go out there and fend for themselves. That's a disservice to you as a parent, and is a disservice to you with your child. I'm done speaking.
Because on my mama, y'all can have this grown shit back. I swear to God. Swear to God.
It's
Y'all
overrated,
can take
ain't
this
it?
shit. Y'all can have these bills. Y'all can have these kids. Fuck this shit.
Oh my God. Raiden rubbed off on you, nigga.
Y'all can take nigga what? Nigga, if I could, boy, I'd back home today, boy.
See?
And my dreams. Wow, man, I'll say fuck them dreams, nigga. I go home. Shit. Oh man, y'all, hey man. Like she said, if there's some people in the audience young, you better stay at home. I know y'all like mama right now, but shit, you will learn to love her when you get your ass out that house. I promise you.
Yeah, I just want to say
attach
this,
some goals to that too, man. You know what I'm saying?
Who said I can ask a question?
Yeah, it's me. It's Milton, man. I wanted to get in here right quick. Man, I've been listening to the conversation. Now I'm a be real with you. I'm gonna be real. Like, my kids are getting to that age, and I got one that's about to turn 18 to graduate. Now, everything is in place for them. I provided a way for them to go to college. That's free. They can follow my blueprint and go to the military like I did. I really don't want them to, but if that's an option, it's an option. Everything is set in place, but I'm not looking for their mothers to put them out of 18. I mean, I have a house too. They always have a home with me. But at the same time, it doesn't matter what I teach you. Life also gonna teach your ass, no matter what I taught you. Life still gonna have a hold on you. And a lot of us probably been taught, but life still taught us a damn good lesson. And we can all agree to that. Now, I'm not equating my situations to nobody else. And I'm gonna name some things, and these my damn kids. I'm gonna raise them how I want to. Let me just get that started. And second, my situation ain't yours. So I'm finna say some things that's probably go ruffle the ladies' feathers, but I don't give a damn. My baby mother's situation ain't y'all's situation. Now, what I paid in child support, I told the mother of my child, if she ain't got at least $5,000 or $10,000 saved from that, at least, in my eyes, you're a poor excuse for a mother to me.
in my eyes, because you make money, you have a husband, and that baby should have some money before by the time she walk out the house. I provided a way for her to go to college. I did all of that. So she shouldn't be hurting when she leave. Now, when I had a discussion with her, she told me that she wasn't ready. She didn't want to go to an HBCU. She didn't want to go to the Michigan States or the Michigans or nothing like that. She wanted to go to community college and, go to college in Saginaw, Michigan. Now, I felt some type of way about that. And I thought about it, but I said, but damn, she said she wasn't ready. She wasn't ready. She want to stay at the crib. So she's welcome to do that. You know what I mean? So I don't believe in putting your kid out at 18. I just simply believe that it's not what you leave them, it's really what you leave in them. Because if you ain't teach them no damn good sense, I don't give a damn if you leave them $5 million, they gonna run through it. Yeah. I just heard Ebony say earlier she had a cousin.
Why are y'all always
Hold on, wait.
Why are y'all always trying to allocate child support? Like, that is not your job. Your job is to pay child support, not allocate where the hell the child support is going. You know what I'm saying? So I
I'm not
understand
allocating
what you're saying. Like, yeah, you hope that your baby mama and your child is set up, but allocating the child support to do that is not really it.
Oh no, I ain't allocating anything. I know once the money leave my pockets, it's not my business where it go. I didn't care less how she run a household. I ain't in it. I just care about my child. But I just simply looked her in the face and told her if it ain't no money saved behind that, and you're bringing in the extra income.
Child support isn't a savings plan
at all.
Like it's to take care of the child. It's not her husband's responsibility. It's actually yours.
Hold up. Then I just tell y'all ladies, all that's gonna fall on deaf ears. My situation ain't y'all situation. Her situation ain't either. I can care less what y'all talking about. I said what I said.
Yeah, you said what you said, but she gonna do what she do. So it don't really matter what you saying, because
at the end of the day,
what she decides to do, and I love you, Milton, but what she decides to do is something totally different. What T just said is a fact. Child support is not a savings account, okay? It's to allocate those funds monthly for your child. So I don't understand that. Like, when y'all men decide,
I love
when
you too.
y'all men decide to have these baby mamas and then allocate where the hell the money gonna go because you gotta pay child support. That's crazy.
Yeah, I don't think it's a savings plan.
Hold up.
If you're giving them,
how do we get off the subject matter, guys?
Yeah, but
hey, Nick, let me get this out, bro. Ed, I love you too. I love you too. But at the end of the day, this woman make over $100,000 a year. Her husband makes over $100,000 a year. All I'm simply saying, if I'm paying this support, which was $1,000 a month or more, if I was paying that support, if that baby ain't got $10,000 to walk out the house with, she a poor excuse for a mother. I don't give a fuck what nobody say on this stage. Don't care. It's money around that crib. That baby better walk out with something. Like I said, her situation ain't your situation. Somebody better walk out. She better walk out of there with some type of money. That's all I'm saying. She got a free ride to go to college. I provided that. She got everything she need. She better be walking out of there with some type of bread to put in her account when it's over with. Now, I don't know everybody else's situation, but her situation ain't everybody's.
Hey, Milton.
So at the end of the day,
Milton, not to cut you off.
So at the end of the day, go ahead, bro.
Popcorn style guys. Yeah, hold on.
Yeah,
I just got a question real quick, Milton. How old is your child, if you don't mind me asking?
Oh, she's 17, bro. She about to be 18.
And how long has she been under child support?
Her whole life.
So have you had questions? Have you had conversations with her before this about like what she should be doing with the? I'm hoping it was excess money. Have you had this conversation with her before, like from I guess about the age of 14? I think that's when kids 13, they really begin to understand money. Whereas the child, was allowed to understand the importance of saving whatever excess money she had. Have you had that discussion directly with the child?
Oh yeah,
How would
most
the child
definitely.
have the excess money, Robert? I don't understand.
No. Well, I mean, if they're getting it in the form of an allowance, et cetera, et cetera. I mean, not the business between the parents, but so the point that I'm making is this, right? Thank God I never went through child support, right? But the point that I'm saying is that helping the child become financially literate is helping them manage their allowances and money that they do get over the years. When they get money, we should be having conversations with them about how they're spending their money, what they're doing with their money, and understand the power of saving their money. So I'm listening to this brother. I'm not judging his truth. It's his truth. But I'm concerned about, or my focus is on, what type of mentality have you been pouring into that child so that you don't have to wonder what money she's going to have at 18. By now, I'm thinking you should have an idea of what her pockets look like at this age. So that's why I asked. Alan. Yeah, you shouldn't have to guess. Yeah, you shouldn't have to guess. Definitely shouldn't.
And if you're not in a 2-parent household, like, it's up to you as that parent to set up the future for your child, especially if you don't see that direction going in the other household. Like, I don't know, but allocating your funds that you're paying in child support is it's still crazy to me to this day. Welcome in, y'all, to Ev's house. Okay, make sure you tap the greenhouse and you follow the club. Hit the square with the arrow pointed up, y'all. Share the room, ping some people in, let them know where the party is happening. Today's topic is putting your child out at 18 is a generational curse. Okay? It is popcorn style, y'all. Welcome the new people to the stage. The floor is open.
I just want to make one comment about community college. I went to a community college first and then transferred to a university. And when I went to the university, I would say about a third of the freshmen flunked out because a lot of the children was not mentally prepared to stay on campus. Because some of y'all, this is another thing parents y'all can be doing your kids. I started waking my son up in 6th grade. He had an alarm clock. He woke himself up. Some of y'all still waking y'all babies up in high school, but then you want to send them off to college as if they're going to wake up. They're not. So all these kids that's going to these universities and y'all spending all this money and they flunked out, y'all ain't prepared them for college. So that's where they're not ready. So Milton, I'm glad your daughter told you she wasn't ready for that. Let her go to the JC first and let her get adapted to it. So when she transferred to a university, she would be more mentally prepared for it, because a lot of these babies are not, because y'all ain't prepared them parents. We got to do this. I'm done speaking.
Can I chime in on this craziness for a
Yeah,
second?
I'm sorry. Who's that speaking?
This is Robert.
Hey, what up, Rob? Go ahead, man. Thank you.
So, son, Robert. Oh man. Hey, little Robert, join you.
I think you guys got the whole skaboodle screwed up here. Now we know that 18-year-olds are not the same as 18-year-olds as back in the past. They're morally more like 14-year-olds as far as back in the past, whatever. Once a kid reaches 18, they should be going off to college or going off to the military or have a job opportunity on the outside. Now, we not going to just throw our kids out like that. That's crazy, whatever. But you should have been preparing them from the time they came out the womb to be able to be a responsible adult, to be able to make moves like college, military, or a job or job opportunity, but at age 18.
Why we keep saying military?
Because guess what? The military prepares young men to be men.
No, the fuck you don't.
Okay, hey, if you're scared, hold on, let me finish talking. If you're scared,
Yes, it do.
say you're scared.
Yeah, it do.
Okay, if you're scared, say you're scared. Okay,
I'm scared. I don't want to go to war. Go ahead, though.
Military.
Tell him, Robert.
Now, hold on, wait. Hey, I gave other choices like jobs and school and internship and different things, whatever. Now, what happens is with kids is this. Mothers tend to take their sons and they tend to baby them, you know what I'm saying, up into their mid-20s, whatever. And what happens is these boys don't become men. And then you turn them over to a woman to marry, whatever, and they're not even prepared to be men out in society because you haven't prepared them to be men. Daughters leave the house more quickly than men do some of the times, because a lot of women see their daughters as competition. and they want to make sure their daughters get up out the house, so the boyfriends that are coming over the house ain't seeing their daughters. Okay, this is the 600-pound gorilla in the room that a lot of people are not talking about. When a man becomes 18, he should be looking at either college, trade, okay, military, etc. His mama shouldn't be babying his ass up until his mid-20s, because if she does, she is creating a boy that's going to be no good for a woman when they meet up. She's creating a Pookie and a Ray Ray and shit. Okay. Should you just throw your kid out? You know they're not prepared? No. But you should be prepared
in the army too, though.
But you should be preparing them. Don't be scared, man. If you're scared of the army, just say you're scared.
No, my father Marine, though. I ain't gonna do that shit. But don't make it like going to the army.
But he keep making that point. Like, that don't make sense. Like, why we want to keep going? Why would we want to throw our black kids into the military? Fuck being, ain't nobody talking about being scared. We talking about, like,
you should be prepared.
The military make men. No, fathers make men. If you're not being a father to your child, ain't nothing the military can do.
3 other scenarios, sir. I gave school. I gave mentorship. I gave internship. I gave 3 other things you can do. But you should be preparing your kid to be out on his own once it comes out the womb. He shouldn't get to 18 and have no clue or no idea what they want to do in the future. That's crazy.
But Robert, you know, there's a further conversation. There's a new one. I agree. I'm not cool with the military, but shout out.
Okay. Well, I'll just close. I'll just close down my speak with that. If you're scared of the military, I understand that all men ain't men. I understand that. If you're scared, say you're scared. And I'll go ahead and close with that.
It's the shade.
But you know what?
You got to know
crazy. You know, y'all wild on that muting though. It's okay though. I can play that game too.
You know what's a flaw in that statement though? He's talking from a standpoint of there's no father in the home. Like, that's a fundamental flaw.
Fathers make men. I know the military make men 100%.
Even beyond that, we live in a society where you want to baby your money, you baby your finances. So I need to know what quote unquote makes a man or what doesn't make a man, because the nuance in that particular assessment is totally flawed. You're not looking at the reality of what it takes to truly be successful in America, sir. There's a whole lot of amenities and babying going on with your finances and in your objective world. So how do you define actually babying a man in America?
But
and I think it's not the women
or the army and have to beg the government for your money. Like, we gotta be like, when you get out the military or army, you have to beg the government for your fucking shit. I don't watch this go down with 4 of my cousins.
That's not true.
I didn't have to beg. What an unfair thing that I'm noticing. Really quickly, can I jump in really quickly? Hold up really quickly. An unfair theme that I see is the onus being put on women a lot. You know, you guys want us to be soft and gentle and dainty, yet you want us to also raise boys into men. I think the men should direct their attention and their ministry to the discipline of men being in a home and raising their children instead of criticizing Black women who are supposed to be the softer. Y'all want us to be soft and not independent and not so strong, yet you want us to raise these boys into men. That's unfair. And what I heard from him, I heard the same thing that Nick heard, is that women, you're not raising your men or your boys to be men, so send them to the military. And he said nothing about fathers, which I found to be unfortunate.
Right. And that's what my point is. Like, why are we only talking about single mothers? Like, is that the narrative that we're pushing? Like, where's the father?
Yes, it's always the narrative that they're
pushing. Was definitely pushing that. I ain't gonna lie. I ain't hear nothing about no father.
No fathers. Like,
but ain't nothing to say about it, because I pulled up to dance with donuts today and you suckers wasn't there. That's why they can do it, because I just literally had dad with donuts today, and 3 dads out of all them hundreds of kids, it didn't show up. So what do you say wrong? Because I was sitting in this bitch myself. I was sitting here myself offended. Out of all these Black kids in here, I'm in this motherfucker, and watch a 7-year-old come up to my son and say, "That's your dad."
Right.
I wish my dad
There's nuance in that. We got to be fair to.
but guess what though? This is the narrative, right? You just gave your perspective, right? But at my daughter's school, we had drop your daughter off. Do you know it was so many men in that school that we had to get a line?
Exactly. See what I'm saying?
So it's all about where you at, bro. You can't give one narrative and say that's the be all end all. Like, I don't know where you at or what school you at or what community you at, but that's not the narrative of black people.
You said y'all have drop your kid off?
We had my daughter goes to an all girls school. We had drop your daughter. Well, that narrative.
And you see how weird that sound? You see how weird that sound? Because every day when I drop my daughter off to school just to make sure she's safe, I walk her to the fucking door. Why you get a pack?
We're not allowed in the school, dude. What are you talking about?
I don't have to go into school. I just do this just to like.
Dude, we drop the kids off out of the car. You don't get out the car. What are you talking about? You don't get out the car.
Y'all don't get out the car to take y'all kids to the door?
No, bro.
It's like I'm concierge service, bro.
Like, what is he talking about?
Yo, Nick, Nick, you gotta understand when I drop my.
So y'all, hold on. I'm trying to understand.
Ebony, help me understand. Because both of us in Houston.
Y'all are saying y'all got drop your kid off the school day. Like,
no, that's not what I said. That's not what I said.
No, the way it works is you pull up to the front of the school. The teacher
and somebody the teachers open the door.
Yeah, exactly. Unless you got babies, like you got babies, you walk them in, but that's it.
Nick, you never drop your kid off and and they open up the door and they wave to you, or it even be a teacher or it be another little kid that open up the door at the school.
They play music during our carpool.
I literally when my kids pull up to the school, they got a DJ up there playing some happy music for them to come on. And I get out the car, I get my kids out the car, and I take my kids to the front. My kids teachers, they know who Mr. Johnson is.
Open the door.
They automatically know who Mr. Johnson is. Period.
The other thing is, why would I stop my car? It's lines of cars, but I'm gonna stop my car, everybody else up, right? Just to go walk to a door that's like 5 feet. Come on, dude. Like, stop.
No, I don't think.
I'm just saying, like the dynamics of.
Hold on, y'all. I don't think he's talking.
He's not wrong. Both of them not wrong.
Right. I don't think he's talking about y'all normally dropping your children off at school. I think he's talking more of being active in the programs that your school provides, like donuts with dad, like other things like that.
I gave him a
I think he understands.
Listen, Ebony. He gave a negative narrative.
Talking over
Hold on, let Ebony speak. Y'all chill.
I think he understands what it's like to drop your child off at school, but being active in the school is two different things. We're not talking about the car line. We're not talking about you doing what y'all should be doing every day, right? We're talking about you being active in your child's school and active in your child's life. That's totally different. So how y'all got what he said to dropping your kid off at school is kind of crazy.
Because he misunderstood what I was saying. He just gave a negative narrative of black men, and I just gave a positive narrative of black men.
No, I think he gave a real life narrative. Because
so my narrative is not real life.
Even with the dancing with the fathers and the fathers dance, right? There's a lot of times that I go to these schools and stuff. My daughter's daycare, and I noticed that there are a lot of black dads that are missing. There are a lot of dads that are missing at these events. So I think Ebony, that's more of what he's talking about.
But Ebony, does that make it right?
Finish her sentence, Solution.
Not about y'all dropping your kid off at the front. Like, come on now.
That's not what we talking about. Why do y'all
he wasn't giving that example, y'all. Y'all got to be fair to what he was saying. They were both making fair points, man.
Yeah, they was.
Can I say something too about this? I've been listening to this for some hours. I find that both parents, the mom and the dad, it's disappointing to see the lack of the parents showing up. When my kids were in elementary school, I volunteered, and I have 4. I volunteered 1 year in each of their grades, and I went to everything. I was part of the PTA. I was part of the media where they do a little newscast. It was and it was really hard to see that there was hardly any black parents. It was just a handful of us that would show up, and this is a middle class to upper middle class area.
A lot of stay-at-home moms. I was a stay-at-home mom too. It was sad to see. Also, let me just tell you, just in my circles, we've seen articles where like this little white girl's father would take this little black girl to the daddy-daughter dance because her dad wasn't there. I know you guys have seen stories like that, and that's sad as hell. So, I mean, can we just not pretend that, with the majority of Black people not being raised by married parents, like, can we just not be brand new and defensive and really just call it what it is? Because, like, the denial, I mean, it's great that your individual stories are good, that you dads are on the stage self-reporting how well and how active that you are, but can we stop acting like every Black dad is out here doing those things?
Well, can we stop acting like they're not? Like, I don't know this narrative of trying to say that that's the be all end all. Like, I don't see what you just
She
said.
didn't
I
say it
don't
was a
see
be
it.
all end all. She did not say it was a
It
be all end all.
requires nuance. You can't have nuance in this discussion.
It's
It was a be
giving
all end all,
hit
y'all.
dogs hollering.
Y'all can't give.
It's
Y'all can't
giving
give.
y'all niggas is not
Y'all
doing
can't
donuts with.
listen.
It's
Y'all.
giving that y'all ain't doing donuts with dad. That's what it's giving, because if y'all are being active, what he said it's not far-fetched. I
So
don't
you
know
don't want no positivity.
why y'all are giving. It's not negative.
But you don't want no positivity,
He
right?
just said that. I want
What
y'all
I
to
think,
listen.
what
I
I
want
think
y'all
is
to listen
interesting.
is what I
Yeah.
prefer.
What I
Because
Hold on, let her
hold
finish.
on, lady. Because at the end of the day, all he simply said is that there was not a lot of parents of men that came for the donuts with dad, and
So
y'all didn't went to the
y'all
y'all didn't went to the car line. Y'all didn't went to the they talking down about Black men. Y'all didn't went down
Ebony,
a
you
road
mess.
to hell, because if y'all really are doing these things with your children, you probably would understand and kind of agree, because you're there to see the disparity. You're there to see that there's not a lot of parents that's able to take off or be able to come with their child. Like, you're able to see these things. I don't know why y'all are acting like we're blind over here, but I can see. I'm a very active
Ebony,
parent.
can I ask you a
Because
question?
he
Can I
also
ask you
said
an
he
honest
hates
question?
being an adult too, and there's a socioeconomic reality associated with being even available to do these
Bro, why
things.
your mic always loud?
Can I ask you a question, Ebony? Can I ask
Y'all
you?
don't have nuance in this
Solution,
conversation,
you
and
will
it's
be the
intellectually
guy.
dishonest and lazy.
Ebony, can I ask
What
you a
nuance
question?
do y'all need?
Black men don't do anything. Why are y'all so hell bent? We can absolutely acknowledge that some niggas just don't give a fuck, y'all. And some do.
Yo,
And some can't because hold on.
I
I
just
just
say
want to
like
ask
it's
Ebony one
literally
Let me
good
question.
just
to
finish
see
what I'm saying.
Let
Relax.
King
solution
finish
in
his
a thing, bro.
Relax. All I'm
Y'all please
saying is
moderate, y'all.
we know that there are people who have to work who are not able to. So that's the nuance. We completely understand that. We're not talking about the people who can't. We're talking about the people who can and aren't. That's it. That's it. It doesn't mean all Black men are horrible, y'all. Like,
Period.
I'm
vegan.
Like, why
I
can't
don't
we
like
do
that
that? Why every single time something comes up, we always have to be like, no, that's not everybody. We know that's not everybody, brothers. We good with that. We know that.
Can I ask her one question? Can I ask
As
her
soon
one
as I'm
question?
done, I got one more thing to say.
Okay.
Let's also have the conversation about how
I'm
can
not
we
trying
help
to
those brothers
shit
who
on
do
you,
have to
bro.
work, maybe be more involved. And then the brothers who have the time, maybe we can talk about how we can get more involved in our schools. Maybe y'all can say some of the things that y'all do. You know what I'm saying?
All right. So, Ebony, can I ask you one question? Right?
Yeah, go ahead.
You old boy said his experience, right? Does not my experience and what I see, is that not valid also?
So nothing I said made sense just now. That's
I
interesting.
never said it wasn't.
Bro, we never for the person that made the statement. Solution. If I was to see, if I saw a guy like you at the donuts with dad, me and you would have been cool. We'd have hung out. We'd have been, and you a guy that would go to donuts with dad. Cool. I'm talking about out of 783 kids at my kid's school that ranges from grades, third grade, second grade to seventh grade. I think 6th or 7th grade. Out of all those kids, and 60% of them were Black, the rest of them Hispanic and other stuff. Out of all those kids, it was me and 2 other guys, and the other guy wasn't even the kid's father; it was their uncle. out of all those kids.
Got you. That's
They're
cool.
watching the carbs.
That's cool.
I was embarrassed because because and not just for us, it was the white kids too. They daddy wasn't there either. So don't think it's just a black thing.
Well, you
They
said it
daddy
was
wasn't there either.
60%. You said it was 60% black. So that's cool, and that's your narrative, right? So why can't I give a positive narrative?
Because that's not the conversation we're having right now.
Okay, so it's all right. I'm gonna mute up then.
Yeah, like yes, it's information, but it's not relevant.
Patrick, you real low,
all
bro.
lives matter right now.
It's real low.
All I'm saying is like people bucking up. Like it's real. All lives matter right now. Like that's what it feels like. Like, well, can we talk about the positive? We already know that. Like, but that's not the point of this conversation. So even that is absolutely like your experience, and it should be validated. It's just not relevant to this particular point, to this particular portion of the conversation.
Thank you so much for that. Thank you so much for that, Patrick. I really appreciate you pointing that out. Maybe we got somewhere with that. I want to do a quick commercial break, y'all. Nelson, are you there? Or he might have stepped away. I wanted him to be able to speak on the $14,000 Christmas giveaway that they're doing over in the Million Marathon. So I guess whenever he comes back, I'll hit him up. When he comes back, he can explain. I know, Leontine, you had something to say while the mic's not hot. Do you want to jump in there?
You know what? Let me let me read the room a little bit more. What I wanted to say actually is a little bit off topic. Well, it's actually spot on your topic, but it seems like you guys are kind of in the middle of the.
No, I
want to speak on the topic because
exactly. Let's go back to another topic.
We got
to the Black fathers. I don't know how that.
Oh, okay. Yeah, because that part I can't contribute to. So I just wanted to say, one, I'm so happy you guys are having this conversation. I think it's such a dope conversation for us to really consider. I think about a lot of times, not so much on Clubhouse, but a lot offline, how many people say, wow, you're the first person to do this, and all the things that I've done in my career. And Ebony, I cannot tell you how much my parents contributed to that. I was able to fly because they were a safety net for me. And the way they were a safety net for me and my brother is they always said, if anything happens, you can come home. Just that alone. And I know you guys were talking specifically about 18 and being prepared. But even after that, I was able to go to all of these different cities and take on positions and take on opportunities, because at the end of the day, when it was all said and done, if I failed, if it didn't work out, I always had a safety net. I never had to take advantage of it, but just the sheer thought of knowing that I always had keys to my parents' house. I always had my room, not a room. My parents always kept my room in their home just in case. It allowed me to go off and go to cities, go to different countries, go to Nike, go to the Jordan brand, even when I was not, even when I didn't exactly know what was going to happen. I took so many risks in my career that I don't think my parents completely understood. By just them letting me know I could always come home, I was able to really, really fly. And I have to be honest, and I'm a pass the mic. I don't think that I completely understood that until I just lost my mom several months ago, because now I have this slight fear, even though I actually make a lot of money. I actually have a strong savings account. But in the back of my mind, because I no longer have that safety net, there is some fear there that in all of my days, Ebony, I never had. I never had it because my parents instilled in me, you can expand your horizons because you have a solid foundation. You can fly because you have somewhere to land. And I don't want to get too philosophical, but the fact of the matter is, I am I am because of them. And I absolutely want your children, your sons, your daughters to be a first in a corporation. I want your sons and daughters to be able to do even more than I have done, because what I've done is pretty small, but I want you all to be able, your children to be able to do what I've done, but you have a part to play with that. And it is that in the back of their mind, you're going to be there for them. And I don't necessarily know if I always hear that. It's, you got to toughen up and go out on your own and blah, 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 blah. And that's important too, because like I said, I never had to take advantage of that fact, but I always knew it. And I just wanted to add that. I'm so happy that you guys are having this conversation.
And thank you for sharing, and definitely condolences about your mother.
Yeah. So I hate to hear about your mother, but what you do is pretty small. Come on, y'all.
Well,
we know that's a damn lie. I appreciate the humility, but goddamn, don't sit here and lie to us. Now, what you do is not pretty small. Let's not
Nick,
play.
please tell her again.
You see, I just said humility is lying.
Well,
Right.
it's a job. It's a job. I love my job, and I've been able to do some dope things in the job. And even though I'll tell you guys, my parents didn't completely understand like what I did. They knew I worked at Nike, but they didn't necessarily understand exactly what I was doing. And they felt like, my dad was a steady worker, right? He worked at the post office. He worked at the post office for 50 years, and he couldn't understand, like, why are you leaving this job? Why, first of all, why are you in Chicago? Now you going to Portland. Now you doing this. He kind of felt like I needed to settle down. But at the end of the day, he never said I could not. He was concerned, but because of that concern, I just want you all to know there's a small part that you can play in your children being at first, in your children really, really expanding their horizons, because they gotta know in the back of their head they got somewhere to land. I'm so proud of you guys. I love this conversation.
Thank you for that example.
Proud of you too, Queen.
I wanted to add real quick before I get real busy again. Somebody mentioned the military, like your children leaving for military, and I think it was a lot of pushback about that. But there are some children who want to make a career out of the military. Like, I mean, I don't suggest that parents push them out of the house to join military. Please don't do that, because, those children don't have a heart for the military. The military I think that's a good idea for and I've heard this hasn't happened in my children's lives, but some children who they have like behavior issues or whatever, not as far as like mentally, but they need that stability and that structure. And they said they went into the military and it really did help a lot with them. And they came out and was a little bit more fruitful than they were before they went in. But then there were some that my son's, he had two good friends in high school, and they wanted to go into the military and they made a career out of it. I mean, they're still in it today. And so I think the military could be for that, but to like be like, oh, well, you know what, you don't know what you want to do, or you don't want to go to college, then just go into the military. Do not do that. Military is nothing to play with. Wars are real. Okay. Wars, dishonorable discharges. Hello? Okay, dishonorable discharges are real. Okay, and if your child and all of that fake stuff about college, not gonna say fake. Some people don't get that college promise. You know what I mean? When they get in there, they promise some money and all this kind of stuff. When they get in there, a lot of those enlistees don't get that. I mean, a lot of them don't. And I'm talking from experience. My son went into the reserves. They promised him stuff that they did not give him. And but he did 6 years and he's out. But yeah, you have to be built for the military. You have to be built for the military. It has to be something that you really want to do and you really have a heart for it. That's how you want to be fruitful in it. So I just wanted to land right there, because I know sometimes you want to scratch it or whatever and just be like, no. But if your child expresses that, you know what I mean, take them to somebody that's been in it. Don't take them to always the recruiters. The recruiters they're paid to recruit. They're not paid to be honest. So you might want to take them to people that have actually been in that branch that they want to go into, so that they can get the real deal of what military is. So that's all I wanted to ask. I'm gonna be moving and shaking, but I'll be listening.
So can I say something in regards to the military part?
Yeah, I think that's the best decision I ever made in my life, right? Is joining the military. I joined the military when I was 18. Not because my parents wanted me out. Actually, I didn't move. I didn't technically move out of my parents' house until I was 32, which was this year. I just moved out of my parents' house at the age of 32. Right? I could have stayed there till I was 40. They wouldn't care. Right? As long as I get married and find someone to get married to and have a house, they don't really care. That's the only way I can move out. If I want to stay there, single, listen to the rules, I can stay there as long as I want. But joining the military was probably the best decision I ever made. I joined the military because at first my mom's was paying for my college, kind of, right? She was taking parent, what are those loans called for parents? Parents plus grant loans or some shit like that for school. Plus I was taking financial aid. So what I did was I joined the National Guard to pay for my school. I wanted to use it to pay for my school. And I was able to actually get most of my education paid for, majored in computer science. And then I moved back in with my parents. And I did deploy. But to be honest with you, that's not a scary part. I don't think it's that scary as people make it seem. Only probably 1% of the entire military will ever see combat, right? 1%. And there's about, 1.5 million soldiers we have in the military. Marines, Air Force, Navy, Army. And then if you want to consider Coast Guard as military, you can.
Yeah, wake up, scare folks up in here, man.
But in general, only 1% will ever see combat. And even if you do get deployed, majority of the time, you're not even going to see combat. You're just going to be chilling, living a good lifestyle, right? Because the military will pay for your housing, they'll pay for your food, they'll pay for your healthcare. They'll literally give you all the necessities you need. All you have to do is show up. You don't have to be this gung-ho, this tough person to be in the military. It's a very easy career. It's very easy to be in the military and stay in the military. Just meet their minimum requirements, right? And the last thing about being discharged, it's very hard. It's very hard to be dishonorably discharged in the military, because once you get dishonorably discharged, it's literally like you can't get even a regular job in your civilian side. So they don't want to fuck you. They don't want to fuck you over that bad. They'll give you other than honorable discharge, but they will not give you dishonorable
It's a
discharge.
general.
Yeah, they'll give you a general discharge, but they won't give you
I just wonder why. I just wonder why, while you're talking, 100 people in the chat saying what you're saying is not true.
I just want him to finish.
I'm in the military right now.
Hey, y'all, let the brother finish.
Go ahead. I'm gonna let him finish.
I don't know what they're saying is not true. I'm in the military. I'm still in the military. Yeah, I'm landing right now. I serve. It's allowed me to get many benefits. Right now, I make a really good amount of money, and that's because I joined the military and I used it instead of it using me. So that's all I have to say about it.
All right.
Sound like a recruiter.
I'll wait my turn. Y'all continue.
So
Not a recruiter.
Okay,
so for me, right? For those that don't know me, you know what I'm saying, CB, my dog, you know what I'm saying, I serve currently in the U.S. Marine Corps right now, serving. And no, it is not made for, like, I forgot who was speaking, but she hit it right on the nose. It's not made for the weak, because I have seen young adults coming straight out of high school that literally committed suicide. We, in the last 3 months, had 7 kids die from suicide.
Let's talk about it.
So, like, for you know what I'm saying? So this ain't nothing to play with. Like, I'm not gonna sit up here and make this shit sound gravy, because it's not. You know what I'm saying? Because you're talking about being away from your family. You're talking about being away from the people that you love. You know what I'm saying? You got people yelling and screaming in your ear. Like, this ain't no fun thing to play with. You know what I'm saying? So it's not made for the weak. That's one. Number two, when it comes to these benefits, yes, it is available to you, but only if you take advantage of it. I'm active duty. I don't know what it is for the reserves, but I know between active and reserve, there's different levels and different benefits to both sides. You see what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
Because I'm active. I've been in for a while. I'm about to be working on my way to becoming a lieutenant right now, first lieutenant. So when we look at this, when we look at it from a standpoint of blessings for benefits, right? Your schooling is free to you. You have to go and talk to your command in order for you to have it. That's one. Number two, if you choose to not use it, you can pass it on to your kids after a certain amount of time.
That's what I did. So now my kids can go to any state college for free if they choose to go to college or go that route. That's what I did because I'm already fruitful in music and business already. So that's a done deal. Then when it comes to being deployed, I've been deployed 2 times, going on a third in about a year. I've been deployed 6 months, went to Australia, been to Japan. I'm now working on my way to go into the West, I can't even talk, Europe. You know what I'm saying? I'm working on that. My unit almost got deployed to Ukraine because of the Russian incident. And we were all the way out there in Australia. So this is nothing like this whole chilling and everything in between. It depends on your unit. It depends on your unit because there are some units that are grunt units, which are victor units, that focus strictly on warfare. Then there are some that are strictly based on logistics help. Then there are some based on everything else in between. Then you have non-deployable units, which means what? You're working in regiment, you're working in division, you're working in MEF, meaning you're working in higher echelons of levels that don't touch warfare whatsoever. They're more so of the candid groups that pick out which unit goes and takes care of what needs to be taken care of if that unit is battle ready. So that's how that works. So when we're talking about the military, please don't get it wrong. Excuse me. Me personally, I never wanted to go to the military. But one thing the military has done for me in my life, it has prepared me for a wife and it has prepared me for having kids. So when I ever do step into that light and I do find my person and I have a child with her, I'm able to not only take care of her completely, I'm able to take care of our kids completely. And my kids and my wife will never have to want for anything. So the military can set you up that way. Do I advise it 100%? No, because it's not made for you. Because
Christian, can I ask you a question?
Who's that talking?
Is this a recruiting? Is this a recruiting conversation?
This ain't recruiting. I'm not. No. I just want to correct certain things that was said because I don't want people to get this idea that it's all gravy, it's all cool. No, it's not. It's really not because I've seen friends die. I've seen people hang in the bathroom of their shower because of the military. I've seen it. So
Christian, can I ask you a question? Can I ask you a question?
God, I'm not going.
Who's that talking? God, can the moderators reset the room? It sounds like a
No. I just want to ask one good question real quick.
It sounds like a recruitment
some
talk
of y'all
right now.
are getting annoyed,
Okay.
but what I will say is I do feel like it's an important conversation because you do have some aspects where people are like anti sending their children to the military, and you have people that actually served, and I feel like can speak on this. So I think both sides is good to hear because I appreciate the people of the military. I appreciate the people who served because without them, it would be a lot tougher for us here in America. So, I don't see myself pushing my child to go to the military by any means, but I don't want to discount the people that have, and also to say that they don't receive a lot of benefits once they're done. So I'm gonna open the floor for a couple more speakers on this, and then I'm gonna reset.
Thank you, Ebony. I've been holding back for a minute. I'm actually medisick right now. That's why I'm so damn congested. But shout out to all the people who are serving. I served, and hey, I was in the Air Force, so that shit was really easy for me. But you know what? Okay, Ebony, let me ask you a question. Do you want to stay on this topic, or is it okay if I speak about everything in general and bring it back together? I'm asking.
Go ahead. That's fine.
Okay, cool. I've been laughing the whole time and just listening. And this is my own personal opinion. And I don't give a shit if you don't like it. And I'm outside. Yeah, there's a plane flying by. Maybe if y'all go outside, you can hear a plane too. But the reality is, man, kids today are coddled as fuck. Like, they're coddled. They're just like, oh my God, my baby, my baby, my baby. Your baby 25 years old, still can't count, still can't read, still can't write. If you ask them to look at an application, what does that mean? Spell application. They know how to spell app, but application they can't spell. And I sit back and I laugh because, yes, our parents were not the greatest parents in the world. I get it. But you know what? At least we had something called balance a little bit. We understood life a little bit. So we were able to make it. Today, you got all this, my baby ain't leaving until they're 30 years old. Okay, that's cool, great, fine, I'm not tripping. But it's like, just being honest, that's why kids are fucked up. And I highly encourage men, like, listen, dog, make sure you know who you fucking, because I guarantee her parenting skills may not line up with you. And ladies, be careful who you fucking, because homeboys' parenting skills may not line up with yours. I think we don't have those conversations. Honestly, we just go out, we do what we do, we have kids, and it's like, shit, 18 years of prison, or 18 years of love, or 18 years of happiness, you name it, however you want to put it. And I'm just looking like, man, for anybody who's single and don't have any kids, man, listen, just listen to everyone speak, because I'm telling you, that pretty face can get you into a world of shit, or that handsome face can get you into a world of shit, that nice ass can get you into a world of shit, or that big dick can get you into a world of shit. So the point, that's my overall point. I know I'm being a little toxic, but I'm being real. I just don't understand. Stop cuddling your kids. Fuck. And I'll land on that.
Why do you think it's cuddling if your parents say you can stay in the house until you're 30 or 32? Why do you think that's cuddling?
I mean, for me personally, just me. If y'all want to do it, y'all can do what the fuck y'all want to do. But for me, I wish my son would come at me, hey, Dad, can I stay in here until I'm 30 years old? The fuck, no. No, you're not doing that. I taught you and raised you to be a productive young man. And I have given you all I can give you. If you choose to squander that, even my daughter, if you want to get up and go be a hoe, I didn't teach you to be a hoe. I taught you and educated you to be a better woman. But if you want to squander all that, and now, I done made some really fucked up life choices, so I'm gonna go depend on mommy and daddy. Hell, the fuck you will. No, you made that bed, your ass gonna lie in it. And it's not because I grew up hard. Both my parents loved me. I went to school, I did what I was supposed to do. I moved out. They didn't make me, but they gave me all the tools. And when I messed up, guess what? I had to learn how to fix it. I can't fix shit because mommy and daddy fixed it for me. I may be old school and that's cool, but it worked for me. And I'm teaching my kids the same way. So if anybody else want to do that, to each his own.
Last question.
Yeah, the landscape, real quick.
Oh my God.
Wait, hold on, guys. Who is the woman that just said, "Oh my"? Hold on.
Please let the frustrated woman talk. Who is it?
Yeah,
Who is that?
Simone.
Who is that?
Yeah.
All right, go ahead on.
Let's let her get in there.
Please.
Thank you,
No,
Simone.
fellas, let's please. She has something important to say. Let's go.
Yeah. Anyway, sometimes I do. I wish that a lot more Black people, of course, if they have the financial means to, if they're able to actually exercise and participate in nepotism, and actually participate in actually giving your child choices. If my child hypothetically had the opportunity to, express the desire to wanting to get into trade, wanting to forge some path that is outside of the normal or common or conventional, I would hope and I wish that more Black parents would have the financial means to actually give their children the choices that a lot of children will want, right? I actually think it feels a bit, in my opinion, right, like carceral, like for parents to kind of, it always seems like that parents are waiting to kick their children out rather than wanting to give their children choices and and listening to their children. Because too many times do I hear adults, one, not listening to their kids, right? And then their kids becoming older adults, grown adults, right? And then there's this weird tension between you and your child. And I just wish that a lot of Black parents would just stop seeing their kid as this extension of yourself. Like just because, and I don't really know how to just really articulate this the best way other than this, but it reminds me of like when you have someone who is a salesperson, right? That they're selling a product to someone. And what do people always tell you? Don't sell from your own pockets, right? Don't sell from your own wallet. And that's a logic I always hear over and over again. Well, I was able to do this, and so I think my child should be able to do this, X, Y, and Z. Like, I wish that Black parents would respectfully shut the hell up and listen to their children, ask their children questions about their actual talents or their ambitions or things, or be curious about what their child is curious about also. Because too many times it just feels like parents are placing on their children what they
what they think is I don't know, like cosplaying through their child. I don't know, it's weird, but I just wish that Black people would actually like go towards the conversation of like exercising nepotism, right? If you are able to turn around and pull children up, give them game, give them knowledge, and actually like pour into them instead of being so fucking critical, instead of encouraging to just pull themselves up by their bootstraps. I think that you wouldn't have this tension between like the way that I'm so happy that somebody said it in the chat, like the way that Zengiers stay on people's minds, it's quite pathetic. And you would think that the amount of time that they stay on their minds, they will actually interrogate the kind of relationships they have with these people, but they don't, right? You can hear it in conversation like this one. I just really wish that a lot of older people would learn to actively listen and not passively, will actually turn back and pull people up rather than like punching down, because it just does not help, right? Like saying what someone should be doing is, I don't think is really these messages, I don't really think is encouraging. So like if this is supposed to be, I guess, a conversation, like actually like encouraging other parents, encouraging people who may be a parent in a different way, it doesn't really seem that way, because I just really hate how, and maybe I'll put the text in the chat.
Okay, so hold on, guys. Wait 1 second. Okay. 1 second, guys. This is Robert Dupree. I'm sorry. Excuse me 1 minute, guys. I just want to. Simone says some things, guys.
Y'all mute her. I don't think she was finished talking.
Nobody know who muted her.
I don't know.
I'm
screaming.
Okay.
That's
I was muted.
And Simone, I'm gonna move
Yeah,
you
like
down.
don't do
Bring you back up.
it. Yeah, like we might not agree with her, but don't do her like that though.
I mean, she didn't say nothing to not agree with. People need to keep their fucking hand off.
Who just moved her to the audience?
Hold on a second.
I did. I'm gonna bring her up.
Hey, Robert, your mic sound crazy. You breaking. I don't know if you're talking on the Bluetooth.
Well, hang tight, Robert. Hang tight, guys. If your name's not me, mute your mics, okay? Okay, I want to make sure that she gets the opportunity to. Where did she go? Shit.
I moved her really quickly, Simone. I'm gonna bring you right back up. You had somebody blocked, but I'm gonna bring you right back up. Like, give me 2 seconds.
Well, she was talking though.
Oh dang! I thought. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know if she was finished. I thought.
Yeah, she was talking.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Where'd she go?
Okay.
Y'all so foul.
Boy,
Y'all don't give a damn.
Y'all know y'all dead wrong. Y'all know y'all dead wrong, man. Y'all know better than that shit.
Y'all crazy. That was crazy.
How you gonna move the lady in the middle of talking and now we don't know what happened to her? Y'all know better than the shit y'all doing, man.
That's crazy, y'all.
Y'all know better than
you blocked out, you need to be blocked.
Simone wasn't talking.
Yes, she was.
Yeah, and they definitely. Yeah, she was in the middle of talking.
Y'all ruthless.
So when we get this settled,
to the chaos house of Ev's house, okay? Christ, y'all some damn shooters. Make sure you tap the greenhouse and you follow the club. Hit the square with the arrow pointed up, y'all. Share the room. Ping some people in. Let them know where the party's happening. Mods, if you gotta move somebody, let the damn people finish their sentence. God damn.
I ain't gonna lie, yo. Right is right. Listen, I ain't gonna lie. Right is right. Wrong is wrong. Y'all know better than that shit. Because if somebody would
apologize. I saw
Dr. Barbie, and listen.
Talking. I think it just came late when she
listen, Dr. Barbie. Listen, Dr. Barbie. I gotta hold you accountable for it. Because if somebody would have moved you off the stage, I would have did this. I would have said the same thing.
I said I apologize.
I was just playing with you.
All right, well, we moving on, y'all. Hit the square with the arrow pointed up, y'all. Share the room. Ping some people in. Let them know. Lord have mercy. I don't even know what you let them know.
Yeah.
Today's topic is putting your child out at 18 is a generational curse, y'all. It's popcorn style, y'all. Welcome the new people to the stage. The floor is open.
Yeah, real quick. I just want to address. Yeah, I want to address something real quick, guys. With that Simone said earlier. Damn, she left the room. She out of here. Is she still here?
You know she out of here. We just had.
Sorry.
All right.
So I'm not even going to waste my. I'm not going to waste my breath. I really wish she would have stayed before she got abandoned to the goo. But so I won't even speak on it. So I'll just come back in. Go ahead, whoever wants to speak.
I wanted to say something that Talk what Dee was saying. Are you gonna? can we address what Talk with D was saying? Because I don't think anyone ever said anything to what he said.
What did he say?
So
Yeah, go ahead. I'll wait. I'll wait till after you. I'll wait.
Okay, sis. So I understand what you were saying, sir, regarding your kids not being coddled and you're not going to allow them to come home after 18 or stay past 30 or whatever the case is. But what you said made me think about a friend of mine who, when she got married, what her dad said during his toast was, "I'm so happy that you guys are getting married, but if anything happens and you don't want it anymore, send it back." And I think that one of the things that you said made me think of that, because sometimes things don't work out. And instead of calling her a whore or her if there was a bad choice that she made in her marriage or whatever the case is, there has to be a landing place. And I just didn't feel like there was room in what you said for just life happening and you still parenting. Parenting doesn't stop at 18. Security and the need for security, a need for sound wisdom from your parents doesn't stop at 18. And I think that that's one of the reasons why people, particularly women, stay in bad marriages. They stay in bad situations because they're going to get ridiculed by their parents because they made a bad choice or life just lifed and they had to come home. It bothered me what you said.
Okay, now I
No,
can come
I'll
back
say
in.
this.
Thank you. Hold on, one
Can I
brother.
respond to it?
Okay.
Oh, go ahead, brother. Go ahead. I'll go
I'll
after you. Go
respond real
ahead.
quick. No, I never said, well, I'm back in the office. I never said she was. I said if she went out doing those kind of things, then that's her choice. I never, man, not you, ma'am, but the people in the chat, y'all got some extreme earwax in your ears because, never mind, y'all, some of y'all slow. But no, I never called her that. I just said that if she went out doing those kind of things, that was a choice that she made. It wasn't because I gave her the tools to be one. She made a choice to be one. It was just a extreme example, but I get your point though.
Yeah, that's what I got from your statement when you said if she chooses to be a hoe, da da da. I got that, and that's harsh for a man to say that. Like yeah, we don't want our daughters to be that. But if that was a reality, that would be a hard ass reality for us to stomach. I want to say this back to what Leo was saying. We never stop being parents, man. I'm like looking back, everything's 2020. I don't know how I would have handled my mother telling me I had to leave the house at 18. I don't even know how I would handle that. My mom raised me to be very independent. When we were children, like my siblings and I, we had tasks, we had chores. My mother worked at the post office, right? And she was a single parent. So we were expected to run that house a certain way, and we were given responsibilities at a pretty young age. Not anything like traumatic, but yeah, the cleaning of the house, the washing of the dishes, the putting things back in place, respecting each other's space, etc., etc. Like we were given that at an early age, and when I was coming up, we were way more mature than today's children. I mean, I think we all can agree on that, right? So for me, the point is the fact that my mother never told me that I had to leave at 18, like I knew I was getting grown or whatever the case may be. I left just because that's what I was doing. I was making my move as a young man. I didn't want to, like, I just made my move on my own accord. So that's that. However, yeah, we should always leave room for our children to have a refuge at some point in their lives. Like, have I been back home after I left out of the house over the years? Yeah, fuck, of course I'm doing a reset. Like, yo, I need to be, you do resets here and there, right? And that's what life is. Whether it's your mom, whether it's your dad, whether it's, just going back to the place where you were reared and nurtured, to be able to have that as a point to do a reset, it's pretty dope if you ask me. Now, all of our children are going to be different. Some children you got to kind of push because they're not motivated or whatever the case may be. Some children, they just get it and they're ready to go and they're on their way. But we cannot remove ourselves as a resource for them to do their reset. Like, we should never, ever do that. So that's very important. And that's what Simone was saying earlier. She was saying that, parents should just be quiet and just listen, et cetera, et cetera. which is what you hear from her generation. Like they think like that. They think their parents owe them something, so to speak. You know what I mean? Like that somehow that they are just automatically entitled. We didn't grow up entitled. We grew up with expectations of how we were going to be moving in the future. At 18, you become legal. It takes a long time for us to be an adult. I'm going to say that again. At 18, 21, we become legal, but it takes many years for us to really actually become an adult. And we need to think about that. Alan.
Hey,
Can I
Robert,
add here?
hold on 1 second. Hold on 1 second.
Okay.
Just real small point. I don't want to take over the room or nothing like that. But Robert, I respect what you were saying, right? But I disagree just a little bit because I felt like that lady got cut off, and what y'all missed what she was saying. That's not what she said. She didn't say, oh, like excuse me, the parents should just be quiet and just listen. That's not what she said. She said that a lot of times we talk at the children and not to them. We don't listen to them. If you understood what she was saying, she said that's what she was saying. She was like, a lot of times we, as parents, right? We train up our child in the way that we feel it should go, but at the same time, we don't listen to the children because at the end of the day, we want our child. Like, let's just say, Robert, you in the the financial side, right? You want your kid to follow your footsteps, right? But at the same time, what about what your child likes? What about your child interests? What about what your child wants to do? Your child might want to go in a different direction. But if you're not listening to your child and you just hand your child over a business, what you think your child gonna do if your child not? If you like your child, you ain't never listening to your child. This is gonna turn into a failed business.
Yeah, I totally agree.
So that's all I was saying. Like,
Before I walk in this building real quick, I wanted to let my pastor just said this Sunday.
Just go ahead and walk in the building. So what I'm saying is, right?
Hold on, Robert. Hold on. Lady has been very patient, y'all. And
I apologize, lady. I ain't mean to cut. I ain't mean no disrespect, lady.
Everybody has been cutting off lady like five speakers before. So we're gonna yield the mic to lady. We're gonna yield the mic to lady and allow her the opportunity to speak.
I apologize, lady.
Hey, lady. Yeah, sorry, lady. You know I didn't mean to cut you off. Can I just finish my thought, lady?
No, Robert.
Nah, Robert. We'll get back to it in a second.
All right, thank you. I had to ask. Go ahead, lady. Respectfully, go ahead.
Yeah.
Shout out to throwing me in the goop.
Go ahead, lady.
So that's okay. So here's the thing. I think all the scenarios can work depending upon what type of child you have, right? And what type of parent you are, right? I do think there are instances where maybe parents may not be listening to their children and their goals. But here's the thing: even if you do have a parent that listens to their goals and stuff, that child has a responsibility to do what they got to do to fulfill the goal, right? It's not up to the parent to just shut their mouth and just listen and then do what the child says just because they have dreams and goals. We prepare, but at some point, right? At some point, we have to release, right? I get it's ironic with these conversations because on one hand, we argue for marriage at early ages, right? Before 25 before 30. Okay, you can't get married unprepared for that as well. And a part of that is getting away from your parents, fulfilling what type of dreams you have, making mistakes, having your own apartment, traveling a little, going through life circumstances. All of this has to happen away from your mama and your daddy. Right? But we fight for early marriage, but we want them to stay home until they're 35 and 40. Like, it's just weird, these conversations that be happening in terms of, cultivating our children and preparing them for life, right?
Why do you feel like that's weird though, lady? Because I'm just having a dialogue with you because I want you to respond and nobody else, right? But why do you feel like that's crazy? Because me personally, I believe that I really and truly, if my children don't want to get out until they're married, I'm fine with that because I noticed that a lot of other parents from other cultures, when they did that shit, their kids had a hefty savings account in order to start their marriage and start their life, whether that was preparing to have children or whether that was to buy a house or whatever life decision. So I'm not really sure, like, what's the problem with your children actually being home until they get married. Because I think a lot of times when we wait a long, long time to get married, a lot of traumas, unnecessary relationship traumas also happen, which makes a negative impact on this. So I want you to be able to respond to that, but I want to understand what's crazy.
Okay, so here's the thing. We can say that our children, our children are not ready to go out the parents' home to get their own job, to experience life on their own, but they ready for a deep-seated commitment to someone for the rest of their life. Like, it's weird. That's where say that it's weird. Now, I'm not, again, remember I said it's subjective. It depends on what type of child you had, what their dreams are. Like I said, I did say that in the beginning. Right? But I think again, along with it is preparation, then release. If your child, if your daughter, if that's what the goal is for her, then fine. But if it's not, then I don't think being home with your mama and your daddy, whether it's a boy or a boy or a girl, a boy or a girl, should be just being home with no plan, bouncing back and forth at home just because they made some type of mistakes, or you know what I mean. Like, at some point you have to release them so that they know how to navigate through life. Like, you know what I mean. Now, at 18, no. I want that to be very clear. I'm not talking about like 17 and a half, you clocking them down. You know what I mean? I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about there should be some type of prep for the child, whether it's school, whether it's, okay, well, you don't know what you want to do. Well, at least you have to have a job, save up your money, and let's write a 6-month to yearly plan, and let's work it out for them. What are your options? Because you can't be in the basement with orange juice with your name on the orange juice until you're 40. It's not going to work like that. You have to have some type of plan. But even in prep and planning, there is a time of release and letting that child go through life, make some mistakes. They're going to have to get up. You there for wisdom and understanding. No problem with that. If you need a little help paying a bill or two, no problem with that. But it can't be that every time the child is constantly coming back home, the child is not, growing and maturing to be on their own. So I kind of get what Talk was saying, and I get what the other young lady, I forget her name was, but again, it's subjective. It depends on what type of child, what's the plan, and what's the what's the parenting. You know what I mean? Because with no release, all you're going to have is just a dependent child. That's all you're going to have.
So I
agree.
You not give your child financial responsibilities too, though. Like, as they continue to get older, well, now it's time for you to start paying the light bill, or now it's time for you to pay the water bill, or now it's time for you to pay the cable bill. Like, can you not give your children responsibilities even though you're not kicking them out? Because I believe that kids, especially if you're grown and you're old with a job and you chose not to go to school, I believe that they should also have some type of responsibility within your household, whether that's making sure that the refrigerator's stocked, or making sure that they're paying the light bill, or, a lot of people keep their kids on their car insurance until they're 40 and 30 and 40 years old. Like, I had my first car payment and my car insurance when I was 18. You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, I get what y'all are saying. I understand not to coddle the children. That's one thing. But you can give the kids some type of financial responsibility. I agree with you with the plan as well, lady. So I don't completely disagree with your sentiments. It's just some things I'm just like, I don't know.
My
Well,
Yeah,
nephew,
you have to
I think
train
my
that
your
nephew is
child
coddled.
because that's a part of parenting. Real quick, that's a part of parenting, right? Because you have to train and teach your child the things they don't know. So when you give your child responsibilities, you're training them and teaching them how to be functional adults on their own, right? If you don't give your child the bill, they're not gonna know how to. They're not gonna get into the habit of paying bills, and we all know we're habitual creatures. So if you're a parent not giving your child any type of responsibilities, you're actually holding your child back.
My big check this out. My big brother, right? Hold on. My big brother, right? He spoiled my nephew. I remember calling the house and shit like, yo, what's up? He's nothing. I just got through mowing the lawn. I'm like, yo, let little D do that shit. And he used to tell me over the years, nah, he's a kid, let him just be a kid, this, that, and the third. And I yo, man, and I hated it. Do you know that this kid has just been a chronic freaking like in and out of prison? Like he was spoiled. His mom and my sister-in-law, like they spoiled this kid so much. Gave him every freaking thing. He never had no responsibilities, never had any chores. And they made the mistake of two things: giving him everything he wanted, and then like leaving him at home by himself. So he developed isolation issues, etc., etc. And so what we see today in this young man, and he's a bright kid, like he's not a dummy, but he lacks accountability. He's lazy. He's so many things that are the result of him not having any freaking responsibility.
But don't
And
you
and
think
the
that's
shit is
part of the parents' problem though? Like
Yeah, I agree.
if
That's the
if
parents'
if
yeah,
the
of
problem.
course.
if the parent is
Exactly.
coddling their children, I was cutting grass by the
Abs-
time I was 7.
Absolutely, it's their
You
fault.
know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Like
it's their freaking
I know
fault.
how to mow a lawn. Now I wasn't with the weed eater and shit, but I definitely was rolling around pretending like I was driving a car cutting the grass. You know what I
A-
mean? Like they
Absolutely.
gave me responsibilities at a young age, and like I'm not telling y'all to just let y'all's kids sit around eating bonbons and not doing shit. You should be having your kids doing shit from the time that they are, old enough to have small responsibilities. So,
I agree. I agree with that because at the end of the day, we sit here talking about putting a child out at dead ass 18, right? But it's like, what the fuck, as a parent, were you doing for the last 10 years to even prepare your child? Like we gotta look at it like this. Think about when you was 18, or at least when I was 18. Ebony, I was already out the house, not because my mother said like, yo, you gotta go, like, or this, that, or like, no, it was just like, yo, I got tired of being up under my mother. That was just me. Like, most kids, they are going to be gone because like the man that started all that military foolishness in here, he said that like, yo, I mean, your kid ain't going to school, your kid ain't going to college or got no job or something, like some extracurricular activities that make them want to come out the house. Like, so that's what I'm saying. Like when I moved out my mother's house when I was 17. We had an argument. Like my mother said, listen, it's like she was like, yo, listen, if you don't want to abide by my rule, like I'm keep it all the way 1,000 with you. I was in the street. My mother said, if you don't want to abide by my rules in this house, you have to leave. I said, okay, I'm out. The first time I tried to leave, my mother blocked the door. Like, no, you too young. You don't know what the hell you're doing out there. Go back to your room. I went back to my room. The next argument we had, it was just, she didn't block the door. That was like my introduction to the real world. And it's a whole lot of shit that my mother tried to put me up on that I never understood because I never lived on my own or like been out here. I always had my mother like to go back to. So once you jump out there and you realize a lot of the stuff that your mother telling you, your parents tell you to do, it really will prepare you for the living on your own. Like you give your kids chores, like to be clean your room, do this, that, and the third. As a kid, you don't understand it until you get older. Like, damn, this really, like who the hell wants to have company with a dirty house? Like, you see what I'm saying? It's so much other things like that prepare you. Like even like you give your kids like, your kid want to have a lemonade stand, right? That prepares you for outside of the house because at the end of the day, you can't make no money if you don't know how to save and put back into your house. You can't have a house if you're not used to saving and prioritizing your money, at least for a bill. So it's a whole lot of things that I feel like if by the time your kid 18, if they don't know nothing about preparing to have their own apartment or being a roommate with somebody, then that's your fault. That's the parents' fault. Y'all got the.
I agree with that, Sunrise. Shit, I remember being about, I don't know how old I was, maybe 5, 6, 7. I don't really know, y'all, but y'all remember whenever we had those VHS tapes that you used to put in the VCR or whatever? I remember having a whole bunch of those little tapes, and I decided to put on the tape with another little piece of tape, "Please rewind," and I rented them out to my cousins for 25 cents.
That's hustle though.
But that hustle been in me since I was a little kid, man. But my mom actually also encouraged it. You know what I'm saying? She saw me wanting to do those things. And she was like, "Yeah, baby, do it." Even though it was something that was minor, it kind of helped me even growing up as an adult. So allow your children to have those mindsets even as kids. Don't just shut them down, even though you think it's just something small and minute.
Like
Nelson, are
I
you
ain't
back?
like I ain't gonna lie, yo. I feel crazy if my kids want to stay with me all the way to they 27 years old. Like I ain't gonna lie. I want my kids to get the hell up out of my house. I ain't gonna lie to you.
This is Kat. Can I say something?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, sure, babe. Go ahead.
Hi. So I actually was booted out of my house at 18. I was actually like booted off of my island when I was 18 by my parents. Because there was like a heightened level of like complacency and comfortability that like my cousins had and like the island had as an essence where like people just were not doing anything more after high school. And I think my parents were very afraid that I would become complacent and that I wouldn't do anything with my life. So they were like at 18, you need to leave. Like they prepped me for the applying to college process. Like I had a goal for myself where I wanted to become. And they were like, "You're leaving, not because, we don't want you here, but because we know that if you stay here, you're gonna end up like your cousins."
So they
And so
sent you to college? That's not really
yes.
you up.
So I moved to the States by myself. And then I was working 2 jobs and I was in college full time. And it really taught me like the level of independence that I have and the ability to sustain myself, right? And I do not regret, like, I mean, it was very scary because I was by myself and I'm actually still by myself. My parents still live in the islands, but I think it was necessary for me to learn responsibilities on my own because now I'm very, I can sustain my own lifestyle. And I look at my cousins who are not able to do so, like they're still living with their parents, my aunts and my uncles, like they're 30 plus with all their kids in the house doing nothing. Like they don't, they don't have any goals or ambitions for themselves. And we literally grew up the same way. My island is very small. We spent the same amount of time with my grandparents after school. We had the same ideologies, went to the same church. Everything was the same school, everything. So it's really like individualistic. Like if you want to prosper and if you want to actually attain something in life, I think that it's more individual than it is the responsibility of the parents because we came up with the same upbringing. But I don't fault my parents at all for sending me away when they did. And I don't think that I would be against, doing the same thing with my kids if I feel like they would become complacent themselves. So I have a different point of view because I'm very grateful for that.
Yes, this is Zoe. I want to add something to the conversation.
So do you feel
I would like
y'all
to go
hold
after
on,
Zoe.
hold on one
And I like
second.
to give
God damn.
Also, gotta go at 18.
Y'all excited.
See, that shit turns into Hunger
So
Games.
hold on, y'all. Y'all, I got a headache. Zoe, before you go, I really need you to change that PTR per my replays.
My PCR is already changed.
It looks too ghetto. Okay, thank you so much for
Yes,
that.
yes.
And
I would like to go after Zoe.
hold on 1 second before Zoe wake it up. Nelson, are you back?
Absolutely. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, I want to get the quick commercial break. Let us know what you got going on, and then I'll pass it to you, Zoe.
I mean, before that though, I was gonna jump in on the topic. I mean, and before I do, I mean, I hope every one of you guys in this room you're following Ebony. I mean, this is a great conversation. I've been here for, I don't know, 2 hours now, and I haven't left. That's not normal. You know what I mean? So I hope everybody in here is following Ebony. It's one of my favorite female creators right now. So definitely give her a follow. Make sure you share the room. But just before I do that though, just the topic in general. I mean, listen, I was out the house at 16. Like, on top of that, I was out the country at 16. At 16, I was shipped to the UK. and I haven't lived with my parents ever since. You know what I'm saying? And I feel like that really built me into, what I am today. You know what I'm saying? And prior to that, it was my mom coddling me and, my boy. That shit don't give you room to grow in the real world. You know what I'm saying? And that's just what the truth is. So I mean, some people end up going astray, but others, end up, doing great things in life. You know what I'm saying? Me being one of them. So shit, y'all at 18 in the U.S. Shit, I was out the goddamn country at fucking 16 in Nigeria. So absolutely. Now the link up top. I mean, it's just a way for myself and a number of my moderators on stage just coming together and just trying to give back to our supporters. This is by no way, shape, or form just a Nelson thing. I mean, you're talking about a number of just mods just coming together, black, white, Hispanic, just coming together, throwing in $500 here, $1,000 here, in order to give back to people that really need it, this Christmas. And so I feel like it's just something important to do. But the links up top is the $14,000 giveaway. This past Monday we gave away $3,500 to an individual, Will Arroyo, shout out to him, as well as his daughter. We sit up here on these stages and we argue and we do these rooms, but we really don't know what some people in the audience are really going through. Some people are really going through shit. You know what I'm saying? So, we're doing this 4 times this month. We did the first one on Monday. We're doing the second one tomorrow, actually. The third one is going to be next Saturday, and the last is December 24th, the day before Christmas. And, it's a $14,000 minimum giveaway. The last day, the 24th, we're not putting a cap on a winning, so it could go as high as 15, 20 grand to the individual that wins. So it's 4 people only. We're not splitting $100 with 100 people. It's just 4 individuals. We're trying to make as big of an impact as we can. So definitely shout out to, everybody doing this with me. Shout out to the moderators doing this with me. And the link's up top for more information. So if anybody's trying to get in, try to get in the raffle, get in the draw, link's up top, and you'll find more information over there. So once again, appreciate you, Ebony. I love the conversation. I love you. And let's keep it rocking and rolling, man. Let's go.
Thank you so much. So I have a couple questions that came in for you in the back channel. They wanted to know, do people have to come up and tell their story on stage? Because some people wanted to enter, but they didn't want all their business on the app.
I mean, you got to be bold, man. You got to be bold. You know what I'm saying? And I do understand, some people, but you got to be bold. Like, for example, the Will guy that won on Monday, we gave him $3,500, but the audience gave him $2,500 on top of that. I mean, he walked out of that room with $6,000. You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, you got to be bold, and we got to make sure that we're giving the money to the right people. Not just somebody trying to go blow the money on whatever. Like, people that actually need it. You know what I'm saying? So I mean, absolutely.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Well, thank you so much for that. And y'all tap in. That's amazing. Great things happen on Clubhouse. Shout out to the Million Marathon. Okay. Period. Okay. And shout out to y'all giving back to Shanquilla. She's from Charlotte, like me. And I really appreciated that room. That was a super amazing space. Now, I want to say y'all got, was it close to 100,000? How much was that night?
We did over 120 in that room.
Yeah, that was very well done.
That was a blessing. So thank you so much for that, Nelson. I definitely appreciate your input and also giving back. Zoe, you ready? You changed your PTR for me?
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you so much. Go ahead.
I get in after Zoe as well?
Actually, I asked to go after Zoe. This is Mango.
Wait, y'all let him go, and then she'll get a cue. She'll handle it.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate it. So yeah, I just wanted to touch on a couple of things. First thing I want to say, because it's just the most recent, I don't think that, at least in my definition, or by some other people that's expressed, like being sent to college is not being kicked out per se, at least to me, and how I kind of define as being kicked out or put out. I also just wanted to do a couple of things. So I'm gonna send 2 studies in the chat, and the reason why I'm sending the studies in the chat is because I think it kind of sets a foundation for the conversation. Black people, at least to the studies that I'm looking at, don't actually send their children or their kids at 18 out more than any other people. The research actually proves the opposite, that there are more black children, young adults staying home amongst other racial counterparts for a longer period of time. And then also beyond that, they're also more likely to return back home after they've gone to college as well. And there's a couple of reasons that these studies say that that happens. Most of them kind of say that it's because of socioeconomic status or educational attainment, because of this are the two primary drivers on whether or not a person would actually uh, co-reside with their parent or live on their own. And then the other study that I'm sending is a study that looks at the most common living arrangement for young adults in America. It's actually co-residence with their parents for the first time in like U.S. history. That's the most dominant living arrangements across races in general. And I think that's also for a couple of reasons, because the cost of living, as we kind of just live, becomes more expensive. Education cost is also rising. I think that in comparison to the past generations, it also costs a lot more just to be educated. So people are coming out of school or formal training with a lot more debt than what was usual, especially in comparison to like the 80s or previous years before that, right? Where tuition costs were a lot lower. You now have people coming out with tens of thousands of dollars in debt, while as someone could have come out earlier on with like maybe a couple of thousand, or even been able to pay their education and work at the same time. That's not really like a dynamic that's happening now. People are also getting married a lot later. This is a social trend that we're seeing in America. And so I think that if we are going to have this conversation about like whether or not black people are kicking their children out, it should be based on some type of empiricals, because I think that if we don't, we're kind of just going to speak from our own personal, like, oh yeah, I got kicked out. Well, that's not really the trend that we see that's happening. Like I said, we can look at the two studies I just said in the chat. One is by the NIH and the other one is peer research. I just wanted to add that to the conversation.
Okay, so I've been listening to both sides of the conversation, like people who are advocating for, what I'm saying, your children to stay at home until they're ready to move out or they're ready to get married, which is, okay, but like so I was on my own at a very, very young age. And what I've come to observe from like my peers who hopped off the porch when they were older, they don't really got it. Like, they don't really know what the fuck they doing out here in life. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's very much so often, like, I see that my peers end up moving back home a lot. You know what I'm saying? It's like they'll let life get to a point where they're just like, oh, I can't figure it out. I'm gonna go move back home with my mom, and then they're back home with their parents, and it's like a continuous cycle. Now, me on the other hand, I don't really have anywhere to go. Like if I lose it, if I don't have my shit together, then it's just me on my ass out here. So for me, I look at it as a blessing, but like sometimes I look at it as a curse, because I didn't really know how much it fucked me up emotionally that I got like, that I went through all these things that I went through as a fucking teenager until like last year. You know what I'm saying? Like, I was really put in a space of like isolation and not really knowing how to like connect with people, because I was like so focused on like surviving and like making sure that my shit was in order. And I'm not gonna lie to you, like life is like really fucking hard. So I kind of get both sides when you got like, people that are like advocating for their children to be with them. Because I feel like if I had a lot more guidance, I would be way further along in life. You know what I'm saying? Just based off of like, everything that I accomplished, like, not having that parental guidance, you know what I'm saying? So I just think, for me, it's like, I look at this and it's like, it's a 50-50. Like, if you are the type of person that got that hustle and that drive and that ambition, you know what I'm saying? Being out at 18, it's like the world is your playground. But if you are the type of person that don't have that hustle, that drive and ambition, it can be very detrimental to like, you know what I'm saying, your progress. And I'm gonna just land my plane there.
Thank you, Mango. Effion was trying to get in there for a while, so I want to make sure he can speak. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, I was gonna say like just based off of like everything that talk like Dee was talking about and other speakers have sort of mentioned in regards to just like raising a child and having them stay in the house. I don't think that it's so much about a kid telling you what they want to do and you just sort of kowtowing. I think it's more so about having intentional conversations and communications about like how to navigate their goals in life. Um, I know for like me and my brothers, like my dad was actually like really big on trying to have us stay home. We just wanted to do our own thing. But the thing about that was like he never told us what the fuck rent was. If there was anything I will ever hold against my parents is that they didn't tell me what rent was because I would have saved my money so much more intentionally if I knew. But I say all that to say like yeah, there's going to be a case by case basis where it's like you're going to have kids who are more rearing to go out and do their own things. You're going to have kids who want to like play it safe and stay home, and you're going to have kids who honestly don't know what the fuck's going on. They're trying to figure things out. And I think when you have that intentional conversation, you're able to actually effectively set parameters, consequences, and guidelines as to like how they're going to be staying at their house. Because at the end of the day, like aside from being prepared for life, you also want them to be a couple steps ahead if you can. Like if you can give them a slight edge in navigating life, at least on the financial side of things, that's important. Letting your kids know about the bills that they have to handle and like deal with, you can still do that while they're under the roof. I have a best friend whose dad does that to this day. So like it's long story short, you're not coddling your kids if you like make that option available. It's just about making sure that you're having intentional conversations about like consequences if you're not following certain guidelines, and also making sure that they're actually being prepared and like knowledgeable about the life that they have to live outside of your house.
I mean, I agree with you, F. But like Ebony said, like placing responsibility on your children, I think that will most definitely like be fruitful for like their progress and like the moves that they make in the future. Just teaching them responsibility. Luckily, even though after my father passed, you know, my life got completely dysfunctional after staying under my dad and my grandmother's care. You know what I'm saying? I was taught responsibility at a very young age. I didn't like I got an allowance, don't get me wrong, but there was things and duties that I had to take care of before I could even like get an allowance. So I was already trained at a young age that no matter what I want in life, I gotta work for it. So by the time, you know what I'm saying, I decided to like run away from like dysfunction and shit and get from under like my mom's crazy ass household. It was already in the back of my head, like, okay, if I, you know what I'm saying, want anything in life, I have to get up and work my ass off for it. So, you know, at 14, like I'm cleaning up people's houses after school. I'm working in a fucking celebrity hairstylist like salon and shit. I really didn't even have a fucking social life. Like a lot of my friends were older. So like by the time I was like 15, I had a roommate. She went to UCLA. I had a roommate until it was like time for me to go off to college. You know what I'm saying? But I'm not gonna lie to you. I that shit kind of like fucked me up because like it got to a point where I felt like I couldn't really depend on anybody for like help. And I think you know, if we are going to like advocate for our children to like go out in the world and just be out here, this is coming from somebody that's just been out here from a young age. This shit get real scary. So for all the parents that are like, yeah, I don't want my children up in my crib. Like y'all really got to think about what the fuck life is like has like become, and like you know, because like I feel like I could have avoided a lot of traumatizing situations had I just had like a safe keep. You know what I'm saying? So I wouldn't really be so like opposed. Like when I have children, I'm not gonna be opposed to like, you know what I'm saying, kicking my children out when they turn 18, because I just think about all the things that I suffered at that young ass age. But I do agree with Ebony when she's like, you got to teach your children responsibility and shit, because that's very important. Like I said, a lot of my friends, we are the same age. They don't really know too much responsibility. And then when I sit here and think about like their patterns in life, it's like, yeah, because their parents are always coddling them. It doesn't matter if if one of my female friends or one of my male friends, like they parents are like, oh, it's okay, come home. And then when they're home, their parents are so happy because the nest's been empty. They don't even really encourage their children to get up off their ass and go get it. It's like, okay, well, when you figure it out, it's okay. Like, my doors are open. And then when these people do decide they want to get up off their ass and go do something, they out here taking handouts for people and they're being fucking ungrateful. Like, there's been countless occasions where I've had friends like overextend their stay. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, girl, if the shoe was on the other foot, bitch, I would have been in your house for a week. You know what I'm saying? Ain't no way I'm about to sit in your crib for 3 months. So I don't know. We just gotta be real mindful of, like, you know what I'm saying, how we.
I respect that, Mango. I respect that.
Yeah, that's all.
I'm gonna land my plane. I
question?
know I just get the rambling. I'm gonna shut the hell up now, but
No,
You ain't said
I
nothing wrong.
I believe exactly. You honestly had said a lot of great points. Like, I really resonated and agreed with everything that you said. And also, like, the world is a lot crazier even than when I was
exactly.
And it's a lot more expensive. My first apartment, y'all don't know about North Carolina, I'm in Charlotte like that, but I lived in Ballantyne, and my first apartment was $700.
Oh wow.
My first apartment was $700 a month. That's not happening right now for a lot of kids. So it's a lot more expensive out here. You got people that's over there abducting adults and taking kids and stuff. My friend was at Walmart and she said there was a white van beside her car and the door was cracked. She had to go and talk to the management and have them come and have somebody walk out with her, and they sped off immediately. Like, it's so much. There was a kid in Houston, 7 years old, who got picked up by a UPS driver and killed. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just so crazy out here in this world. Yeah, it's a true story. It's so crazy out here in this world, y'all. So it's a little bit different than even me, and I'm 31. It's different than when I was growing up at 18. I know Leontine had came off mic. I'm sorry, but
I just wanted to quickly say I wouldn't mind us also, and when I say also, I mean 2TOO, normalizing that trauma or hardships doesn't necessarily equate to responsibility. I think that you can still rear a responsible child while also parenting them. And I know that wasn't, I'm not responding to what that young lady was saying. I'm simply saying that I keep hearing a lot of people talk about some traumas that they experienced as children and how that or even being kicked out, that was the thing that taught them responsibility. I'm equally as responsible, I think. And I didn't necessarily experience or have to experience traumas or experience these hardships in order to learn responsibility. I think Ebony alluded to that as well. Like the idea that we as Black folks, and I'm not trying to make it a race thing, but that somehow traumas and hardships somehow build this responsibility. I think that of course you want to build character, but I keep hearing this thought that hardships somehow equate to building a more responsible individual, when in fact you can give a leg up. I give and invest in a whole lot of people in my family, but also outside of my family, because they are responsible, because they do have good character. And me contributing to them has nothing to do with them building character. That character was in them. And me investing in them and giving to them, again, as a family member or even as a angel investor, I don't know. I just feel like this, I got to get it from my bootstraps and I got to work hard and can't nobody do it for me. And if I get help, then I'm somehow not responsible or I don't have character. I think it's a little problematic.
Hey, Leontine, I wanted to jump in real quick, Ebony, and give some. I wanted to say something.
I'm sorry
I
about
wanted to
that.
say something real
Anthony
quick.
did ask to say something in my back channel. Sorry, Anthony, I'm working. Go ahead.
Okay, so if we have an opportunity to have this many people, I think that I can tell you something that definitely works. For your kids, a lot of people think, I think one of the biggest steps that we could do is I put in the chat some government accounts that you can look up on the IRS website that you can pay your children for doing chores. Okay, so here's what I'm doing that you guys can implement into your routine for your kids to teach responsibility. Basically, what I did is, I called and set up a LLC for my kids. It wasn't that expensive. It cost me, I think, $600 to set the LLC up. And then basically they have job descriptions around the house that they have to do. And I pay that LLC and teach them responsibility. They've had that LLC I started at $150 and they were getting paid to wash the car, and I would pay the LLC. They would get the money, they would take it to the bank account and deposit it. And they got their own little debit cards and stuff like that. And I teach them about money now. Now, instead of them, and a lot of people think they're overthinking starting a business for children. So I think segueing into college. Now, let me give you some numbers. $150 a month at 8 to 10% will be $60,000 in 15 years. So the average student loan debt for African American is $30,000. At 10%, it usually takes them 20 years to pay it off. And that's $150,000 of debt. Why not, instead of giving them cash, create your little business? And here's what they started with, very simple. Their business was they wash the car, they get paid money. That's their business. I set it up as a consulting business, and then the money that I goes into those government funds like the 529 education account. And that accrues interest. So when they go to college, you pretty much prepaid their college versus them getting a student loan. So I put 4 examples of of the government accounts, the UTMA, UGMA, Coverdell, and you don't have to do all of them, but just be familiar with them. Just put UTMA and then put .gov behind it, which is a government website, and the IRS will tell you what those accounts are. Rich people have been doing this for years, and I just wanted to put that out there because people are like, I don't have a business, but you can pay your kids for doing chores in the house, and I think that's a good start. So I just wanted to provide that. Well, this is what I'm doing for my kids. And if I stay, by the time they're 18, they'll have almost $400,000 saved up for school.
Hey Anthony, Anthony, PTR to Sunrise. Remember what you said in July? I'm already on it.
Yeah, you did it. Okay, look. Yeah, so look, I put the 4 government accounts in the chat, and like I said, there's a lot of ideas and stuff. Like, okay, just to land here, instead of I want people to be familiar with the names of what the accounts are for children. You could pay your kids $12,900 tax free, and then the cool thing also is that if you break that down, well, that's like right around $1,050 a month tax free. You don't have to report to the IRS. So basically, just call LegalZoom, or just set up the LLC for the kids. Once you set up the limited liability for your kids, you give them what their responsibilities are for the house, and then you pay that corporate structure. Let me tell you one cool part about this too. So once you have that limited liability company set up for your kids, you're teaching them money management. And then if they have income, they can finance stuff. You don't have to co-sign for them because they've been an employee for 15 years. So this is how you can segue into creating responsibility, because the biggest thing for kids is money management. You can teach that now, and that's a really good way, and that's what I'm doing with my kids. I just wanted to throw that out there, Ebony, and give you guys the accounts that you can look at and write these 2 things down. And I'm gonna give you guys some homework to do so you're familiar with the LLCs. There's a certificate of authority and an operating agreement. Those 2 things you will need the certificate of authority authorizes LLC to operate in a state that doesn't allow kid LLCs, and the operating agreement relinquishes you as if you're doing a joint LLC for states that don't allow minor LLCs to operate to relinquish ownership as an adult. So if Ebony was my daughter, once she turns 18, I would go off of the LLC, and then she would have the LLC by herself. I just wanted to drop those nuggets in there because I feel like, we have kids, and knowing the information and at least being aware of the information is how we start to build generational wealth. Thank you, Ebony, for allowing me to speak.
Ebony,
What was that
this
second
is
one you
Grace.
mentioned?
Can I chime in?
What was the second one he mentioned?
Hey, you can do an IUL too.
UPMA, UGMA.
Okay, I put it in the chat. If you go up in the chat, you'll be able to see it. And the two things is operating agreement and certificate of authority. The operating agreement basically allows you to operate in states that don't allow minor LLCs. For example, if I set up my kid wants to start an LLC in Georgia and Georgia doesn't allow minor LLCs, I would set up my LLC in California and get the certificate of authority to operate the business in Georgia. Does that make sense? So just look up certificate of authority and operating agreement. And then those examples that I gave you guys, cleaning cars, washing dishes, washing clothes and folding clothes, that's a business. You just pay them as a business. And on top of that, the last thing that I would say is this. Once you take that LLC and open up the business account at any bank, right, and you have everything established, when you go on trips or anything else, that is a company meeting. So when I take my kids to Disneyland, that's a company event, which is a complete tax write-off. Okay, so just wanted to throw that out there. Okay.
Anthony, can I ask you a
Anthony,
question?
thank you so much.
That was good. I want to make sure that I let some people get in there that haven't. I know Prince hit me up in the back channel. I'm not telling y'all to hit me up in the back channel. Okay? I'm doing something. But Prince, hey.
No, I appreciate you. No, look, I hear this, and I think that if at all possible, let your children develop. But the problem is some of these little mofos is hella disrespectful. You know what I'm saying? Like, if we just gonna wake it up and keep it 100, like some kids is smelling themselves at 13 and 14 and disrespecting you from you know what I'm saying? Being real disrespectful. And now you can't really put your hands on kids like back in the day. Like back in the day, grandma used to tell you go out there and pick the switch. Shoot, nowadays you get the police called on you now. You see what I'm saying? So if at all possible, I think you need to definitely, let your children develop. But the problem I think comes in when the kids get real disrespectful. And it's like,
aren't they a reflection of you?
They might not always.
Thank you so much for whoever said that, because
sometimes
not
they
in
are.
every situation.
Sometimes they are a reflection of you, but not always. Like
Exactly.
you can't always blame the parents for everything. Sometimes they're a reflection of their friends and other influences at school. That could be a lot of different things that cause it. And I'm not saying that, you should give up on your children and everything like that. But the problem comes in when we judge parents and say, oh, you need to just accept all the disrespect that your kids is giving you, but you're not the one getting the disrespect from them children. You know what I'm saying?
No, but I think there's more to that.
I hear what you're saying, Prince. I hear you, but a lot of times disrespectful children come from chaotic adults.
Help them, Lord.
And I know that there are some outliers out there, but the majority, a lot of them are coming from chaos within their home. Like a lot of their disrespect was learned. And then when they get old enough to do the same thing, it's like, oh my God, how is my child so disrespectful? I never seen my mom disrespect elders. I never seen my mom disrespect her mom or cuss out other adults and shit like that. You know what I mean? Like, and I learned to not do those things from my mom, from my family. Like, I feel like that stuff starts in your household. So sometimes when you have children that are disrespectful, you got to see what example are you setting for your children. I know we can't say it's an absolute, but it's definitely something to think about,
Hey, this is Race. Can I chime in?
This is still high enough. Just chime in on that point real quick.
Thank you so much. Yeah, just because I'm not feeling that well, so I'm gonna hop off in a second. But yeah, I agree with actually both of you. But Prince, I really appreciate you saying that because you know a lot of times and I'm not a mom yet, God willing. But a lot of times, and I worked with kids. I was a professional nanny, and I worked with kids for a long time, and just in the U.S. and in Paris, where I used to live in France. So, you know, yes, it's true that what she was saying. Setting those guidelines and setting those rules and setting that structure in place that they have, meaning they don't run the household. you know they're not the they're not the king of the castle. You're not their best friend. You're the one, you're the parent, right? But on the other hand, what you're saying, Prince, is totally correct, because there are, you can I really think there is a lot of this, you know just blaming the parents and say, well, what's going on in their house, and just everyone jumping to conclusions that they're not providing structure, or they're not setting the correct example. Because, like you said, and I just want to just further that opinion. There are a lot of influences, from television, mass media, social media, the school, the friends that they have. So it's, you cannot make that assumption at all. And yes, I have seen a lot of and it's this entitlement. They're extremely disrespectful. I mean, I've seen, I'll go out and encounter like these 13 and 14-year-olds, and just like the way they've even spoken to me. And I'm not, I'm just if you speak to a lady that you just are walking by and encountering in that way, imagine how you're speaking to other people, your parents. But yeah, absolutely. I don't think that we should always not at all jump to the conclusion that that it's coming from the parents. That doesn't mean that the parents.
Hello?
I don't know what happened,
Thank
but
you, Jesus.
I would say this.
They don't like,
First of
don't
all,
worry, they don't like
well,
Not
that.
thank
first of
you,
all,
Jesus.
Y'all are
everybody,
so
Let your
rude.
black woman
hold on.
speak.
I want to hear how
I
your
would.
kids
I
talk.
didn't say she was black.
But yeah, I don't know about
Hold,
that. Y'all don't mute people, please. Allow them the opportunity to finish their statement, unless I mute them, which I really don't mute people unless I
Y'all
mute
still
all.
wilding in here?
They are, but it's okay. I know that Patrick was in my back channel, and he wanted to hop in
Thank you.
there.
By the way, I appreciate that.
Did you finish
I
your point? Hello, y'all.
I noticed I got muted, so I do appreciate that. That's because I really do enjoy Million Marathon. So yeah, thank you so much.
Well, thank you so much. Make sure you
Girl,
tap in
you
at
in Ebony's
bedtime.
house.
Hello? Not Million Marathon.
Wait, what?
hello.
Y'all ain't
But
gonna be
Oh,
abusive
girl,
people,
I'm sorry.
okay? We
I'm
are
sorry.
Chick-fil-A in here, okay? We are
I,
Chick-fil-A, okay?
All
The
right.
listeners are our customers, okay? So y'all, if she ain't saying nothing out of place, don't mute people. That is very rude. Okay.
All black, y'all look the same.
What happened?
So this is Patrick.
Go ahead, Patrick.
All right. The one. Let me just speak to that real quick. I'm a social worker. I'm a school social worker. I also have two children, a 3 and a 5-year-old. I've been working with kids since I was one. But bottom line is, yes, parents aren't the only influence, but they're the primary influence of their children. Two, yes, sometimes it is some factors that might be quote unquote outside of, I would say, a lot of students that we find that are problematic or whatever, they're classified as behavioral and all of that kind of stuff, is because a lot of times the parents don't have support. They don't have support for a long time, or they're impugning their generational trauma onto the next generation, right? And so all of those things are the responsibility of the parent, right? If you know that you have had a traumatic upbringing, you might not have had the best parenting skills.
incorporate it into your life. There are a lot of different resources that people can get involved in that will teach you proper parenting skills, that can teach you coping, that can teach you mindfulness, and these things can be incorporated to your child at a very young age. I have a 5-year-old. Just being transparent, I have a 5-year-old. I have a 3-year-old and a 5-year-old. My 5-year-old is on the autism spectrum, and he has a lot of emotional regulation situations. But since he's been 18 months old, me and my wife have proactively worked. My wife is an educator as well. Me and my wife have worked proactively to practice mindfulness, to have him practice meditation, calming, all those kinds of things, and also building communities. I know we are a lot less communal these days, but communities, because the truth is, even if you live in a 2-parent household, your 2 parents can't give your child exactly everything that they need. So whether it is being involved in extracurriculars and then building a network with coaches, building a network with other like-minded parents, tapping into your church community, your religious community, whatever you need, so that your child is not only surrounded by you and your spouse or just you or whatever, but it's surrounded by a community, whether it be family, friends, loved ones, colleagues, coworkers, so that they know, oh shoot, like back in the day, back in our days, it wasn't just about like my mom. It was my mom and my grandparents. I was either in the presence of my mother or the presence of my grandparents in a primary home situation. But it wasn't just them. Like the mothers of the church could say something, or my teachers could say something, and it was all about like this community raising these children. And that leads me into my comments about the main point. I like especially how the conversation has turned, and I think like what we're talking about, like there's a difference between sending your child out and putting your child out, right? And I think that like a lot of people have been talking about that difference, which I definitely love. I think we can proactively, like a lot of people gave examples. Anthony, I thank you. I wrote down that information. I will definitely use it very soon. There are resources that we can do to proactively prepare our children so that when they become of age, whatever of age is in our family, that we can send them out, right? Equipped and prepared. Now, I know that that's, easier said than done. I know that's the best case scenario, and not all scenarios are the same. But I think in an ideal world, we will be willing to prepare our children and send them out. Now, I will also say, I feel like the whole concept of like when your child turns of age and we can kick them out, or you need to go to the military, but you're gonna get out my house. That's a very individualistic, westernized thinking that I think our people were never like. That was never our case, honestly. And if you look in other cultures, other people of color, there are certain cultures where it is expected for you to stay home and take over the responsibility as your parent ages into a grandparent. And so now you become the head of the home, but you take care of your children, but you also will take care of the elders in the house. And whether that be in the physical house or whether that be in their homes or whatever, like that's a concept I think that in general people have lost in today's thinking. I was raised partially, like I said, by my mother in Albany, New York, but I spent a lot of my childhood raised by my grandparents in Georgia, and that's one of the things that you learn. Like I would say, like my grandma, and my great grandmother Georgia Williams, who was 100% First Nation people. She was paralyzed from the time that my grandmother was 4 years old. She was paralyzed on her right side, all the way down the right side, with a stroke. My grandmother and her siblings, which were 13 of them, made sure my grandmother had, like my great grandmother had. You know what I'm saying? It's to the point where I remember, when I went to middle school, it's a very small county, but my middle school is across the street from my great grandmother's house, and so we would drive from our house, and my grandma would park in my great grandmother's yard. We would go to school, and every day, like we would come over, we would spend time with my great grandma. I knew her very well. Like she passed when she was 94, but because of that, I got a chance to know her, and her daughter, took care of her, and ultimately, when my grandmother and my grandfather, are not necessarily willing are able to take care of themselves, like the next generation will take care of them. My mother takes care of them in a lot of ways. And so even from afar, right? It could be stuff as buying prescriptions or help, talk through insurance and what's the best for them, all that kind of stuff. So bottom line is,
Please, Petra.
I'm laying it right now.
Thank you.
But what I will say is that bottom line is we are a communal people. We have always been a communal people. And I think best is raising in community and also cooperative economics. When you are a contributing member to one household, it doesn't mean that you just sit on your butt. You get to sit on your butt, but you have a job. Everybody's working. You might contribute to a fund where everybody gets mortgages. Once this fund reaches this level, you know what I'm saying? So there's ways to do it. That's all I'm saying.
This is a question. I got a question for you guys.
I've been trying to speak for quite some time. Can I just ask this question really quick, Anthony? Because I really have one for you, actually, too. But my first question is there an underlying fear, especially with women, to allow your children to explore outside of your presence, meaning, involved in, activities that are not necessarily, you being there, but like with a group of people? Because I think in some ways that is, kind of a barrier to allowing your kids to, another brother was saying, let them, figure it out, explore things and know what they like and don't like, etc. That's just one question. The other one is to Anthony. Anthony, is it also advantageous? You were talking about setting up the LLC. Does that work as well with a trust? Those were my two comments, and I appreciate if you could answer that, Anthony, either in the chat or if you want to respond now, that'd be.
I'll answer that real quick. The trust situation is way, Black people transfer of wealth is because you don't have a trust. But I know this is not the topic of the room. But, if you have property or any assets or anything, that will is not going to help you because it's going to have to go to probate. Okay, so that's a whole different conversation. I definitely would look up revocable trust and see what it means. See what it is.
What I was asking specifically, though, is your strategy that you talked about the setting up the funding for your children by giving them a reward for their chores, rather than setting up an LLC. Could you do that in a structured trust?
Of course. I mean, I'm not a CPA or enrolled agent. Okay, to answer your question, how I'm structured is that I do have a living trust, and then the trust owns all of the companies and assets that I have. So yes, you could do the trust. That would be my answer. But you could do it that way. But I want my kids to benefit from the company that I set up for them. That way, because when you die, if I pass away, the trust supersedes my death. Right? I pass away, they inherit what I have in the trust. So yeah, to answer your question, I would say, yeah, you could do it anyway. But the fundamental thing that I was talking about is just having the biggest issue that I had when I went to school is that I went to a HBC. I pledged Omega Psi Phi fraternity. Everybody was partying, and I did not know money management. I did not know how to interview for jobs. I did not know how to do any of that stuff. So I think the biggest issue that we have with transitioning, and I was at 17 years old when I went to HBC, and I wasn't going to make it.
HBCU.
Historically Black University. Okay. Yeah, I understand. People know what I'm talking about. Okay. So what I mean by that is, when I transitioned into school and seeing all of that stuff, not knowing how to wear a tie, not knowing how to tie, I got out of school and then went into the military, and the military taught me about structure and everything else. And I ended up graduating and doing all of that stuff. But I think the biggest issue that people face is going at 18 years old, knowing how to adjust to be on your own, knowing money management. And I don't know, but I had a question. Are they teaching money in schools? And you guys have to think, like, why aren't they teaching the system You go to school to get good grades, to go where? Go to college. You get rewarded. Kids are in school typically just like a job, 9 to 5. If you go to private school, you wear a uniform. Think about it. So what CEO do you know wears a uniform? So psychologically, the system is designing to churn us into being an employee versus being an owner. And I feel like if you do both with your kids at a young age, yes, do well in school, but also learn how to do business at a young age. When they transition, they already have money management skills, they already have a business and credit. And I think that will set them up for success. That's why I was talking about the company that you could set up because of money management at a young age.
Thank you so much for that.
Before you guys go to the next person, can I ask a question based on what Patrick said? I didn't want to skip over something he said.
Okay, go ahead.
So, to the people who say that the kids need to be put out by 18, they need to get it from the mud, get it on their own. I'm just curious to know, do you all have the expectation that you will be able to be cared for by your children when they get older? Because you would then be an adult, you pass 18 too. So I'm just curious because in the same way that my mom said you always have somewhere to live, and again, I didn't need to take her up on it, but because I had that security, I was able to fly. She always knew, hey, you ain't going to no nursing home, sis. You're going to always have a place in my home and in my brother's home. And she died knowing that. She died being washed by my brother and I.
Was you fucking in your mama bed at 15?
I don't even know what that has anything to do with it, sir.
What the
So
hell?
my
You always
question,
gotta turn
my
into a
question
morbid
is,
scene.
Listen,
Go ahead and get the mic.
so yeah, that was weird. Anyway, my question to the
Because
people
them the
who
people
said,
who parents
"Hold
be
on,
putting
sir,
the
I'm
fuck
still
out.
talking, sir. I'm not sure what you're doing." My question is to the individuals who say your kids have to leave at 18. Do you have an expectation that your children will care for you when you become unable to care for yourself? That's my question to the room.
Can I say something?
I don't think people think about that with their damn spouse, so they damn sure ain't thinking about it with their motherfucking children.
I think that's a good question.
So,
You know what though?
for me, I want my
Like,
kids to start. If I get that age, I definitely want my kids to be. Well, if I get to the point where I'm not able, which I hope I'm never to the point where I'm not able-bodied, but I hope my kids would, because I've been a great father to them, and I will never kick them out. I think that's a great question because a lot of parents end up in the goddamn nursing home being mistreated by them nurses and shit because you treated your kids like shit. And so, hey, I guess.
Can I say something?
Yeah,
I just think that it depends on the parents because some parents actually start teaching their kids very young about checking accounts and stuff. You got to empower your children. But I think people that we are accused here in America of giving our kids too much too soon in terms of the niceties of life. I'm not saying that you're not supposed to give them anything, but I think that you really have to have a balance because if you don't,
I'm sorry, Ms. Byrne. Before you go off on that, because you're going down a different direction, I actually want to hear from the individuals who specifically said, I believe that my children need to be out of my home by 18. I'd like to have an answer to that particular question before you go down a different road. I'm really curious to know.
I believe that they should be out of the house by 18. Yes, I do.
I agree with that too.
My girlfriends that are that had kids, their kids either went into the military or went to college. They became very balanced adults. They were very successful. One decided to go to college. One decided to go to the military. And both of them have their own homes now. They have.
May I say something?
God is good. Hey, I want to say real quick.
Hold on,
wait a
ladies.
minute.
Wait a
Can I
minute.
come in?
Can I finish?
Don't lady
Please?
go.
Can I
Phone
just
indicator
finish?
came on. Go ahead, lady. Burn.
So they both of those kids have their own homes. They have their own families. They're very responsible. they invite their mother and father to come over for dinner. So they did very well, actually. The one child that went to a college started his own business. The one child that went into the military ended up as a chef because that's what he loved to do. He was a cook in the military, and they both got married. They both bought homes. And I thought they did well. She said when they turned 18, she said, look, y'all choose what y'all got to do, military or college. It don't matter. If you're going into college, you can stay here at the house, okay, until you finish, but you must finish. I will support you in that. But yeah, they turned out really, really well. I think kids that stay home too much, if you don't give them some bill to pay or something, you're actually enabling your kids. And you're not teaching them how to be responsible adults. So I do agree with that. I am one of the ones.
But I think her question. But I think her question
Hold on.
was
Go ahead,
different.
Krista.
Didn't
Yeah,
you ask
he
the
answered the
question though,
question.
Lancey?
No, I don't think so. I
Right.
understand her philosophy, but I was asking a very specific question to a very specific group of people who made that comment that they need to leave at 18.
Well, they all rich on Clubhouse, so they gonna say somebody.
They should leave at 18.
So my question was, if you believe that your child should leave the house, if you're under the impression that your child should leave the house and be responsible at 18, do you also believe that is your expectation, that child will also care for you when you become elder?
Great question.
No, I think the only time I would request that my child would leave at 18 is if they was extremely disrespectful. If they were a respectful child, go ahead, stay, handle your business. I'm here. I'll support you 100%. If you're extremely disrespectful, it's only so long that I'm gonna keep putting my hands on you, or trying all these different methods and talking and everything like that. You cussing me out, then I might ask you to leave. And that type of child, Leontine, if they're extremely disrespectful, I'm probably not going to too much expect them to do nothing for me. I'm setting my own self up for when I'm elderly, right? And then, maybe some of the other children that are more respectful, maybe I could expect them to be there. But I don't know if you can always, expect your children to be there and, in your elder years. I don't know if that's an ideal plan for every person to think my kids are going to take care of me when I'm older. I don't think that's ideal either.
We don't even take care of our parents. Like, what are we talking about? Like, you gotta be the change you want to see. A lot of us in this state, a lot of us on this stage don't take care of our parents like we should. So, like, my children, like, because I got 18 and a 20-year-old, and they not equipped to be outside making decisions. Like, I know how hard it was for me at 17 to be outside and be responsible for myself. And I wish I had support. I wish I had my mother. I wish I had my father there to guide me and direct me. And I wish I didn't have to go and get an apartment and learn how to pay bills and be traumatized and have all these different experiences that I don't feel like was necessary if I would have been able to stay at home past 18. So I don't believe that. I don't think our children are ready to be out at 18. I think putting your kids out at 18 is a detriment. I think putting your kids out
until I was 25.
I think putting our kids out too early, prematurely, just because they're of a legal age is very negligent. I believe that it's selfish. I believe that it doesn't sustain the nuclear family. I believe that it's wasteful of money. It's a lot of things wrong with that. Because if your child like and like the last dude said, like, if they disrespectful, that's one thing. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's only so much disrespect I could take. But if I am being the change that I want to see, that's a phase that they're going through. And if you being the respectful parent and you have standards, ethics, morals, boundaries that they've lived with, the disrespect is only going to go so far until they get it together and they understand. You know what I'm saying? So
I believe, and this is just my belief, that putting our children out really early is very, very negligent. I think that gives abandonment issues to young adults. I think it's dishonest to them. I think we're setting them up for failure. The only reason why my 20-year-old, I know he's not going to come home is because he's in the military, but he's always welcome to come to my house whenever. Like right now, me and my fiance are in a situation where he wants to get a 1-bedroom because he wants to buy a house in a year. And I'm like, absolutely no. We absolutely are not moving in a 1-bedroom because we got children. They might not, my daughter, she might be in college. My son might be in the military. Your daughter might be doing her thing, but we are absolutely positively not going to have a space where they can come and say that they have a home. And I always tell them, y'all might not, this ain't your house. You know, I tell them, you don't live here, but this your house. So always keep the door open. Always.
I think so much for that. That was some good points to talk. I actually agree with a lot of the things that you were saying. I want you guys to take a look at the link above my head. Foundation to Find and Love workshop is held by Dr. Mel, and she's actually hosting this class for free. So make sure y'all tap in. This workshop is on December 17th at 7:30 a.m. It's actually a $497 value, but she's doing it for free for the people. So make sure y'all tap in, sign up for this workshop, and support Dr. Mel in her endeavors. So shout out to that. Welcome in, y'all, to Ebb's house. Okay. Make sure you tap the greenhouse and you follow the club. Y'all, this is what happens after I finish eating. I get so like lazy. Okay. Make sure you make sure you tap the greenhouse and you follow the club. Hit the square with the arrow pointed up. Y'all share the room, ping some people in, let them know where the party is happening. Today's topic is putting your child out at 18 is a generational curse. It is popcorn style, y'all. Welcome the new people to the stage. I think we're good on the floor. So the floor is open. Go ahead, y'all.
Hey, Ebony, this is Brandy. You know, I've been listening.
Brandy, babe.
Girl. So, you know, I've been in the room for a while and I've been listening. And I think what's interesting is you had said something earlier about when you were younger and learning responsibility that way. And I'll tell you guys, y'all remember back in the day when we used to have those like scholastic book fairs? They may still have them, but my girls are in their 20s. But
they still got them, girl.
Okay. So
hitting me up.
So funny story. You know, giving your kid cash to go to school sometimes is just a lot because they end up losing it. So, you know, our daughters were about 10. We started introducing them into debit cards. That's how they got their allowance to know how to manage their money. And it's funny we're having this conversation because my 20-year-old the other day, she's at school, she's at college. Yes, she goes to UT Tyler. And she was like, Mom, she said, you know what? She said, some of my friends, because, you know, a lot of kids are getting ready to come home for the holidays and they're balancing and budgeting, you know, their whatever money they have at school and on their cards or whatever to get food. Anyway, she was like, Mom, she was like, that was probably the best lesson you guys ever taught us was having a debit card at a young age. Because I'll never forget the very first time she got hers, this girl went and bought every eraser, pencil, pen, book. And then when it was time for the next one, she had used all her money. And she said that was the best lesson that I had to learn how to manage my money, like, you know, at a very early age. Because it's like, okay, you let me make the mistake. You told me, you warned me. And then when I came back and I had the opportunity to kind of correct it, now I know. She said, so now I got friends who are, hey, girl, can I, you know, we got a week left, you know, can I borrow a little bit of money, you know, to get food now? She was like, it makes sense. So I'm saying all this to
Brandy,
say.
You didn't have that baby card declining at 10, did you?
I did that, Brandy.
And okay, because listen, she got what she wanted at the time, and it gave her that responsibility to learn, hey, do I balance and budget? So now, because she said, I thought it was a flex. I'm whipping out my card and I'm excited. Just like, but then the next time it came around, and she did. She said that was the most embarrassing thing because I've been lying the next time trying to do it. And you get the credit monitoring on what your kid's doing. And we secretly laughing because she's getting stuff, first of all, that she doesn't need is what she wants. But, okay, you earned it. But learning that, and for her, when we laugh about it, she can laugh about it now. But she can also look at it as an adult and say, here I am in my 20s. And now, I'm trying to give away money that I've balanced because, I haven't used up all the money on my food card or whatever at school. So I do think it's important to say that. But another thing that I've just been hearing in all this conversation is that it seems like people are saying, oh, if you stay at home, you're oh so coddled and you're not being taught things. So that's my youngest. My oldest is 24 and she's still at home. And college graduate, she works right now. She's an appraiser for real estate. She does very well. But until I feel like either she can afford the lifestyle that she has at home and she's comfortable, stack your coins, baby girl. Because when you get ready to buy that house, you don't have the same VA opportunities that mom has. And so she's seeing that and she's learning from living the right way. So I just think that it's like this narrative of if they stay home, they're not being taught anything. Like, no, they're watching what we are doing. They're watching, me being a single mom, if the guys that I talk, things like that. They are learning how I'm navigating through life. And if you have the wherewithal to make sure that your child is learning the right way and you're teaching them actively, I think there's nothing wrong with them staying at home until they can afford the lifestyle that you have worked so damn hard to afford them, or until she gets married. And that's the conversation that I have with my daughters. So I don't know. I just want to provide that because a lot of people are talking about what if and what they think they would do, but this is what my reality is. So I like there.
I do have a question for that.
Brandy, I'm so happy you said that. At the end of the day, hold on,
Ebony, I have a real quick
was
question.
that Ebony?
This is Dr. Mel, because we're talking about definitely letting our girls stay home because I've been listening for hours and we're saying our girls wait till they're married. But let me ask this question. What about our boys? Like the boys are the ones that's getting put out at 18. Real, like that conversation happened. When you get 18, you getting out of here because you a man. Well, first of all, he's not a man. He might be a legal age for some things, but he is not a man. But let me say this. Young women don't even want young men who are staying at home. So we're having a bipolar conversation right now. We're talking about letting our children stay home and getting them ready to release them into the world. But then there's young women who will say they don't want a man who is at home with his mother.
That's what I was trying to say earlier.
He's living in the basement. He's living in the attic. So what are we saying? Are we going to keep our kids home until we're ready? Hold on. Are we going to keep our kids home until we're ready? Or are we going to have a real conversation about this? I'm done.
Dr.
Hold
Bell,
on, Anthony. I don't think
that's the
necessarily
advice
it's
I was
the
gonna
fact that in regards to it's the young women don't want to date somebody that's living home with their parents. I'm talking about 35 and older. Why are you living with your parents? That makes no sense to me. But I'm talking about 19, 20-year-olds. I think it's necessary that you're home with your parents. That way you're not in harm's way. That way you're not experiencing life. You can barely do anything at 18 years old. You can barely lease a car or apartment at 20 years old. So what I'm trying to say is at the end of the day, as much as we want to talk about kicking these kids out at 18 years old, it makes no sense to me because these kids barely can even write their names in cursive or have proper arithmetic or fill out an application at best, So at the end of the day, I think it's necessary for the women to be at home to actually create a security where they're not a detriment or being preyed on by old men because they need to survive. And I'm going back on mute.
I think that's the question I was going to ask. Hold on.
Kick that baby out.
I wanted to ask a question to Missy and who has older girls, because if you look at my Instagram, I have a beautiful little girl. She's 9 years old. Her name's Carson. And I was going to actually ask that question, Dr. Mel, Missy, for those of you who have older girls, because I have a boy that my son is 11 and my daughter is 9. And I do feel like that's a very good question because I don't know. I feel like my daughter, that it would be different because I would feel more comfortable having my daughter stay at home longer than my son. And I know that sounds wrong, but But that's the truth. I'm only telling my experience because I don't have an older girl, and I have both my kids here with me. So I'm curious to know if you were in my position, would you? In my eyes, I'm thinking that I would have my son go out because I feel like he should be a leader and provider and protector as a young man, and I feel like I would cover more protection. I'm gonna table that question, and I do want to say something very briefly to what Brandy was saying. I did the same thing with my daughter when she was. We went to Dave and Buster's with the debit cards, and she was like 7 or 8 years old. And now I asked my son, "Hey, do you want me to keep some of your money, or you want to spend all of it on your debit card?" He said, and I told him about the 70-30 rule, and he said 70% you save and 30% you spend. That's what it is, right? And he decided to do what I asked him, and my daughter decided to turn up. She wanted all her money at a young age. Well, we went. I had a birthday party at Dave and Buster's for a bunch of kids, and they got their little cards out and they went playing. And my daughter ran out of money, and she was looking to me. And you know what I did? She could not get any money from anyone else, and it was very difficult for me to do that. But it was a life lesson for her to save her money, and now she knows. And I did that when she was 7. So I think, but I do have that question. I mean, what would you guys do in regard to that? Do you feel like daughters should be allowed to stay at home longer?
Yes.
And yeah,
I agree. I agree. My daughter's 16, Anthony. Like I got two daughters and a son. My son is the baby. He's 10. My other one is 11. So I feel where you coming from with that. I slick want my daughters to stick around a little bit more and let my son go off. But in reality, he's the last one. But my 16-year-old, she's really independent, Anthony. So it's the conversations of that is coming right around the corner. So I have to really be on my shit. Excuse my language, but I really have to be on top of it to make sure like everything that I've been kind of teaching her and telling her when she's ready. Because at the end of the day, like you got to think about it when you was a kid. At some point, you was ready to leave. Like you was ready to get the hell away from your parents. So I could feel my daughter ready to do her own thing. Like so, it's just like I kind of want my daughter to get her own apartment so she understand how it goes, and if something goes wrong, 1,000% she could come back. But I just want my kids to have some skin in the game so they understand what's going on out here. You know what I'm saying? No. But to answer your question in short, if my son was around the same age, I slick would be pushing for my son to get out there, because at the end of the day, I don't think no woman want to have sex with my son in my house and I'm there. That sounds crazy.
So I agree. I agree too. I agree too, because my thing is with my son, when my son graduated and he left and he went to the military, I knew that my son, because men go out and they make their own families, right? They blaze their trail. Like a man is going to blaze their trail, right? They're going to go, they're going to get a wife, they're going to have friends, they're going to build a career, they're going to probably relocate. It's a lot of things that men do, successful men do, whatever success looks like, that they do to prepare themselves for life. So with my son being 20, my whole breakdown was like, dang, I really set this nigga up well. Like my baby ain't gonna never come home ever, never again. Like he is like blazing his own trail. Like he has a plan. He's sticking with his plan. He's been in the military since he was 18 years old. You know what I'm saying? I know he's never coming home. But my daughter, for instance, she goes to college. I know she's gonna be here she's gonna live with me until she makes enough money to go out and have a lifestyle that's better than the one I can give her or equal, or until she gets married. Because the girls, I mean, if we're thinking biblically and like just family oriented wise, the girls are gonna stay home. Your girls are gonna stay until they have a husband. That's how it works. Your girls are supposed to stay at home until they have a husband, or until they can equally have a same lifestyle that you afford them. Like that you know what I'm saying, that you're living it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but I've heard a couple of y'all say that, and I don't really agree. You know,
What?
I don't. I hear what you're saying. The beginning part I agree with, but I don't really agree that my child has to have the equal amount of what I afford
Well, I know
them
mine ain't. I know mine.
in order
I
to
just
get
know
out
mine.
there, because I feel like it's disingenuous. You know what I'm saying?
No,
By
I
the time
just know mine. I just know mine ain't. Like my
no,
daughter.
I'm not telling you anything in specific, but what I'm saying is, by the time my daughter is 20, right, I'll be like almost 50, right, 47 or something like that, right. Ain't no way in hell she gonna graduate college and be where I'm at when I'm almost 50. She's not gonna have
No,
the
I'm not
nice
saying
big.
college
She
though.
Yeah, I know, but I heard somebody else saying it. She's not gonna have this nice.
Quit muting me, whoever touching me. Y'all know I don't like that shit.
Well, that's not me. But she's not gonna have this nice. Y'all don't kick people. She's not gonna have this nice house, and she's not gonna have a nice car. Like, granted, my first apartment was lit. You know what I'm saying? Well, no, it wasn't, because I had to sublease before I turned 18, and that was a little shithole. But by the time I turned 18, what is going on, Prince? How'd you get down there? Come on now. What's going on? Don't. Oh, God. Come on, y'all. Okay. Anyway, by the time I turned 18, I did have a nice ass apartment, but I cannot say that that is happening with every child. You know what I'm saying? Like, they might have to stay in that little apartment that's not so desirable and not the cutest, so that they can learn that they want something better for themselves. I did real quick when I subleased by finding an apartment on, what's that thing called? On Craigslist, to sublease under somebody else. You know what I'm saying? And then I was like, I'm not gonna be staying over here in no damn Rock Hill, South Carolina, in this little hole, okay? So I'm gonna get a better job, and I'm gonna do better, and I'm gonna get me a better car, because when we lost our cars, my grandpa told y'all bought me this little Cavalier, okay? I was ashamed. I was ashamed of that Cavalier, okay? Thankful, but ashamed, all right? As soon as I turned 18 and I was able to get a loan, I went and got me a little Nissan Maxima. Shout out to the Maximas, okay? And that was, the first car that I purchased. So I think I think sometimes, your children going through things and experiencing things, I feel like it actually helps. You know what I'm saying? It strengthens them. I don't expect for my kid to pop out and be just popping out in the bins. You know what I'm saying? Baby girl, you might have to graduate to that. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know, y'all. Maybe it's just me. Maybe it's just me. Maybe I'm
Yeah,
tripping, but
I think they
can I
do
say
have to grow
something?
into it. I think they do have to grow
Yeah.
into it, but I think the goal, right now that because I know I'm coming from out of I'm breaking a wheel, right? And so for me, I know from a fact, my daughter is not gonna leave her comfortability of my household to go live and struggle by herself if she don't got to. She's not gonna do it. That's what she's going to college for. Like, that's what we planning. We have a plan.
Can
So
I
that's
say
just
After
that's
something?
just
that
our
talk, I
plan
think
that
at
we
some
Can I say
point
got.
or
something, Linda?
another, we
Yeah, I want
gotta.
to address
Who is
that.
that underwater? I'm sorry. Y'all
Oh
gotta
my
mute up
God.
real quick. Dr. Hood talk, when you done?
I'm through.
I
No,
think
that's
Okay.
not her. That's
Quentin
somebody named Quentin.
actually
I
by
got it. I got it.
accident. Go
So I
ahead.
was just gonna say real quick, I think it's essential that at some point that we're capable of setting our children up. And if we're not capable of doing that, at least give them the tools to equip them to properly navigate the world. I think as far as our daughters, we do a disservice by not or having order protection on them. Not talking about the legal term. I'm talking about as a family circle. We do a disservice as a community to our women in regards to sending them out there and not creating a perimeter where they understand and can justify themselves and move accordingly. And we're not even preparing them to be settled wives or have a level of understanding what it is to be a wife. For those of us who think that, the only time you can leave the house is because you're becoming a wife. I don't agree with that. I think you're capable of leaving the home if you have the mentality and the fortitude to do that. Because some of us are mature, or have a certain, you know, resilience that it may not be normal for some others. Like I was 16 out the house, not because my parents kicked me out, because I was on scholarship. So it's just like it varies for people. But for the average woman that's walking around here, we're at 30s and we don't even know how to even vet a man properly. And we got the audacity to talk about, oh, our comfort and our lifestyle and soft life, all this extra stuff. But we don't even know how to navigate the world properly because we've been so harmed and mistreated. And we don't know how to go through our, our moments to be other individuals. But with that being said, I think it's okay to have this conversation, and we need to have this conversation because we are still raising women and men. And I think also we need to have to create a generational way of like being in the home, multi-generational, and being able to create the finance to have the ability to buy homes outside of your own home that you grew up with as a child. So I find
Missy,
it weird.
can you repeat that? What you said? You said something about you used a term that I don't think I've ever heard before. You said something about the community's legal. What was it that you just said? It was
I
like
called
a
it order
legal
of protection.
order of protection. The family's order of protection around the girls and
Yes.
boys, but around the girls. Man, that's powerful. That
Can
is a hold on one second, sir. That is a very, very powerful concept, and I get it in general, but I've never heard it noted like that. I absolutely love that because as soon as you said that, what I thought about wasn't just my father, but my uncles as well. I had a crazy daddy, but I had crazy uncles too, and everybody knew it, and they knew that one right there, that girl with them freckles and that red hair, don't fuck with her because she got crazy uncles too.
She got people to keep her accountable.
Yeah,
exactly.
that I love that. I hope that you do something with that. That could be a whole masterclass. I love it.
It's needed because a lot of times what tends to happen is we're vulnerable to a lot of stuff. We're susceptible to a lot of things, especially these men, older men that like to be predatory towards young women at 19, 18. And the reason why they're predatory towards these women and children is because there is a lack that we're not providing to our women. And I'm going back on mute.
Yes, thank you for that. That was beautiful. I do want to walk us back.
Don't try me today, but continue.
I was being serious. So I do want to walk us back a little bit though, because there was a question posed in relationship to, I guess, girl children or women children, boy children, man children, and how people are treating them or kicking them out or putting them out at early ages. Some people said, they want their sons to be prepared to lead, to I guess court and get wives, in which I think I can actually understand that perspective. But then I look at what's happening, and when children leave, they're not getting wives. Specifically, like male, they're not necessarily getting wives in our community. So I don't know, like, are y'all being realistic with these? Is it like a hypothetical, or like what actually is the situation here? The primary driver for living, from the research that I had quoted earlier, for leaving your parents' house is either your socioeconomic status, your merit status, or your educational obtainment. Those are the three primary factors that they were looking at that actually influence whether or not a child was going to co-reside with their parent. And so I'm trying to figure out if, like, you are saying you putting your son out at 18, that's going to make him want to get a wife? Like, what's the vibe around that?
Well, how can you teach your child how to get how can you teach your child how to get a husband?
I don't think
how to
nobody
get a
said
wife when you ain't no damn wife and you ain't no damn husband. I mean,
and
I'm
let's
just
talk
trying
about
to say,
it.
how in the hell are you waiting on your child to get married and you can't even find no man or no woman? Like, I don't know. I think we need
Giving
to
your
worry
baby
more.
bad advice and everything.
Right. I think we need to worry about our kids being more self-sufficient and well-equipped and prepared versus a lot of single people, include myself, saying, oh, they got to be married before they get the hell up out the house. Like, technically, no, you don't. But I want you to be prepared so that you don't have to circle back. Yeah, my door going to be open, but I need you to be equipped and prepared before you decide to exit out of this household. The end.
I think with that as well. I'm sorry.
I just had a quick question. Go ahead. I'll ask after you're done. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think with that as well, I think what a lot of people we haven't been talking about with this responsibility conversation is that cultivating your child's desire starts very early, and when you do that, they have the ambition to leave your home at a reasonable time, right? And like, what did you pour into your child? When they showed that they had an interest in writing and photography and designing shoes and all these other things, right? And I think when parents get to know their children, I think this is the foremost problem, that many parents don't know the children that they're living with, right? Sometimes it's because of things they can't control. Maybe they work all the time and their conversations with their children stopped around the time the child turned 14, right? So they don't really know their children, and so they don't know what to push them towards, right? And if you don't know your child, you can't just push them towards your goals. It won't work. You can give your kid, the billionaires have this problem too. You can give your kid an entire $1 billion business, and it won't take if you don't know your child. And so, I think it's important to know your child. I think it's important to cultivate your child's interest in meaningful ways. And I think that's where the ball gets dropped. And when you do that, you are creating this natural pathway for them to leave your home where you don't have to tell them to leave. For example, I liked writing when I was a kid, and so I'd write these little dumb stories, right? And so what my auntie would do, she'd buy me fancy journals, right? And write, or kids who draw, and they're getting your kid, like, your kid likes to draw or doodle, getting your kid those high functioning art sets, right? And maybe they don't pick up that talent. Maybe it evolves into something else, right? My writing evolved into my public speaking and me becoming a teacher, right? And so maybe it doesn't just happen exactly that way, but when you invest in that interest, there's a natural pathway opening up for them to leave your home. A kid that wants to ultimately become a writer is not going to have the time to live with you. A kid that wants to be a basketball player is not going to have the time to live with you, right? That plan does not include living in your home, right? The plan you put together when you have your interests cultivated in does not include living under your parents' roof. So I think when people take the time to invest in their child's interest, a lot of this other conversation about responsibility and all these other things goes by the wayside, because now they have a personal identity validation tied into them leaving the nest and them wanting to go discover and prove who they are, right? And there's things that help kids with any of those interests, right? Your kid likes to fight, he likes to box. There's boxing gyms for kids. There's science camp. There's religion camp, right? There's all these things, and I think what I see, because I'm in some of these spaces, especially as a adolescent counselor, I see a lot of times that Black people, for whatever reason, maybe it's a monetary issue or the like, or they don't have the time. I do notice Black parents tend to work a lot more because of those different issues. So I'm not blaming anyone, but I don't see Black people in these spaces, right? I don't see Black kids at science camps, right? I don't see Black kids on the speech team at the same capacity or rate, or
Hey,
in
Zeus.
mock trial.
Zeus, you mind if I interject for just 10 seconds? I just want to say something you said, bro. You said that most parents don't know their kids' interests after like age 14, right? I think parents be knowing their kids' interests. I think if the interest ain't something that they into, they like, man, I know my son like to dance, but fuck that. He either gonna be a ball player, not, you know what I'm saying? Like my father, prime example, dog. My father's a huge sports fan. I was into comic books and all kind of shit, right? And I like sports too, but my father took interest in stuff that we had a common interest in. So if I want to talk about basketball and football and maybe music here and there, he want to try and talk about no damn Spider-Man and Incredible Hulk with me, man. Like, so I think parents they pay a lot more attention than like you're giving them credit for. I just think when it ain't something that the kid and the parent have a common interest in, I think a disconnection happens. Now, I agree with you. They need to make more of an attempt to understand their kid. But these parents be knowing what their kids into.
I don't really feel like that, Darius.
Man,
That's not all the way true, Darius.
All right.
I see this all the time. I feel like a lot of times once a kid hits ninth grade, about 14, 15, some parents feel like they need to stop parenting.
Oh, okay, the weirdo parents. Okay, I give y'all that. Okay,
it's not even the weirdo weirdo parents. It might just be the working class parent. You
That's a
know what
weirdo
I'm
parent to
saying?
me. A
Like
parent that
your
put work before a kid is a
your
weirdo to me. Then,
hold
regardless.
on, like your child, you know, can stay at home by themselves now. They can do their homework by themselves. You can check on the app and make sure their assignments done, but you don't have to sit down with them no more and double check and make sure their work is done. Like a lot of times these parents, after a kid goes to high school, and I'm gonna have to wake that up in a later conversation, they feel like they don't need to be parenting these children no more. So no, they absolutely do not know what their children's interests are as they are becoming of age and becoming 18, because they have already kind of let them start raising themselves after 14. I've seen this happen time and time again, and it's not intentionally. It's not that the parents are bad parents. It's just that's how they were raised too, you know. But I'm gonna let is it Zeus?
Yes, it's Zeus. And so I think
Go ahead and land this plane. Go ahead.
so to land, I think what you raise a great point. And right when I do the when I counsel adolescents or teenagers, I do it. There's this part where I talk to the parents, right? And they always go, my daughter, my son, they don't tell us anything. It's like what happened to our relationship. And I was like, when's the last time you hung out with them? Right. And I always ask, when's the last time y'all hung out? Where would you go the last time you guys hung out? Well, we've been on a family trip. That's not you hanging out. That is you monitoring the youngest child and then letting your oldest, the teenager, do what they want. That's not y'all hanging out. When's the last time you hung out with this child doing something that they are interested in, not something you had to coax them to do? When was the last time? Right? It's one of the most difficult questions for parents to answer, right? And that's not to fault the parents. Life happens, and I understand. And as your kids get more independent and as they become teenagers, they don't want to hang out with you. They get these attitudes, and they're not that fun to hang out with. Let's be honest, right? So I'm not downplaying any of that, but all relationships require work. And so to build that relationship with a teenager who is a new person, right? Forget what you knew about your 13-year-old son. Your 14-year-old son is a brand new person, right? To build that relationship, you have to invest in it. You have to hang out with them. What the gentleman said, I forget his name, I'm sorry. If he's into comics, go to a Comic Con with him. Go cosplay with him, right? When you invest your time into a child's interest in that way, it creates a spark in them that I promise you, they're out that house before 22, because that spark doesn't go away, right? When my parents watched me at a poetry slam, like I could never stop writing after that, right? Because even as a teenager, what a kid wants to do is impress their parents, whether they tell you or not, whether they show it or not. They want to impress their parents. And so you validating them in that way creates a spark that just does not get put out.
Thank you, Zeus. And I just want to let you know that I really appreciate every time you come off mic and you decide to speak. I just recently met you, but when you speak on these topics of parenting and children and, with your counseling background, you just hit a lot of points that I can just kind of piggyback off of. So I appreciate you and you being here.
Yeah, he ain't say nothing wrong.
So earlier, I was going to ask a question because, we were in that conversation about talking about, and I think as moms with daughters, we kind of, yay, let the girls stay at home, right? But I do want to ask if there are any parents whose sons are still at home, what that looks like. And, is that really an issue? Because they were like, well, girls don't like to date guys who are still at home with their mom. And I'm talking about more so in their 20s, okay, we know 30s is too much, but are there any parents who still have their sons at home in their 20s? And if they do, what does that look like? How is dating for them? That's just a question.
My son just moved out. He is 24. And I mean, just moved out like last month. And he was dating, and he would just, either go to their place, or they would, if they get rooms or things like that. But he just wouldn't have women, have people spend the night, at my house. But so he respected, coming into the house. He would let me know if he was going to stay out that night or at a friend's house in advance and things like that. So he just checked in respectfully. I mean, my kids still check in now, and my oldest two just moved out a month ago, but it wasn't as bad. My kids, I allow them to stay with me as long as they want to, as long as they're respectable. They can stay at the house as long as they want to, and I treat them according to, basically what they've earned and how they respect the house and how they respect me as their mom. And so I don't really have any issues too tough with my kids. I mean, there has been issues before when they're 16, growing up, regular things, but for the most part, it wasn't a big problem for me. I hope that answers your question.
I just
Go ahead, Portia. Hey, girl, welcome in. Where you been? Go ahead.
Hey
girls,
y'all. Hey, school and teaching. Glad you have this room because as a teacher, I teach seniors. I'm a little distraught yet inspired. I don't have children, so I'm coming from a perspective as a teacher, and I'm glad Zeus spoke as a counselor. Because teachers, I don't know if this is the thing at Zeus' school, but I know teachers, we have to sort of collaborate with the counselors a lot. Do y'all do that, Zeus? Like you with the teachers, do you sort of collaborate with them?
Yes, so I'm also a teacher too. So get that money by any means.
So Zeus, Zeus, you know what I'm talking about. You can come off the mic a few times when I say this. Man, so I don't have children, but I'm certainly inspired. I'm blessed to take on this teaching position. I really truly feel like I'm in my purpose when I say this, but it inspires me when I have children one day, what sort of to like look out for, what to prevent, what not to do, and so on and so forth. But I'm a little concerned about how parents are parenting their children. No disrespect. I really, really would like to encourage people to please, please, I am begging you as a teacher, stop having kids when you are not a functioning parent mentally and when you're not married. Please, you think you're doing a good job. No disrespect, but you're not. And a lot of y'all think your kids don't know certain things or they're great kids, and they are great kids. I'm not saying that, but these kids are stressed out and you're not hiding things as much as you think that you're hiding them. Am I lying, Zeus?
Oh, not at all. We see it all. I mean, 14-year-olds. I'm the man in the house. I got to make sure my mama don't die of stress. I'm like, your mama talking like this?
Like, what is going on? And they do talk. Please don't think.
Oh God,
that
I've been guilty of saying that same thing.
they talk and they will talk to their teachers all day long.
Oh, they talk to me. I'm look at my personality on here. You can imagine. These kids are pretty much obsessed with talking to me. They're like, Miss, you're so honest and you listen to me. And so I love that I had that I love that I had that relationship with them because it gives me pretty much an idea and I feel like teachers are on the front line of life, right, Zeus? Like that's the perfect opportunity for us to really talk to them and get into their heads because they're not really listening to parents as much as y'all think they are. And sometimes I hate that I even hear some of the stuff that I'm listening to, but these kids, the essays that I read, sorry, someone keeps calling me. The college essays that I read, like for our school, they have to be accepted to at least one college. And I had to, and they're kind of behind because COVID and all this stuff. And so I had to read college essays. I serve over 160 seniors, which is small. It's a charter school. So, y'all, these essays that I've read is so traumatizing. I've had to go get me some wine and cry a few times. It is so emotionally draining. That's why I haven't been on Clubhouse. The things that these kids are experiencing at home and how the parents are treating. I'm talking about the parents that think that they're great parents. We're not even talking about an extreme case. We're talking about parents who are single parents who are mentally going through their own things. We're talking about that. And so I just want y'all to hear me and hear me good. Please be careful with having your kids around your so-called friends, little like these grown ass men, these 21-year-olds, these 18-year-olds, these 15-year-old boys or whatever. And you have the boys, they come all over the house and everybody, they seem like they're like, you know how y'all say y'all cousins, but y'all not really cousins. My goodness, like these little girls being even brothers. I had a student who was sexually abused by her own brother. And just like these guy friends y'all have coming over your house looking at your children. And I know as a young girl, I went through that. And my thing is, I don't really mind, this title, making sure that your 18-year-old stays in the house, but y'all are not really like preparing them to leave. So it's like, what are we even talking about? Even if you did keep them in the house, are you teaching them about investments? Are you preparing them for life? Because the things that I'm teaching these kids, I teach a business course. And I go outside of my curriculum. The things that I teach these kids, they are not privy to at all. I teach them about credit, assets. They don't know nothing about that. They say they mama and they parents be using their credit. Like,
wake that up. Wake that up.
And so y'all trying to say keep them in the house, but you're still killing them in the house, like financially. And so they're not ready to be dispatched to be deployed out of the home because you're not even preparing them to do so. So I think that's a real conversation to have versus saying, okay, keep your 18-year-old inside of the house. And it's like, but they're not even prepared at all to leave at any age. And so I just want y'all to just really, these kids don't know how to write. They barely read. They're being exposed to way too much. You're not listening to them because you're flexing your power as a parent because you feel like, well, I'm the mama. My mama used to do that to me. That's a form of abuse. I'm the mama. It's because I said so type of thing. That's abusive. I don't know. And I really don't want y'all, coming on here. I know it's going to be a lot of like pretending and flexing, but I know I'm talking to probably 80% of these parents up in this damn clubhouse because ain't nobody going to tell me that y'all read some damn parenting books. I understand that things don't prepare you to be a parent, but there are some smart ass people out there like Zeus that you should like listen to. And getting advice from, because we have a different perception or perspective of your child that you're not seeing as someone who's just trying to live and survive, and you're going to work, you're not really paying attention. And I just don't think that there's enough parents being active enough in their kids' education at all. It is like pulling teeth trying to get parents on the phone and set up a meeting with me and follow through with these meetings when it's important to their child that they do so. And it communicates very poorly to the child when you don't follow through with me and be invested in their education. I literally can go on and on and on, but I'm gonna stop right there. I have so many stories. It's actually kind of sad. But go ahead, Zeus. Sorry.
Let me back you up real quick, because one thing I often have to say in the back of my mind, I don't say it out loud, because parents get a little sensitive. But I say, when you give your child everything they need, you don't have to give them what they want. And what happens is a lot of these parents have not fulfilled all of their child's needs. Most of them are fulfilling, hunger, all that, but their validation needs, the need to be seen, the need to be communicated with, those core emotional needs are not being validated, right? The need for family and that fullness of family. I see that with a lot of the single moms who know that their child needs whatever that is missing, and they overcompensate for that missing thing by giving the kid a bunch of stuff that they want, right? And so I always saying back, when you give your child everything they need, you don't have to give them nothing that they want. And so what happens is, What a lot of parents are not admitting is their child isn't staying at home because out of love. It is not a loving use, right, for the child to stay at home. Because when you are raised in love, we don't even call it the kid staying at home, right? We don't even talk about it. When the kid's staying at home out of love, we don't even discuss it. That's not even how we look at it. Most of the time, it's not out of love, but it's out of fear. Because the parent realizes at a certain point, it's like, oh shit, my child is ill equipped. I did not do a good job, right? And every parent goes through some semblance of this. So it's not unique. It's not to judge you or anything because again, your that 15 to 19-year-old is a much different person than what you raised, right? And their their body is telling them to rebel from you, right? It's their biological function to do the opposite of what you say. And so they get in their head like, oh my God, I have not prepared my child for the world. And it's a fear of letting that kid loose. Right. And a lot of parents are keeping their kids at home because of this fear of letting their kid loose. That they feel like they haven't done a good job. The kid turns 18 and they have a conversation with them and they realize, oh my God, this kid's fucking stupid. Like my child is an idiot, right? And I think it happens to a lot more parents than people think, where they have this conversation and they realize I've been working really hard for the last 4 years and I have not noticed you, right? You have not been seen to me, and they look up, right? There's a psychological concept that people remain the same age. Your brain does not update the image of people in your head for a couple years at a time. So right, so that 5-year-old cousin you have, they don't look 10 in your mind until they're like 12, right? So that people are paused in your mind for very long periods. It doesn't update regularly. And so you probably you probably look at them, they're 13 in your head, and then one day that image updates. It's like, oh my God, this is a full grown man. Like this is a full grown woman. You are a sexual being. What happened? Right? You are a person that makes mistakes, that makes deadly mistakes. You are a person that drives, that can drink, that can get addicted to drugs, that can fight people, that can fight me back and win. What happened? And so I think people get surprised by their children and the fear settles in. And I'm not saying this to shame any parent because being a parent is the most difficult job anybody could ever do. And it has a very high failure ratio. But what I am saying is when that fear comes, because it'll come, you will say, I don't think I did a good job, right? And you will latch on to any of these things your child does to make you feel like you did a great job. It's like, well, they're this, they're that, they're that. What you have to realize, right? What's most important is one, that connection with the child, right? Do they feel safe to come to you with their mistakes? If you are judging your child by the lack of mistakes or by the accumulation of successes, you will never feel validated as a parent. It's a horrible way to look at your child, but you have to look at them. Will they come to me with their mistakes? And will they learn from them after they make them? And I think that can help dissuade some of the fear. And when you're not moving in that fear, I think your child feels safer in the environment to start moving away from you because they can feel that fear when you have it. And you want to tamper that down as much as possible.
Thank you so much, guys, for that. I really appreciate y'all sharing. That's something else we're gonna have to break into, these high school kids, because how can we prepare our children to be adults when we're not focusing on them when they're in high school? And y'all keep telling me that I'm bullshitting by saying that y'all feel like people stop raising their kids at 14, but man,
you were right, Ebony. You're right.
Yeah, I see it.
Right. Very right. They start raising at 14 and want to start giving them discipline then and did not give them structure prior to, and the kids already stuck in their ways. And now you want to talk about, oh, let me go ahead and put you in boot camp. Let me go ahead and restructure my mind frame. Let me go ahead and get your daddy in your life now at 14 years old, and his daddy's been there down the road the whole entire time. But now you want to call him daddy now to go ahead and add some structure when it's not a little too late. But a lot of times we wait till they're at an age where they already understand, already went through things, and while we were trying to change the mindset, now it's time for you to start paying that damn therapist so that therapist can actually equip them to change their mindset because you fucked them up, period. And I'm done speaking.
And then they let their kids just sit around in the summertime and just sit around and sit around. And there's so many free resources and camps and different things that can open your child up. You waiting until second semester of your kid being a senior to start touring colleges. Like, you just telling your kids to go to fucking college. My kid got to go to college or get out, but you're not even talking to them about the different degrees or what they want to do for a living.
Not to cut you off, but why are the parents like that though?
How can you say you're not to cut you off, but you
You cut her off.
Good, good.
confused,
Yo,
bro.
everybody knew that though. Like,
Confused. Not to cut you off, but I want to say. Now I done forgot. So what was your question? What was your question, honey?
He stated, why are the parents like this? Because the parents were
Because
raised like that too.
Yeah. My
they
question is,
were
why are
raised
the
like
parents
that
like that
too.
Exactly,
though?
Missy.
They were raised like that
they
too.
were raised like that
Also,
too.
these parents are workhorses. You know what I'm saying? They working and working, and they think, oh, because my kid can stay by themselves, that means it's kind of hands off. And I feel like that's when you should be most hands on with your kids is during this high school time, because that's when they're getting introduced to drugs. Y'all, that's when they getting introduced to drugs. That's when they getting introduced to sex. That's when they getting introduced to new friend groups. You know, all these things are important, but if you're hands off, how you know what direction your child is going into? So I think we're gonna have that conversation one day, y'all. I don't know when, but it's coming.
Those kids come to me and say that. I'll say something like, hey, I'm gonna, this is due. I'm gonna have to email you your parents to get them involved with your college stuff because we need their cooperation. They'll say, Miss Bell, my mama don't care.
Yep.
She don't ever listen to me. I tell her this has to be done. She doesn't do it. I hear that so much. Or like we had a FAFSA night, a financial aid night, and literally only 4 families showed up out of 162. And this is often. It's not like parents are not being communicated with. They're just, I don't know, man. They're not, to Ebony's point, they feel like at a certain age, okay, I can relax now. And that's the time that you should be putting your foot on the gas, in my opinion.
And Ebony, just to back it up, it's not high school when they get introduced to all this, beloved. It's middle school.
It's middle school.
Definitely middle school.
Middle school.
Listen.
And if you're in the upper city or not, let me what I'm about to say. If you're in the city and stuff, it actually starts elementary school.
Yeah,
some of the behaviors, especially like with young boys and young girls, because they're exposed to certain things. Like I tell you before, every household is not the same, so people are exposed to different things. So some kids are exposed to certain behaviors, and they influence your children, or you know, introduce your kids to certain things that was not ever introduced in your home. So it's just like different households in one area, you're going to get a mixture of all kinds of nonsense. But it's up to you to actually have a conversation with your kids and protect them. And that's what I was talking about earlier, order of protection. If we're not teaching our kids how to be in a sacred place with self and actually understand who they are and identify certain things about themselves, they're going to be in a place where they're vulnerable to a lot of things, they're susceptible to a lot of things. So I think that's where we do a lot of disservice. We think our kids are good because we're teaching them a certain way, but we're not equipping them for the world that's not so kind to them.
Yeah, and I say high school because what I'm trying to build with my nonprofit, it focuses on girls from 13 to 18, right? And I just noticed, like, just even speaking with parents and speaking with kids, like how hands off parents become once they get in high school because they feel like their kid is equipped enough to kind of run their own shit. You know what I'm saying? I've dealt with this one parent who was just like, well, they know what to do. They know they got to do their work. They know I'm not going to be waking them up for school. I'm not going to be doing this. I'm not going to be doing that. But I understand what people are saying, but on the other side of that, every kid is different. So if you do have to be that parent that does that little extra push for your child while they're in high school, you should still continue to do that. Don't just say they know what to do and you just go on about your damn day. Like, I don't understand that. I don't understand why kids have to fill out their own financial aid paperwork and shit like that, and their parents aren't even willing to help them do that shit. They're trying to get their mama's social security number and their own social security
That's
number.
sad.
Hello? I know parents who don't even know where the fuck their kid's social security card is, y'all.
Or their birth
Like,
certificates, Ebony.
this shit is real. Like, y'all gonna sit here and act like this shit ain't real. This shit is real. And I notice it with the high school kids is because that's where my passion is. You know what I'm saying? But I'm not saying that it doesn't happen in middle school, but you see it a lot when it comes to these high school kids.
But you know what, Ebony? You know what I was going to say? Because, you know, I got 2 boys and my oldest son is in high school. He in the 10th grade this year. And when I went to parent-teacher conferences like 2 weeks ago, I was like, oh, I'm going to go to the conferences or whatever. My son does excellent in school. He got like a 3.89 GPA or 3.90 or something like that. He does excellent. He got all A's and a couple B's. But he like, why are you going to the conferences? I'm like, why not? And then he was like, what you need to go to the conferences for? And I went to the conferences and all of the teachers spoke so highly of my son. Like, you're doing a great job. He's so respectful. He participates. He raises his hand. He does this. He does that. And I'm like, oh, good. It's great to hear all this great feedback. And then I get home and he was like, yeah, so why you go? And I was like, conferences aren't just for us to go to hear the bad stuff. Like, I want them to know that I am behind you. I'm pushing you. I'm happy that you're doing good. I want them to know that they can reach out to me or whatever. Not that I think you're going to be a problem at school at any point, but he's 15 and he's in the 10th grade. He's younger than all his classmates because he went to kindergarten early. But I'm like, some of these kids, when they get to high school, they be asking their parents to be hands off. And like, when I go to his school and his friends be seeing me, they like, oh, that's your mother? That's your mother? And I heard his friend one day like, oh, his mother look good. And then he was like, I heard you, yo. And then he was like, and I was like, what he say? And then he was like, he ain't say nothing. And I was like, I heard him. He's like, I thought that was your sister. I thought that was your sister. And I'm like, but sometimes they be wanting their parents to be hands off. That's what I was going to say.
Yeah, they gonna want that. My mama used to get on my damn nerves, y'all. Like, as much as she showed up at school and wanted to do the field trips and all that shit, it was embarrassing to me. It was embarrassing that she wanted to be there all the damn time. But guess what? Now that I'm an adult, I appreciate that shit, because one thing that my mama made sure that these teachers know is this one right here. Don't play with this one, because I'm going to show up and some shit is not going right. Okay. So even if my grades dropped and I had a 3.75 unweighted GPA, you know, and I was in AP classes, I went to the little extra college courses in my junior and senior year, right? But whenever I decided to take it upon myself to not focus on school and my grades started to drop, she would be up there trying to figure out what the hell is going on. And the reason why my grades were able to stay, even when I decided that I wasn't taking my ass to school when I needed to be going to school, the reason why they stayed there is because they reached out to my mom, and I was able to make up those classes and make up that time so that my mom would let them know, don't play about this one. So sometimes your face will actually help your child in a lot of ways, because these teachers are going to know this one, I can't just pass this one by, you know?
Also, that's the beauty. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Ms. No Gray.
Oh, no, I was going to say that, and unfortunately, when we were talking about parent teachers conferences, and I've been out of it now, the game, for 25 years. And I remember going, and I was the only one. And I was married at the time, and my husband would not go because he didn't think it was necessary. Again, why? Because his parents did not go. But I was that face that they saw, and I wanted to make sure that he was doing okay. But when I look back at it, it was maybe 3 of us in there, parents together, in those rooms, and there were no Black parents. And this school was 95% Black and brown. And I could count the parents that was there for their kids. So it is something that, and this is another thing for the parents that listen to us, just own it. Take accountability and start doing different. With the conversations we were talking about is not to shame anyone, but you got to own your responsibility and make a difference. Don't make excuses for it. Don't try to justify it. Just say, you know what? I got to own this. But guess what? I got a new day to get it right. That's the difference between the two. We don't need the justification. Just own it and make a difference in changing. And there are books out there. For, like I said, nobody taught us how to be a parent. It ain't easy, but that can't be an excuse no more because there's people out here that want to help us because we got Black people willing to help us and give us different tools that we didn't have. But just love on yourself and say, you know what? I forgive myself. I honestly did the best I could with what I knew at that time. But now that you know better, like after the day, there's no excuses for y'all to say, because y'all done heard something. You can't unhear what you heard. And it's time for us to be accountable for our kids. I'm done speaking.
You know,
And I will say,
one more thing, because we gonna be landing here real soon, because I gotta take my damn nap, okay? But if you are not able to make it and be involved in your children's life, sign up your sister or your brother to be able to visit your children and also be a contact. Because even though they might not have any children, just having somebody there that can advocate for your child is better than having nobody there. My mom did it for numerous children. She actually had girls on a mission before me. And she did it for numerous children, and it actually impacted them. And to this day, they thank my mother for being there for them. So just because you don't have kids, you might have nieces and nephews, and your sister and brother might not have time. That's the point of the community. When you talk about community to me, I think about my family first, right? So how the hell can you help the community and you ain't willing to work and help with your family?
And say Ebony, and that's exactly what I was about to touch base on. I think at some point we have to get to a point where we're talking about we want generational wealth, we want affluence. You have to start showing up. And just because your kid is in high school and you think they're able and capable of handling themselves, they're not capable of handling themselves because there's some adult business with you and teachers that needs to be handled as far as it comes to them going to school and college because they cannot sign themselves up for college. They still need you as a parent to sign them forms, especially when it comes down to their FAFSA. They still need you as a parent to show up to be there because if you show up, they can't mess with your kids. A present parent is not a parent that's lacking, right? And where you're lacking as well, the teacher can also help you because we're not also parents of all knowing. And I'm done speaking.
Can I say something?
This is Diane.
Can I say something?
Go ahead.
Yeah, I heard something where I feel like it's a big problem because honestly, with y'all talking, I feel like y'all talking about my damn mama. God damn it! But at the end of the day, I feel like one of the worst things that we kept saying within our culture, within our lifestyle, is that they did the best they can with the best they had, and that's probably why a lot of these kids be falling short. And a lot of these mothers and fathers fall short of their parents, and because y'all allow that to be a reason of why they didn't know what the hell to do or why they son out here fucked up. Well, she did the best she can for the best she had, and you just leave it right there, and then nothing happened after that. And a lot of the times, I will say this: some of these kids be so bad that the parent got to kick them out of 18. They just don't want to put up with it no more. And unfortunately, yeah, you're the reason why they that bad. But now you're 18, the parent feel like they already did what they had to do, and they can't kick your ass out because they don't want to put up with the bullshit. Because you caused a lot of problems. You doing so, and now you feel like you're grown. You're talking back. So yeah, get the fuck out. You know what I'm saying? So that's how they look at it. But a lot of that fall on the parent as well. But they don't want to talk about that. They'll just kick you out before they want to be held accountable. We all know that. But it is what it is, though.
Oh, okay, King, I want to respond to you. When I say they did the best they could with what they knew, if they did not know better, how can they do better? So what I mean by that is that if my dad was never emotionally attached to me, he was taught to love by work. So the way he showed his love for me was by working 3 jobs, but he was not emotional there for me as a little girl. It's not his fault, but it still doesn't mean that I didn't need my daddy in my life. So what I'm saying is that I could not hold my father accountable for the way he was taught to love me because that's what his daddy taught him. So when I say that, for a lot of people, when they come into counseling, they're mad at their parents, but then when they talk about it, how can your mama give you the love that you think you should have when she never had that love for her? You're trying to make our parents, before they're your parents, King, they're people. And that's the part that we forget. So even though that's your mom and that's your dad, they are. And we think because that's our mom, that's our dad, they're supposed to know everything. They're supposed to have the answers. They're supposed to do this. They're supposed to do that. No, because before they're their parents, they're people. And if you don't know their story, you can't say what they should be doing, because a lot of parents don't share their shit with their kids. They don't share their honesty with their kids. They don't share their abuse that they experience as children, because why? They think they're supposed to protect you from this stuff, but it's affecting you as a kid. So it's not just that simple. So when I made that statement, and it's a very true statement, how can I give you what I was never taught? That's the difference, King. And you can. That's your mom, but they are people first. And if you don't know their story, then that's why you're so mad with them, because you think their parents and they should be perfect. I'm done speaking.
So this is
That was
my
a good statement.
how's everyone? And this is a great topic especially when it relates to children and parenting. And no, we don't have all the answers, but I learned early on that I know popularity to children is very important. But if you want the most popular kid, you have the most visible parent, because you think about the kids and that popularity builds their confidence, it builds their self-esteem. But then when the parents are around, it does get on their nerves. But if they know that they have us to lean on, that's almost really a foolproof way. And I know that we do have circumstances that the kids are challenged with that. I mean, I'm older than most of you guys on here, if not all. But these kids are faced with a lot of things that we know nothing about. And they have so much more visibility and access that we didn't. But I mean, the older they get, the more, I will say, I kept my foot on my kids' neck the older they got, because there were a lot of things that they were exposed to. But I mean, we can, aspire to be a great parent and want to be a great parent. And even if you don't know how, find someone that you admire the way that their kids are being raised or the way that they're parenting, and just ask questions and kind of partner up with them, because this world will eat our kids alive. And I just say, just be as visible and as intentional as a parent as you can possibly be. So this is Diane and I'll land.
This is Kevin. So I want to take a look at this from a psychological perspective. There's something in psychology and neuroscience called Maslow's hierarchy of needs. And essentially what it means is that, when any person doesn't have food, water, and shelter met, part of their prefrontal cortex is not in use for planning, inventing, and, planning for the future, and executive thinking, like high level functioning. So at 18 years old, your job is to get them ready for the world, right? If they choose to go to college, I think you should meet those needs for them so they can reach their highest potential, so they have space in their brain to develop properly. If they're not going to go to school and they're starting a business or something that they need food, water, and shelter, I believe, you should support them while they kind of start that business and can get on their own feet, only if they're not doing nothing. And especially when they're a guy, you have to kick them out at 18, because some guys, and I was one of those guys who just, I got in trouble a lot, but I realized I was just bored and I needed to really push. I needed to go in very tough situations to develop to my highest potential. So kicking someone out like me would have done very well for me. So, that's just my thoughts on the whole thing. I yield.
But I would not recommend mothers listening to, and that could be for him, but not for all sons.
Right.
That was for his situation. So I don't want y'all to leave it going, okay, I'm kicking all the sons because they need some challenges. No, that was for him. That's not for everybody, because I wouldn't necessarily do it that way. And I can tell you, begin to be active in your kid's life. And what Ebony was saying was true. I was that mom. And I never forget, there was a situation with one of his students, and I immediately called a whole conference and had his pastor, his youth pastor, and everybody else there. And they were so shocked that we came to this meeting prepared, because what you're not going to do is stifle my son. So you do have to be active in their lives. And I was probably that mother that got on my son's nerve, but them kids knew, oh, there go Miss Rochelle. They was like, there go Miss Rochelle. They did not, no, we don't play. He was a student athlete. His grades had to be a 3.0. Then they got lower. Well, you only need a 2.75. I said, no, that's y'all rules. That's not my rules. He's a student first. So he on academic probation in this house until he get his grade up. I was that mama. But you know what? My son got a full scholarship academically at a HBCU, and he's doing well. So sometimes it's not your job for your kids to like you. You don't have to disrespect them, but you have to love them, and you need to protect them. And a lot of times, y'all parents are trying to be your children's friends. They don't need you to be their friend. They need you to be their mother, and they need you to be their father. But some of y'all are trying to be their besties, and that's what's wrong with this situation. They don't need you to be their friend. They need you to be their parent. They need you to be their protector. And sometimes you're in a parent, your kids ain't gonna like you, and that's okay. But they're not seeing what you see. And just like Ebony said, when she looked back at her life, she's glad her mother did the things that she did, because it made her who she was today. I'm done speaking.
Yeah, and that age between 11 and a half, 12-ish to about 16, 17, you are not going to be able to, you're going to love them, but you're not going to be able to stand them. And they're not going to like you. But do not, I'm telling you, just that age is going to come with some things that you're like, where in the world did this child come from? I did not birth this human being, because all of that little sweet, loving human being behavior that you love for your child, they are going to just actually become the child from hell. Not behavior, not grades. It's just, I think it's something hormonal that changes with them, that you're just going to sometimes sit in a corner and cry, but it gets better after they get past that age. So just continue doing what you guys are doing, because I can tell you're all very, very good parents.
One thing Sister Diana said, and this is just for y'all to understand what she said, and because I took this last class, it was the best class of my life concerning kids in middle school. And she's right. What is happening with their body is that their brain is leaving from a child, and now it's going to an adulthood. So all of a sudden, your kid, all of a sudden, the things you said to them, they agreed. But now one morning they woke up and they was like, I don't agree with you, mama. And you're like, where did that come from? It's because that side of their brain is actually being activated to the adult side. And guess what? It didn't tell you as a parent, and it didn't tell your child, and especially your freaking girls. All of a sudden they crying, and you ask them what they crying, they be like, I don't know. PSA, they don't. What is happening is that the estrogen now is in their body, because the girl is coming from being a little girl and she's moving into womanhood. So now she got hormones going in, estrogen. Her brain is being developed to be becoming a person. And so for you as a mother and a father, you think your children are disrespecting you, and they are not. But their mind is going into, now I can think more. And nobody told the kid, and nobody told y'all. So that's where they say middle school is the hardest age for kids and parents, because y'all think they're being disrespectful, and they're not. But then for your little girls, they all over the place because of estrogen, and y'all really think you just so emotional. They are, just because y'all know. And I'm hoping this gonna help some of y'all. So when she's crying for no reason, she really don't know. And then your little boy, testosterone is going through the roof for him, and now he talking back, and he want to flex up on you because his little body is going through these changes too, and the body ain't told nobody nothing. Okay, I'm done speaking.
Yeah, and if they're siblings and even close in age, they start having meetings about you. And I'm just going to tell you from experience.
Oh yes, they do. That meeting in the bathroom. You think your kids outside playing? Though we plotting.
Oh,
Okay?
yeah. I mean, and it's not always a bad thing, but, my son is 26 and my daughter's 18. And, they have their conversations, and then they'll call, and they call me out on stuff. And sometimes I have to admit, they have usually been pretty right about some things that I may have thought doing right as a mom, yeah. But it's just some things, like you said, they are very, very independent thinking children. And I don't want them out in the world always having to rely on mom. And so some of the back talk or some of the things, I used to let it slide because I'm like, I have to understand that they're kind of preparing themselves for a world outside of home. So I knew when it was, got beyond the point of disrespect and when it was a point of that they were just, expressing really how they feel. And I had to really respect that. They're not disrespectful kids by any means, but I really had to respect their point of view. And it really encouraged us to have really, really deep conversations as to why they were acting or saying or thinking the way that they were thinking. So you just really have to do a lot of really, really intentional listening and not react all the time. But I did whoop them too, so.
You know what kills me sometimes? Oh, sorry. Go ahead. Talk with you.
Oh no, I'm all for. I'm at work, so the discipline part. Yeah, I'm down for that. Continue, please.
See, the discipline part, y'all gonna open another rabbit hole, but I'm just gonna say this when it comes to discipline, right? Each kid is different. Each kid has a different maturity. Y'all can't discipline all the kids the same. Just learn your child. Some kids you can talk to, some kids you gotta fuck up. And I hate to say it the way I said it, but it's true. And I'm done speaking.
Yeah, the belt in the Bible went a long way in my household. But I also saw that I think the way parents handle each other plays a big part in how the kids respond, because they would rather me whoop them than to yell at them, because they did grow up with their dad and I. I mean, we're divorced now, but we used to argue a lot. And I could literally see them actually shrink when I raised my voice at them. So I really had to check that, because that wasn't discipline. That was almost destructive. So I had to really know the difference between the two. And you just really, really have to pay attention to everything when you're raising these human beings.
Hey, Miss Diane, you saying what you said? You saying a mouthful right there. Like, my father was in prison, right, and he was disciplining me over the phone. So I know exactly what you're talking about. If you say certain stuff to a kid, and listen, my father disciplined me one day because I had bad grades and I had disrespected my mother. I ain't even gonna lie. I talked back to my mom, and my mother said she didn't even give me no lip back. She just walked off. She said, your father on the phone. Like 2 hours later, my father was on the phone. He didn't yell. He didn't do none of that. He was just talking to me. And my father said, yo, you let me down. Listen, I ain't gonna lie. Man, I cried like a baby on the phone. Like, like when your parent got that type of like structure, like that type of hold on you, and I'm mind you, I was a teenager. I wasn't like no little kid. I was a teenager. I was probably like 14. I'm already outside, like off the porch. I was selling drugs, everything. My father could still discipline me over the phone with certain stuff. I started crying, like, damn, son, I fucked up. He said, yo, go in there, apologize to your mother. I'll talk to you. He said, I'll talk to you Wednesday, like 2 days later. I went in there, I talked to my mother. My mother's like, yo, it's all right, but yo, you just gotta, like, I could tell my mother was still pissed off, because like you can't just turn off if you disrespect somebody. But like, yeah, it's definitely a difference. Like, my parents never like whooped me. Like, I ain't gonna lie, yeah, I did get beatings when I was young, but like my kids, I never put my hands on them, like ever, not once, not one of my children. But I could talk to them in a way where it's like they just gonna break down. Like, so even as aggressive as my voice can be, I still have to watch my tone and what I say to my kids, because you don't want the wrong thing that they remember about you when they grow up, and they take that shit out on somebody else and not understanding that they're a damaged human being. You dig what I'm saying? Like, a lot of people be damaged and got trigger words and don't fully understand something that their parents embedded in them, and they don't know that they don't see nothing wrong with how they deal with conflict because of something somebody else said. And I feel like if you beat your kids too much or too early, or the reason and why, when you beat your kids, you don't explain to them why, you just beat them because I said so type shit, you pretty much raising a kid to feel like, to turn them into like violence is the answer. if somebody don't follow instructions of what I told them, I'ma just go in their mouth, and that's just what it is. So sometimes it's a gift and a curse with that discipline. So I agree.
You know, I've been listening once again for a few hours, and earlier I was being a little toxic, but I was being very honest. You know, the whole discipline thing, excuse me, I know every parent is different, every kid is different, I get it. You know, and I mean, I hear a lot of modern parenting going on right now, and that's perfectly fine. The way I see it, your kids are not my kids, and I'm not their parent, so I will never tell anyone how to parent their kids. It ain't that serious to me. But what, as they say, what works for me at my house is simple. I mean, I got my ass beat, and I deserved it when I look back at it.
Yeah, I definitely did.
Yeah, the way I was moving, the way I was talking, hell yeah, I deserve to get my ass whooped. So, you know, what the hell? Somebody playing music? Is that my song? Oh, I'm about to say.
No,
Yo,
why
what
not?
was that?
Saxes hop on stage.
Oh, okay, it's all.
Yo, I thought you walked in the store like this.
Me too. I'm like,
I was like, yo, you about to go get sushi or something, bro?
Yeah, my phone possessed. But you know, my thing is, you know, I mean, man, the reality is, and this is just a reality check. I think a lot of people don't want to accept it. There is no guide, rule book on perfect parenting. It really isn't. I mean, you're gonna parent the way you parent. Some people ain't gonna like it. Some people will push back against you and all that kind of stuff. And I mean, I could use myself as an example. I mean, I'm married, blended family. And the way I raised my daughters versus the way my wife raised her sons, you know, my oldest daughter graduated from college, the whole 3.7 GPA, did a great job, never, no pregnancies, none of that bullshit, right? But the oldest son, well, you know, he had some troubles with the law, all that good stuff, got a baby, the whole 9. Now, the youngest one, the one who's been with me for the last 4+ years, where he started and versus where he's at now is something completely different. Is his dad in his life? Yes, he is. But with me, I am a structured person. And I'm not the type of, now I told him straight up once because he did try to step up to me, and I told him, now I ain't whooped your ass because you ain't my biological son. But the moment you think you're stronger, I guarantee I'll knock your ass out. And that's the way we gonna do it. And if your dad stepped to me, I'm gonna knock his ass out too. That's just the way we gonna run this house. He never did it again. He wanted to try his luck with me. But you know what's funny? Since he's been living with us, living with me, his grades went from, I think he was like a 2.1, 2.2. He's like a 3.8 in high school, junior, playing football, doing great things. And you know, it's actually shocking to me. He came to me one day, he said, you know what? Thank you for being the way you are to me. I mean, I don't always get it, so I know sometimes you irritate me, but I appreciate the way you discipline me because I'm a better person. I got colleges looking at me. I got my grades up. You know, my body's better. I've been working out. So I just want to let you know I appreciate you. And so for me, see, everyone on stage or anyone in the audience can say, oh, well, you're a horrible parent. Oh, my God. And you know what I'm going to say to you? Politely, respectfully, fuck you. Because when he gave me that compliment, that's all I needed. That let me know the way I'm parenting is working on a child that don't even, quote unquote, DNA bloodline don't belong to me. So that's how I look at it. If your kids are doing well based on how you parent, guess what? Congratulations, you are doing a great job. Because I can guarantee you, the way you're parenting your kid, if I try to do the same thing, it may not work the same way. I may get different results. Could be worse. So I just wanted to share that, and I'll land.
Thank you so much for that. Y'all, I locked myself out the car. I meant not the car. Out the house, okay? Shout out to my cute garage door opener that want to go offline when I got somewhere to be.
Damn.
Oh, my cute.
Y'all, I had to break and entering just now and climb through a window. The
Oh,
ghetto.
you got some skills, girl.
Oh my God. That was
Hey,
crazy.
good life never dies.
Nah, not Ebony pulling a B&E.
Okay, not me having to climb through a motherfucking window. That's crazy. That's crazy. Whew. Well, y'all, I'm tired. Now I need a nap.
Now
Okay.
you really need a nap.
Yeah. That made my head hurt. I gotta get a nap in.
Yo.
So, Ebony, I want to thank you for this room. And I don't know if y'all seen it today, but it's an article about mental health in the United States. And this one image that I think we need to look into this, have a discussion. But it was an EMT in New York City talking about he's never seen what he's seeing with the homeless and mental health. But he even stated that METs are committing suicide by droves because of the stress of trying to deal with their job and dealing with other people with mental illnesses. So we've been shading over mental illness. We've been having some discussions, but this guy, I think it's in the New York Times, is pretty thought provoking. But I would encourage y'all to take a look at it about mental illness in these divided states of America.
Thank you so much, Miss Gray. I always appreciate when you come off mic. And I appreciate y'all. This has been another good room. You know, I've been doing a little bit of relationship rooms here and a little bit of rooms in regards to building the community. And I'm kind of feeling these, okay? So I appreciate y'all for still showing up. Even though these topics aren't as funny, I feel like they're important. You know what I'm saying? So I appreciate y'all and the people that's rocked out and the people that's going to listen to the replays. You know, this is important and this is how we get further. And this is truly what I care about. Okay. So thank y'all so much. Ebony that broke and entering. I got to take a nap now. And yeah, y'all have a good day out here in these streets.
Yes, Lord. You take care.
Thank you. Good room, Ebony.
Bye, y'all. Thank you. Bye.
All right, little mama.